Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your back-to-back Challengers champions.
Nobody cut him down. Everybody finds three.
Henry, who gets the good timing over by the bar. He's able to find number 3.
Oh, good movement from Mamba. Keeps the killing spree alive. Down low. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Lost for a minute, but I'm back. Now I'm at the top and baby at where I'm at.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome to Call of Duty Challengers Elite in the EMEA region. We are finally moving towards the end of our groups in Stage 4, and that means all the playoffs are to come. But first, we're going to work out where everybody is, Ton, and how they are moving forward.
Finally, we've only been here for a week or so again for Stage 4. Brexit, look, we're not far away by all accounts, so are we to get into these playoffs? And a final game for every single one of these teams is upcoming this evening. And these ones are always very exciting, Brexit, especially when we've had groups as quite as crazy as we have done this time around.
We certainly will. And a little bit of a upset from some of these teams. The kind of, let's say, talent that we have expected to see from some of them hasn't been manifesting, and in other sides it really has been roaring to the front. Of course, this all leads towards the next major for some of these, but before they get there, we must end the group today and then rock into our playoffs. And our schedule is looking pretty packed for some good games. As you can see here, we're going to start off with Rock Ascension against Team France. That'll be on Alva. Then we're going on to Bravo, Ask Esports versus Rock Esports, Exceptional Gaming versus TheAtlasLions, Orgless versus Treaty 1 Gaming, Omit versus BTD Esports, and Project 7 versus Lin. You can find all of these on our multi-streams today. It's not going to be 6 streams concurrently. These are both schedules, so you can see Alpha to Charlie all the way on the YouTube challenges.
Yeah, and it's going to be really interesting. We picked 2 games for Alpha that really do have a lot of permutations around them of who's going to be making it through to playoffs. And the reason for that is because of these groups and how the hell they bloody look, because it is going to be interesting to say the least. Ask Esports, Omit, we are chilling big time. For everybody else, there's still maybe some work to do just to secure your place in, well, certain areas of playoffs or in playoffs full stop for some of these teams. Looking over towards Group A, 3 teams on 1 and 3, 2 of them playing up against each other. Team France up against Rock Ascension. Similar story to Group B, lots of teams sitting in 2 and 2, nobody quite safe yet, but Treaty 1 up against Orgless is our pick from that one. It's going to be an interesting day, Brycey. Nothing is guaranteed.
It certainly isn't. I would go to say as much as that this is the most convoluted we have ever had groups at this stage. Not just this year, but even in previous years, having that many teams basically sitting on the bubble and only really 3 that are safe for playoffs is something unprecedented for us here in Challengers Elite.
Yeah, it's usually very top heavy, isn't it?
Yeah.
We kind of come to expect things to be that way, and it somewhat is. We've got 2 teams who have really ran away with it. No surprise on Omit's side of things, of course, but see Ask Esports sitting at 4-0 in their group, with Rock already in there as well, albeit sitting there at 3-1, is a little bit of a surprise, and that is thrown a cat amongst the pigeons when it has come down to those playoff spots. That's why we're seeing so many teams sitting in 1 and 3. There have been some surprise results, but that always sets us up for a really nice last day, and that's where we are right now before we get into playoffs tomorrow.
Yeah, and we'll have to find out who actually makes it through. Some of the big dogs that we thought would make it through pretty easily, as they've done so every stage so far, no longer going to be the case. And we'll be asking ourselves, have they turned up and they want it enough? But let's find out and talk about our game on Alpha. Team France is ready to try and make their impact on their own group. Blade, Danny, Nadox, and Legend. So far, looking pretty good, but are they good enough to get into playoffs, Ton?
I think for this team, for me, one of the big highlights has been the improvement in Legend. I think their hard point is lacking just a little bit, which has been a little bit of a surprise considering some of the names on this roster. But for them, hard point has been a little bit more of a difficult task, whereas their Search and Destroy and their Overload has looked pretty solid, to be honest with you, especially for Legend. Sitting in the Search and Destroys has been very, very strong all season long, especially comparatively to how things had looked previously. So his step up has absolutely helped them out. But they're going up against a squad who have come into the forefront as one of the teams to really keep an eye out on in this Group A, and it's Rock Ascension. Their academy team, Brycey, still not looking too far behind the actual Rock team, so much so is that they actually did beat them at one stage, but that's their only win, which is the biggest surprise for me.
Yeah, it's kind of insane, really, when you put it like that this team almost kind of showed us a massive upset straight out of the gate, and the questions are asked, well, how far can they go? So far, haven't been soaring amongst the clouds in the rest of the games, but this is basically the decider. Can you turn it on its head on its final day and show us all the skill that took down Rock to begin with?
yeah, let's see what happens. I mean, we've seen a couple of really big games from some of those players. Players like Sway have really impressed across the board, but let's see if they can impress here up against Team France. It's a really interesting game, to be honest with you. I kind of look towards Rock Ascension for the hard points, where as for Team France, I really like the Search and Destroys for them. It's going to be one of them. It is a little bit of a toss-up, to be honest, Pricey. I'm not going to go into this one and put my eggs in any particular basket. This is a difficult one. Colossus hard point is going to be coming up for map number 1, Raid, Search and Destroy, and then Den Overload will follow. If we need to see it, it'll be Sake hard point for 4, Den, Search and Destroy for 5. I honestly haven't got a clue. If you would actually ask me. I think it's a really, really difficult one to predict. Both these two teams have had flourishes, but have not quite been able to seal the deal on a couple of occasions. They very much need to seal the deal right now.
They will, and they will see if they want it more today. Of course, the benefit of some of these games is that you basically get a week to prepare for them. So hopefully that they've managed to work out their breaks and get everything ready to rumble. Hopefully they are warmed up, because today really is make or break. I've said it before just in the intro. We have never had a group this much on the bubble. We don't know where it's going to go. We have seen upsets so far, and if you lose today, it might be the end of your run.
It very well will be for one of these two teams. I'm pretty sure losing you're done. I wouldn't like to quote you on what happens if they win, because there are other results that will be dependent, but we will get there when we need to. Well, we won't. The admins will, and we will communicate that, because I am not getting involved, Pricey.
It's a good plan. It's a good plan. These two teams go into it here as well. But I mean, yeah, we've seen Rock Ascension briefly. Realistically, we haven't seen too much of them last week. And everything we've kind of said, you know, they did beat Rock to begin with. Maybe the biggest juggernauts have been in EMEA so far this season, and it gave us high hopes. But can they do it again? Can they take down Team France, another team who really has been kind of putting teams to the sword, or at least having very close games with them? And that may be the theme that we have been seeing so far throughout EMEA.
I mean, for Rock Ascension, let's just touch on some of those results. Actually, exceptional, beating them 3-1. They lost to Ask Esports 3-2, then beat Rock Esports themselves at 3-1. But then looking at after that, 3-0 up against Exceptional for normal Rock Esports, but Rock Ascension losing to AtlasLions 3-1. That's the big result for me. That is maybe going to come back and bite them, especially the fact that they're down by around 20 or so points to kick things off. Team France now found themselves in a position over towards P2. And yeah, look, I think for Rock Ascension, it's been a problem of inconsistency. When they are good, though, they're a very, very strong team. Let's see if they can find a breakthrough over towards this P2 side. Spawn still here for Team France. Rock Ascension in control momentarily.
There's P2. We know on this map it really becomes the kind of the pin of getting those points in here. So far, they're doing a really good job to push them all the way into the back spawn. They flip the spawns around as well. For Rock Ascension, a pretty good retake with 20 seconds left to go. If they can find this time, which is looking unlikely with the bodies piling to the front.
Well, keeping an eye as much as he can as the spawns over towards the backside momentarily with Rock, but Faisal, not a great deal he can do from there rather than just disrupt this transition over towards P3, which is now very much underway. Pretty much on his own. Good shots in the real champ. Can he find a second here as well? Tad and Co are here to just try and rebuke this, and they have managed to do so. So 28 seconds on rising here for Rock Ascension. 50 seconds to play for over towards P3 and finding the kills as well. This is a good start to their hold to try and close that gap.
Here comes the first push. We'll see the stack coming in here, but Tad goes down, and Real Charm just trying to keep this avenue open for his teammates as he looks to thread a needle through anybody, but so far that push has not worked underneath, and now 3 members of Rock Ascension are basically having to just run into the gunfight if they want to take it. Real Charm does manage to find one. Not going to be any more here, and this is very slow.
Can't manage to find a way through, and once they were pretty much battered off it, it has been a struggle to find a way back through. That's a nice clean wipe to find as well. You may be throwing your life away a little too haphazardly there. If you are Rock Ascension, get a split spawn though. 2 players still over towards the backside of P4, and the others now have managed to make their way through mid-map and found a couple of kills on the other side of things. So not the end of the world for Rock Ascension. You got the transition over towards 4, which has just popped. But realistically, you would have expected a little bit more out of that P3, and the breakbacks were not necessarily the cleanest start.
Well, that's a good initial wipe, to be fair. That's going to take them basically down, but that's actually finding 2. Gives this team a little bit of breathing room. They now know they're probably going to have not worry about that middle push. And for the rest of the team, if they can get here in time, maybe they can make a difference into the gunfight. But the gauntlet becomes a gauntlet for a reason, and they are denied once again.
Can't find themselves their way through quite yet. Blades made some inroads. So how on earth has Legend managed to find 2? Oh, you've got to be asking questions there. Legend finds a slide through and spawns Rock Ascension way out with that push. So that wasn't a bad hold of the initial 30 seconds or so. But Team France are going to get a lot of these rewards if you can't find a break back through. If you're Rock Ascension, Danny and Co. Still managing to find the kills. One player coming through the middle is going to be Faisal. He is shut down. Team France will have themselves around a 30-second lead. Heading into the second rotation, they would have taken that all down.
Wow. This game is still very much up in the air here. I was actually looking through some of the stats before this one, Ton, to be honest, about, hey, who's been shining on these teams. And the truth is, when you get down to the raw statistics, nobody. It's almost as close to one as you could be for most of these players. The highest out of any of these is a 1.06 from all of the games they've played so far.
It's pretty steady across the board, though, right?
Yeah.
That's what you want. But it's more so to look at everybody and their record based on that. Then what are you doing wrong if the slaying hasn't been an issue? Sway trying to find a way over the top. He can't quite get it done. Legend on a hell of a game every single time. We keep an eye on him. There's 2, 3 following up. Seems to be when we're watching him. So, Observer, if you are a fan, just keep an eye on him. Team France now trying to find a way back through over towards P2. Not bad going over towards P3. Have a slight extension of that lead. Rock Ascension now in a good position to maybe get some good time. Those kills from Sway will definitely help out, and Tads will help out even further.
All the way around here. Trying to catch some players, Sway, but it's not going to get the timing quite right. But fortunately, the rest of Team France have not got into position to try and slow this one down yet. First kill's going down. More pressure coming out towards the back here as Rock Ascension will now have to hold the front. That is a spawn out as well. If they lose these gunfights, they will lose the hill. And that is exactly what has happened. Rock Ascension maybe a little bit too spread.
It's just far too easy of a wipe. Now Team France in a really nice spot to re-extend this lead, which Rock Ascension did chip away at, and maybe able to do so a little bit more. Tad, really nicely done, but can't quite finish off Danny, who gets to spawn over towards the backside. Team France still in control. 10 seconds to go, and we're over towards P3. It's been a strange one. Honestly, Rock Ascension are finding a couple of good moments. They're putting themselves in good positions and just not winning their gunfights whatsoever. And that maybe has happened again on the way over towards P3 because all 4 are dead again. You can't let that happen when you've had time to set up. Everybody loses their gunfights. You lose control, and you may well be losing a hold on this map right now as Team France starting to extend. That lead now sitting at around 70, and there's 45 to play for P3.
I'll tell you something, you are right about Legend looking a bit more crispy when he's on the point. Some sort of buff from the Observer. But they're still fighting. They're still winning at this point. Legend now watching the flank here. They know there's going to be pressure from more angles than one. Legend will check this in a second, but there's 2 against him. Can't get either one, and this may fall down. I say that, it's not going to happen. Everybody wiped out of that one. Rock Ascension, they had a good start into it, but a bad ending. With 18 seconds left to go, they no longer have the spawn either. This has gone fully to Team France.
And it's been a very poor minute for the side for Ascension, to say the least. Nadok's now at a 3. I expect him to make it 4. Absolutely does so. No control over towards this backside spawn just yet. Big gunfight won by Faisal. We'll find a second as well. Has a little bit of backup now from the rest of the team. Faisal finds another. He will get 3 as Tad will come on through with the reinforcement. So big kills coming through from Faisal. Absolutely had to find those, Pricey. 45 seconds to go here, though, and look how easy this has been for Legend to get through. Is nobody watching the back? Are we serious? How has he got through so easily? There is the break. Rock Ascension... I mean, they just can't hold a thing. I mean, on multiple occasions, we've seen them find a break or find themselves in a good position or seemingly cannot hold to save their lives.
That is a fundamental aspect of anyone's game, Ton, that you can't afford to be like that. Right? Like, if you can get a rotation, you have to hold. That's where the points come from. It's one of the reasons that rotations are so important, and yet, somehow, so far... it has all been about Legend, who picks up 3 there that might be calling game as they all get now into P1. Rock Ascension have broken that 100-point limit, but that is all they've done so far this game.
Yeah, Legend definitely receiving the Observer buff, because every single time I'm thinking, wow, he must be frying, because he gets 3 or 4 every time we watch him. Currently sitting at 22 and 22. The rest of his team, the ones picking up the pieces, but realistically speaking, I think that's kind of come to fruition when you talk about those KDs. Everybody on Team France has been pulling their weight, and Rock Ascension have been easily dealt with here in map number 1. 20 seconds away for Team France to take a 1-0 lead.
And sometimes, Tun, I like to sell the dream on a comeback, but there's very little that you could say has given you any sort of hope into this game for them as well. The kills keep looking more dominant from Team France, even as they look to close this one out on a P1. Will be Rock Ascension who grab a little bit of the consolation points, but while they get into this P2, it would have to be P2 to P3 to P4 for them to actually have a chance.
Jordan Belfort couldn't sell this comeback to me, Brycey. I'm not going to lie. It's going to be very, very difficult for Rock Ascension to get this one over the line on Colossus. It takes one decent break, which, well, seemingly hasn't been difficult to come by if you're Team France. Rock Ascension have been folding like an empty deck chair time and time again every single time that Team France have found a way forward. Those rotational kills, though, working out in their favor. You don't hold the spawns towards the back. What are we doing? There's the break. There's the gain. Team France surely close this one out. It's just far too easy. Legend with the final one. He's had a good game. Don't care what everybody says, but that may well be one of the reasons as to why they're sitting so low on the scoreboard. Because honestly, that's one of those game modes you see them in positions to be succeeding, and then, well, we all seen it. Losing spawns multiple different times. Communication just not there. A lot of questions to be asked over that map in particular. There is still a lot of the series to go, but credit over towards Team France, frankly. They were finding those breaks very, very easily. We'll give them a lot of credit for that. But for Rock Ascension, back to the drawing board when it comes down to Colossus Hardpoint, to say the least.
Yeah, and I'll tell you something, right? That last P2 sums up the issues they've been having perfectly. They had made the kills, right? 3 were up from Rock Ascension. Spawns weren't blocked. Hill wasn't in. And I know that maybe you can take your foot off the gas when you're that far behind because you aren't going to win. But fundamentals matter. You cannot allow the team that you've just killed to get the good spawn and you're not even in time. It doesn't work that way. And unfortunately, if they don't manage to pick it up or find something better, then there is no playoffs, and that may be the end of their run in the elite. So for me, that was a little bit sloppy. Maybe it's just a slow start or a couple of comm issues, but we'll have to find out.
Yep, we'll figure it out very, very quickly for this team in particular, but a big game going on here as well. One that TheAtlasLions absolutely must win. Currently sitting at a not too bad stage here up against Exceptional. This has been a very, very good map number 1 between these two teams with 15 seconds to go over towards P5. Zyro lighting it up with 4 in a row. A good hold over towards P5 here for TheAtlasLions, and a one that they need heading into the nitty-gritty of map number 1.
Well, for Exceptional, it's always been the case of, hey, sometimes look brilliant, other times look kind of okay. This loss on map 1 to the TheAtlasLions would certainly put them back into that okay bracket, but we have had high expectations of them. Game is not quite over yet. This is definitely one on the cusp of being an absolute banger. Both teams can now still technically win on this P1, and the TheAtlasLions are looking like the more dominant team with the control they just took.
5 seconds to go here over towards P1. There is some really good time to potentially be made here. Makuf and Zyro, though, will start to fall. Verset is trying to hold down what he can. Exceptional trying to find a way back through. Makuf is good for 2, though. 31 kills to his name, and maybe, just maybe, Brycey, heading into playoffs, we still get to say his name. 2, 3, 4, you're 15 seconds away. Zyro finding 2 as well. Exceptional need to find a way back through very, very quickly.
Well, here we go. This is now a do or die here, and you cannot lose 2 like that. Oh, they may have done it just off that 2-piece. You thought Exceptional were going to be in. You thought they had the better position to get into P2 and maybe make this a game. But unfortunately, that is not the case. A wonderful 2-piece off of P1 onto the rotating players meant there was no longer a chance.
Wonderfully done. And that is a massive, massive win for the TheAtlasLions. Looking over towards their group as well, setting at 1 and 3 also. That will send a very scary message to a couple of other teams. And honestly, Exceptional are sitting at 2 and 2, so that would put them at 2 and 3. TheAtlasLions would have the match over them as well. A scary moment to be an Exceptional fan. They're not guaranteed to be home just yet.
No, they certainly are not. And, well, we said things are going to be a little bit spicy coming into the day, and that does mean every map and every series does matter. As we kind of look back on the statistics of this one, I mean, 37 from Linz and Miley, really putting down the kills and the damage, but unable to walk away with the win. And that was Zyro, who did get that 2-piece on that rotation to shut the game down from what could have been a nail-biter.
Great game between those two to kick things off over, I believe, I'm going to say on Charlie. Did we say Charlie?
It's one of them.
It's on one of the other ones. I had a 50% chance chance of being right. So who knows if I got it right. But either way, that's on one of the other streams that we have going on here on youtube.com/COD Challenges. If you want to keep an eye on every game that we have getting ready to go here across the rest of this evening. Of course, we got Group A now. Group B coming up after as well. We have to have everybody play their games at the same time, so nobody's, you know, be like, oh, I'd rather play up against this team. No, you just have to play as well as you possibly can and try and find your win. Interesting Group B as well when we do get there, Brycey, but Group A very much proving to be spicy today.
Yeah, it really has. And it's kind of what we were speaking about last week, right? When we were looking at some of the results coming in, nothing was as consistent as we thought it was going to be. Normally, the better teams differentiate themselves, but with teams beating other teams that were also in contention, it's kind of like that one where A beats B, B beats C, and C beats A, and everybody has no idea what's going on. But this is one of the games we hope to find out if things get a little clearer as we start loading into the S&D.
And again, at the top of the show, I said I really did fancy the searches for Team France, just based on what we've seen from them, to be honest with you, but it's not necessarily been easy to ascertain of which way this one will go still. Rock Ascension running through the middle of the map and getting kind of caught out. Team France now left in a 2 versus 3. Need to find that gunfight if you're Blade, and you do. 2v2 in the blink of an eye, and both teams meeting in the middle of the map and coming out even.
Well, they trying to work out where this rotation has gone. Oh, the timing here is everything. Does he see the cross? No. Ever so slightly, Danny does not get the information in. Well, one gets caught, and now he's out in the open, running, Danny, for his life. And just that few pixels, that little bit of a sight line did not give the information. Now the player who's technically defending is running for their life.
Stays alive though, so gives himself the opportunity, but a difficult one to try and get a hold of. Finds the first gunfight. Gonna look for the second here as well. Extremely weak. You've got to chal this if you're Faisal, but you've got to chal it quickly. Danny in a really difficult spot. Faisal finds the right way around, and that's a nice 1v1 to find. Rock Ascension, one to the good. And a search and destroy that they solely need to find.
Got it done. You could tell Danny was really hoping for that help to come back, but for not Tad, just getting in the right position and really kind of pushing the tempo there when he didn't get any hits onto him. But kind of a wild round with the teams going around the houses looking for each other. But does put Rock Ascension into the lead. A lead they really need to try and capitalize on.
A lot of search and destroy to go yet. No one's applying for Team France. Just fishing for some information right now. Legend might be fishing for a VS Recon bullet out of his forehead if he's not careful. But a push over towards this B side for Team France is formulated, and Rock Ascension are going to have to answer to that. But right now, just looking for a little bit more information on both two teams. I love this transition through the middle of the map. They've kind of forced them away because they got a deep player in Faisal over towards this A side. He's going to continue to survive. Did get tagged up. Was an 85 HP when we went back to him. Strange map the way that this has worked so far in this round, though. A lot of mid-map control here for Team France. Kind of allows them to do what they want to do, and push over towards B is wide open.
Can they get this down? Trying to get in the right position here so he doesn't get hit. Sniper out, you can hear it. Hasn't caught them. Real Charm will be calling this one out as where one player is gone. The flank play is big here. Danny, I don't know if he's looking the right way he's going to be. Has managed to get it as well. Flank now secured. For Rock Ascension, this is a bit of a nightmare.
Difficult scenario, especially with the positioning, and that's just so well worked. Team France, fantastically done. But Rock Ascension with not much control over towards kitchen, so you give away control of mid. Just a very passive defense, and you've allowed Team France so much of the map to play with. Invested heavily over towards this A side, and Alex and Co were quite happily waltzing their way over towards B and getting that bomb down. Nicely done. One apiece. Let's see how the rest of this does play out, but interesting start. Curious if Rock Ascension allow Team France to have that much room again. I wonder if they got forced out with a couple of stuns or something like that at the start of the round. Didn't quite see it from our POV, but yeah, you need to have a lot more control over the mid-map if you want to try and find some defensive rounds.
Well, here comes a mid-map fight from the stairs and the pillars. And everybody just sort of piling in there, but it is going to be Rock Ascension who walk away. Blade gonna try and thread a needle here, but won't get any information quite yet. Can he catch this player? Oh, there's no pixels. And the plant goes down. He knows he missed an opportunity. Opportunity gotten. 2 versus 2. Looking for the player onto the headies. Oh, Danny gets one back. And now it's a 1 versus 2. Sway alone and outnumbered. Oh, he's defusing.
Can't see it. Can't see it. I don't think he'd be expecting him, and Danny guns him either way. Shout out the headshot multiplier, because Danny has just deleted him. Oh, I'd like to see that kill come back, because that looked like a... I mean, look, okay, fair enough, it's an NPC. At that range...
All heads.
Yep.
Wow. It was just those moments on that bomb that made a bit of a difference here, but Team France now leading 2-1. And for Rock Ascension, they feel like they could have had that one into the bag, but a couple of gunfights they weren't really expecting to lose. And now they'll have to make a bit of an adjustment. Here comes a push, bit of a spread from Team France.
This time you can see Rock Ascension do have a little bit more min-map control. So he's putting himself in this spot, which is going to make them, well, be a little easier on where they want to really put their resources. They can gain information off Sway in a couple of different ways. They ain't seen anybody. Just use your powers of deduction. Right now, though, it's pretty much a stalemate between these two. Everybody just feeling each other out. Team France backed up big time.
Wait, gonna be the first in here and does manage to find a kill. Looking for a second. Oh, it's outrageous, and that's now going to be 3 down. Danny left alone with 1 versus 3. He finds the first. Super weak player going to be the doorway. No time to regain. And that all went wrong very, very quickly.
I think the retrial from Legend was a little egregious, frankly. Looking to just try and find the trade through the middle of the map, but you'd have just been traded back. But irrelevant of that, Faisal is there to pick up the pieces. Danny nearly makes it interesting. But that one was a game of chess until it was a fist fight in a phone booth, to be honest with you. Both of them just waiting around, looking for information, and then hit mid. Nothing was gained from Team France from what they wanted, and just choose to, well, roll the dice, and you came up with 2 1s. Rock Ascension now. They're going to try and find someone on their attack, and this is aggressive, and Real Charm will punish. Legend will find one to answer back, but Faisal will find one more back himself. Danny will continue to survive inside of Kitchen, but it's a 3v2 in the favor of Rock Ascension.
Danny trying to move into a better position here. Will he get a bit of timing? He's going to find at least one, though. Will he be challenged? He goes for a challenge himself! That's insane to go over the top. Maybe he was hoping to jump out the way of somebody else, but this leaves us in a 1 versus 2 for Blade. I think he might get a bit of bad timing here as well. We'll look to just check this bomb site. Hasn't seen anybody yet so far. Let's get a bit closer. We'll check again and then head up the stairs.
Difficult to do a great deal, especially when you're being spotted coming up the staircase. Rock Ascension find a couple of rounds in a row. Nice work, and yeah, the trial from Daddy was interesting, to say the least. It's Tad there to pick up the pieces onto Blade. Nicely done from Rock Ascension. Patient with it once they had the numbers. A good shot from Real Charm to open things up there with the scope. Can they keep this one up, though? 5 spree for Sway. Keep an eye on that one. A couple of kills away from that Hellstorm, I'd like to imagine, but Team France will have to be wary of that.
A lot of pressure pushed. Team France have backed them down. Team France with this control over towards A site, but still not confident they're going to find a push. Here we go. Real Charm. That's what they were looking for. Not trying to just get a little bit of information here. A lot of pressure still on them. Bomb not down quite yet, so the Rock Ascension, you can hold this one out for a while, but still they are trying to find a kill. Nobody has gone down yet.
Yeah, Team France are really forcing the issue, and eventually will get their just rewards. Tied over towards the back side, though. Able to find something. Team France trying to bite off maybe a little more than they could chew. Sway on this flank, though. is maybe going to cause absolute chaos. Legend, does he get away from this? Just about, but it would have been called out. Nobody else there over towards that side. Real Champ's just going to hop it. Not going to work out. Yeah, Alex going to be able to find that pick. Tad finds one back. Oh, how on earth has he found the second 1v1?
Okay, this is all timing now. This way, a decision has to be made. Do I push the tempo or do I wait and hope they make themselves clear for Nadox to just back off about as far as he can? Oh, I think he's seen him as well. That's literally perfect for Nadox. Now all he has to do is back off. He doesn't have to take a fight. He's won this anyway. And Sway's like, well, there's nothing I can do here. I can't even get the kill. He's not even allowing me to engage. Nadox does win it in the end here and beaten by the clock. I did say you got to make a decision in those scenarios. It's either you go for the gunfight or you go for the defuse and hope for the best.
7-4 out of Nadox. The final kill would follow. And honestly, for Team France, though, that was not necessarily a risky game, but they were really looking to try and get a pick just so they had total control over towards that laundry side. It's a good job they did. Because in the end, it does come down ultimately to a 1 versus 1. The immediate defuse from Real Charm was, you know, it's the kind of thing I actually love to see. That's old school, that one. Just hop it and see what happens.
Unfortunately, you know, didn't go that way. Actually, speaking of things not going the way here, I just saw a 6-0 in one of the S&Ds. That's an exceptional. Just took down AtlasLions 6-0 in the S&D to tie the series up, Ton, and it was pretty much a complete wash.
Whew. I mean, this was a carbon copy. Realistically, Ascension were the ones who were trying to find a little bit of control over towards the laundry side, except they didn't win their gunfights. But Faisal has to win 3 in a row, can find 1, but not the second. And that's another round heading Team France's way, and Nadox is on a 6 spree. The defuse will put him within spitting distance of that Hellstorm. And on raid, it's important. Certainly not a 6-0 on our hands here, though, Brycey. Very, very close game here on raid.
Yeah, neither of these teams really giving up. They are adapting around the pushes and the pressure. We'll see if this does continue, though, but this game's so close. 1 round doesn't matter, but for Nadox, the big gun on the map so far. They really haven't been going one way or the other for a lot of these rounds. This time it does seem more pressure over towards A, leaving Blade out towards himself as Nadox has a running gun battle there. Legend will pick it up for him. Nadox doesn't have bomb either, so he can't get the plant to get any more points going forward. Just a bit of information gained, but look at this. Nadox is now acting as bait.
And the bait has been taken because the flip over towards B is working out well for Team France. Legend will get this one down. As I said, I really do like their search and destroy game. Coming to fruition now, isn't it? Real Charm looking to try and find a pick to help Ascension through, but you're in a 3 versus 4. He needs to produce some moments of magic, to say the least.
That's not going to help. Oh, no, that's just a little bit of a tickle here, but still numbers advantage.
Wants to try and stay alive here, does nothing.
Yeah. Player looking the wrong way. It's about the easiest gunfight you're ever going to take there, Ton.
Yeah, a precarious one just because of the spree that he's on, and he wants to secure that Hellstorm as quickly as he can. And yeah, you wouldn't want to give it away with an awkward gunfight against somebody like Sway, who is not likely to give you more than one opportunity. But opportunity taken. And now all of a sudden, you're a match point. There's a Hellstorm in your back pocket. Rock Ascension, there is easier spots to be in than this.
Here comes the bush. It's heavy to beat. Legend will have called this one out, of course, and now reinforcements are going to be here. Do they try and get in position for a retake, or do they try and contest the plant to begin with? And they don't have the angle to contest it. That bomb is going to go down. Nadox is calling it in, though. Can they run fast enough? Where is everybody going? The animation on this is about 7 Ice Ages long, so they have an opportunity to get out. And now they've only got the information.
And absolutely nothing with it. Information has been gained, though. And Sway has got to be the one you isolate very, very quickly. You're trying to find the gunfight. But this time around, Sway wins that dance. In the end, it's going to be 1 versus 2 for Danny to try and pull off. There's one more. Oh, he knows he's inside of the pool, but he's just going to try and recover as long as he possibly can. Not going to happen. Rock Ascension survived the round, survived the Hellstorm, and live to fight another day in this search and destroy.
A lot invested there. The issue, like I said, as it was going on, is the animation is so long that every player had a chance to get into a better position. You thought that maybe there'd be a bit more of a chow coming in from some of Team France to try and catch somebody, but they were, of course, unsure until that camera pointed down exactly where everybody was. It does, of course, mean that this game very much still up for grabs here. Rock Ascension on the defense.
Head over towards B, though, is on its way. Tad is tagged up. So that is, well, taking a little bit of pressure away from what they head over towards this B side. I think that was a counter smoke back. Team France have not been deterred too much, though, but have taken a moment, which has allowed Rock Ascension that time to get themselves in a better position, and that better position is going to result in a couple of kills. It's not Tad to find two in the middle of the map. Faisal's backing it up with two of his own. And Sway finds one to his name. That's a huge round from Rock Ascension. And Team France, they stuttered for a second. They hesitated on the push over towards B. And that just gave Rock Ascension the time they needed to get themselves into position and find that round as clean as a whistle. Round 11 we go.
And all that way, all that advantage that they had will come down to a single roll of the dice. Rock Ascension has done very, very well to recover. Team France probably feeling a little bit sick once they had that Hellstorm and didn't get anything from it, but here comes the push. It's an A aggressive push. They're going straight for it as well. Team France are sending players all the way around. Only one now, maybe a second guess for it. They're going to try and get into a position to hit this. This is a big gunfight coming down. Fatal already down. Legend finds the first blood. Tad is going back. His teammate is coming with him.
Big fight mid. So he's going to find something. Finds one. 3v2. But the gunfight's going to go the opposite way. It has to be Danny in the 1v2 to win the game.
He's going way through, but a knife out is not a gun, and loses that as well. Rock Ascension tie this series up, coming back on the S&D. They were down, but they were not out.
And it's 3 rounds in a row from Rock Ascension. They were 5-3 down. And it's a big gunfight over towards the back side of things. The double flank comes through, and you find them cleanly over towards the backside of Garage, and then all of a sudden it is a, well, simple round from there, isn't it? The push comes in from Rock Ascension over towards A. It is absolutely free. Team France rolled the dice over towards B. It did not land. Rock Ascension tie us up in this series, Brycey. What a game of Surge that one was.
Yeah, unbelievable, really, to come back. We thought it was over. We thought we were going to the next map, especially with the Hellstorm in the pocket. And yet somehow that is not to be. Look at the damage when we could have talked about it just now, but Rock Ascension were basically putting bullets into everybody. I think I saw, I'm trying to work out what, I think it might have been not Tad. He was 9-9, but had almost 1,600 damage from the kills he did manage to make.
I mean, I think one of the big things for me is the 3 first points that Rock Ascension have managed to find. So in turn, you put it on the other side. That means a full 8 on the side of Team France. And they will go on to lose the game. That is a difficult one to take, I would imagine. Because really, they were doing everything right as far as those open and breaks go. But honestly, I just feel as if, you know, that Hellstone play was maybe a little bit of a panic push. One of those moments where you don't get the most from that, and do you get a bit nervous from that stage? Absolutely you do. And this was it, wasn't it? The round where Danny was in the 1v1 to win the game. He needed a 1v2 to turn it around for Team France by the time we got to round 11. Rock Ascension with a brilliant comeback.
Well, it was certainly a game that has shocked us a little bit. I thought Team France might have had it in the bag. But hey, join the other teams, or the other games that are also tied up 1-1, so we'll see how they go. But it is what we were talking about. You need to play today. You need to make sure that you get those wins under your belt. Our groups are tight. The hard point wasn't, the S&D was. But Rock Ascension definitely not out of this running yet.
Not by a long shot. I felt like it, though, when Team France are 5-3 up. Already smoked them in the hard point. You're thinking this series is heading in one direction, but back-to-back rounds from Rock Ascension make this one interesting. Den Overload is heading our way with Sake hard point and a Den Search and Destroy potentially to follow it. We'll at least see that Sake hard point heading our way. In just over a map's time, we'll be heading back over towards Alpha pretty sharpish. We are loading in already for a Den Overload. That is going to be massively pivotal here. Again, Team France, I've enjoyed what I've seen from them as far as the Search and Destroy and Overload goes. It was the hard point they managed to win in map number 1. And are they still going to be feeling confident here heading into map number 3? Let's find out.
Anything's up for grabs. Not Tad trying to take a little bit of the gunfights up top and has done so. Already everybody just fighting for that position here as Sway gets really aggressive with it. Obviously, if his team can now make the kills in the middle of this map, they will be able to move the EMP, and well, that's exactly what they did need. Still, nobody's managed to grab it. Got to get it and get out of there. That reset just caused the player to miss, and all the kills go against them.
That's a good position now as you got Legend as the lead blocker. Keeping players away from this B side. Needs to maybe find 1 or 2 more, but it's going to land either way. Nadox gets it there in time. That's a big gunfight for Danny to win as well. Just clear out your spawn, not create any more pressure, but honestly, Fizzle did, actually, I believe it was Sway, did a really good job of just pushing those Team France players back. They had to answer him on the backside, but the damage had already been done. Team France get the first score on the board.
Still fighting over this reset. Sometimes you can get a relay onto this one, but not going to be the case quite yet. Looking for a couple of kills. Everybody taking position and slowing this one down. He's looking for the second for his team. Has managed to find it, and now moving forward, and this is a big kill if he can find it as well. Oh, there's a amount of teammates coming flying through for the save. Everything there for Team France, stopping it.
They do well with it. Now is the counterplay potentially on the cards. It's really going to be on Sway who can cause some issue here. They're going to be so careful of him, but he's not necessarily being juked, but he's a little bit behind the player. The rest of his team are doing a very solid job at defending, though, and that's a big kill to find. But there was a gap open in the Team France attack, if anything, there. Rock Ascension walks straight through it, and Sway will shut that one down.
A little bit of a fight on the outside. That is very aggressive. Somehow still finds a kill, and Charm tries to get through before anybody else can catch him. And that spawn is a million miles away. This one is going home, surely. I think they may have slowed it down without knowing it. Nadox looking for something, finds one. And if they'd been a little bit quicker, they might be able to make something of it, but it hasn't worked so far. And now, on the other foot, Daniel, though, cleaning that one up pretty easily. His teammate will come and help him out. I say that, and that is not what has happened. This roof push is always pretty tumultuous. You really cannot get anything locked down very easily. Although I say that, and Tad is doing a very good job of it himself. And again, a stop.
How on earth has he found both those two just in time? There's still the pressure coming on through. Danny will get shut down. I'm going to manage to make it out. Tad will find a couple of gunfights, but we'll just take this over towards the other side of the map. Keep it away from danger. Trade's going to be there just about for Team France, but Real Charm will answer back. Keeping this pressure on here, though, Rock Ascension. They may well still have this opportunity. The opportunity seems to have been lingering for about 30 seconds.
Oh, this is still one of those games where everybody good at defense. It's become more prevalent as the season has gone on. Everybody really knows how to stop these pushes. But with all the back and forth, all the kills, and the flanks and the pinches that have been made, only one score has gone in.
Both teams have had their opportunities. Team France are the only one to take it so far.
Elves, we'll find out what has happened in that game when we get an opportunity. Fortunately, there are other games going on, Ton, so hopefully we can get a bit of an update from some of those as I look down the scores. From what I understand, Rocky Sports is up 2-0 against Ask. Exceptional and TheAtlasLions are in their third map as well. So those games are still ongoing. But Rocky Sports, I think there was a couple of close games. We are looking now into our game into this, and well, I mean, this couldn't be more any towards exceptional if you tried. 6-0 already, Ton.
Yeah, exceptional. Running away with this overload, to say the least. Halfpipe was an interesting one between these two, though, without the Science taking that one away, but since then, that's very much been turns. It was a 6-0 in the Search and Destroy by Exceptional. And now about to win this one 6-0 as well. They now go 2-1 up in that series. Great news for them. They, well, will need to find themselves a win here. It would be expected that they do so. Not necessarily making it as easy as they possibly could. But 2-1 up in the series now. They'll feel confident to close this one out somehow, some way.
I think those last two maps have certainly given them a bit of a morale boost after losing map number 1. So we'll see how they continue on to it as well. I've actually don't know if our Bravo map is in its 3rd map yet. I know that it's been Rock Esports that have been winning it so far. Their S&D was a round 11 decision maker that had to happen. So it's close for Rock Esports. They are certainly not the dominant team that we have expected in previous stages.
No, but a team change coming through for them, not to make excuses, but I would like to think that things will start to get a little bit better for them as we head into the playoffs. But for them, I believe them beating Ask would probably guarantee them a first place in Group A. So I think for them, they will be more than happy to find that if they can do, and that will carry them through where they probably think they should be after the group stage is gone. But I mean, look, they only lost their first ever group stage game last season in stage 3. The first 2 stages went undefeated, and that stage that they lost a group stage game in, they actually went on to win it in stage 3, the entirety of EMEA Challengers Elite. So I think it's always difficult for us, especially with those top teams, to ascertain that group stage and what we really think of it and what bearing it has on playoffs. Sometimes it doesn't have really a great deal. As long as you're in, that's all you need to do.
Yeah, it certainly is. And I mean, that's kind of always been the case, is as long as you get there, then you can worry about it and worry about your matchups moving forward. But for some of these teams, they're probably a little bit stressed, right? It's just sitting there going, hey, we kind of expected this to be an easy run, and now just one day, today, could be a difference maker. We tell teams not to worry in the first week. You can always recover, but it does put a little bit more strain on the system, knowing that you have to do or die against some of these teams. And we're not even into the permutations yet. That'll come down the line as well. How many do you have to win? If you don't have a clean win, do you have the tiebreakers, which we will have to go down the line of and work out at the same time? Like I said, this has never happened to us before, that we are in this situation where it is so convoluted on who's actually going through at this point.
Well, looking at Group A, by the end of today, nothing was decided. Literally nothing was decided in Group A. First place could have changed. 3rd place, 4th place, 5th place, 6th place could all change through. I mean, the only thing that was really guaranteed was that Ask Esports were finishing top 2. Other than that, it could have been anything changing up. Rock Esports were in no danger of not making playoffs, but Exceptional France, Team France, Rock Ascension, TheAtlasLions, all in danger of not making it through. 2 of those teams are playing against each other now, with Exceptional with a brilliant start over on Denso.
Well, let's see. As this one play out between them at the moment, it's a good start from Exceptional, who have really been the dominant team in the last 2 maps. And you got a question, was that a slow start or just a couple of weaknesses in the armor of their gameplay going for it? We saw it was a potentially very close game for TheAtlasLions versus Exceptional that ended with a 2-piece on the rotation to P2. It could have gone the other way. Unfortunately, those hopes were snuffed out.
Good opportunity though for some time here for the side of TheAtlasLions, the time they sorely need. Find themselves 2-1 down here. Big opportunity for a lot of these teams to be playing in front of their home nation. And we go over to what is this from Cyber? Oh my goodness! What is going on this hill at the moment? There's 4 in a row from Zyro. Looks in 4 different directions. Blink and they die. He's still going 6 and 7. Oh.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to this game. We're up into the Charlie game. We actually don't know whether we were live when we were having discussions about statistics, but we can always revisit that at a later point to see how this is going on. Exceptional in the lead, Tom.
And Zyro, I think we got 11 of those kills on that P2 we seen last time out. We've found ourselves back here. And they find themselves quite significantly far behind. 50-second difference now with Exceptional. Put themselves in a fantastic position. There should be a decent enough hold, though. Can't find the kills. That makes the difference. Zyro now left all on his own once again. Backup is now here, but is it here in time? Just about. 30 seconds to play for. You need to find these extra gunfights. That's a big one from Versa. And now maybe TheAtlasLions can start to stabilize.
That push is not looking too good at the moment here. Player already taken down in the counters. Everybody else now running across the roofs, and it's difficult if you don't have a little bit of chaos going in for the attacking team. They're still going to push this one for the last few seconds, but a good hold by the TheAtlasLions also puts them in a position to be first here on the rotation to P3. 11 looking for something, finds nothing, and now becomes a 2v2 on the hill, but McCoof finds the first and does get traded out.
On some really good time. Gives themselves a little bit of an inroad here as we head over towards P3. Exceptional being absolutely battered out of it as well. Versa and 11 combining for 7. You heard me correctly. CABAL will find one back, but that's a really nice break for the TheAtlasLions. 35 seconds to play it for again. In a pivotal moment as TheAtlasLions will take the lead.
Rezi trying to do something there with a bit of a chow, but with 27 seconds left, they find themselves without the rotation and without any real ingress into this point. But that's a massive 2 on the kills that they've already found. And Zyro finds himself in a horrible position. Stunned up, they're going to know he's going to be here as well. Still wins the gunfight. And now, while they have got a player out and towards the backfield, they will hold on to this scrap time.
Some brilliant time that is as well. That's nearly a perfect hold over towards P3, and they've turned this game on its forehead. Versa trying to find a way through the back way. Can't quite get there. Zyro, honestly, just needs to stay alive here. As long as he possibly can, just to allow the rest of the team to find a way through the front. They were hunting him down, they managed to get him. Now a bit of a split spawn, that's a parallel. If anything, Linz must have been there from behind, and he can find the second one. That's going to be some good time for Exceptional. Big kills coming through once again.
And this has really just been all about the rotations. Mighty finds one. It's a decent trade here for Exceptional as Linz just grabs the second. Continuing to rack up these points as they go into the lead here, but they lose the player onto the point. CABAL will now come back and try to rescue it, but he is just not getting that player with the NPC who is dancing around outside of him, and down he goes. That is unfortunate for him there into the end here. Mighty going to try and regain, but it will be the TheAtlasLions who lead going back into P1.
30 and 20 from Linz. He's holding up his end of the bargain, but they're struggling with the TheAtlasLions right now, who are stringing together a couple of really good holds to make this game interesting. But that's a nice break to find. 3 kills in a row from Linz over towards P1. Now, can you continue to hold this with 45 seconds to go? Putting the pressure on, finding a little bit more room, and that room that they can walk into with P2 on its way, but that's why they're having to make their move. Versa. Now we'll call this in. We'll get the majority of Exceptional off, but this one is a very close one. Let's keep an eye on this over on Charlie, but Alpha is about to kick off here in map number 5, which can only make me assume, or map number 4, I should say, which can only make me assume that Team France found the overload that we started off on. And now here we are in map number 4.
Well, Team France have looked very good in this matchup so far. It's a good start for them again here, getting the first few points under P1 and having that spawn. But he's now going to try and push this one out. Easy first kill for him as well. Should go down here. Still alive for a bit longer than I was expecting, but the rest of the team will react.
3 kills found by Ascension, but now Rox is still here. Alive and kicking. Can he find a little bit more? He can. Ascension currently struggling to get themselves inside of the hill, but with 15 seconds to go, Team France just about on the right side of things, or were on the right side of things. So we will find 2 to maybe just put a little bit of pressure on these back spawns that Team France are going to be able to benefit from. We're already seeing Nadox over towards that garden side. He's going to get dealt with, so the push around the back will now start to come through. Hill will pop. Team France are the ones inside, but Ascension finding a way through the back.
Team France are going to know this. They know the pressure is now against them. 2 players sitting into this P2, trying to defend every angle they can. It's we called out, but not quick enough. Real Charm already finds one. Blade has found one as well, but trades go against you when you do not have the spawns. Rock Ascension now back into this P2. And for Team France, they will have to run all the way through these players to just try and grab some control back.
From Sway finds 2. That's massive. So that's all off the back of getting a little bit of control over towards this backside, spawning Team France away. 20 seconds to go. Team France will probably have a little stab at this one. Don't want to overinvest here. Be careful if you're Legend. You just want to cover off the roadside. The rest of your teammates have lost them at the wrong time, and that is just an absolute devastating moment. Team France were in a position to just safely rotate over towards P3. They find nothing. They get spawned out, spawned in for Rock Ascension at new with 55 seconds to go. And there is the break. I mean, that could not have went worse for Team France.
A little bit of making up to do here. See, they've got a couple of players into the field to try and make this chaotic, but they are losing the gunfights they need to make the difference. I say that. Legend finds 2. Blade finds the 3rd. And now comes down to a 1v1. Real Time looking for this in the parallel spawns across the map here. It will benefit Rock Ascension. They have players back in. They gain the spawn back as well. But Team France are here with 2. And somehow they found their own break.
That's a big gunfight won by Real Charm. He's found a 2nd as well. Gets a little bit of help from his teammate who was coming up the street as well. There's the clean wipe. There's 20 seconds heading Rock Ascension's way. That is one that Team France will want to get back, and that's a gunfight that Legend would have liked to try again as well. That is a disaster how that worked out. Rock Ascension pretty much string back-to-back hills. And Team France have got very little to write home about. Tad over towards the backside. Cannot take down Blade. If you're Team France, okay, it's only 25 seconds or so. Yeah, all right, it's not the end of the world. But it could have been a lot better. They're just lucky to still be within contention because Rock Ascension could have found themselves 100+ points there.
So this is where you really need to win some of those key gunfights. And some hills like this, I mean, we've spoken about how difficult this hill can be to gain control of once it gets chaotic. But if you do get control of it, there's plenty of cover, plenty of angles to sit in. And you can certainly make issues for it. That's exactly what I was talking about. Nanox here. He's playing the angle so well, they cannot get him.
But continue to survive. Good shots. Can't land it. It's Faisal to answer back, but the kills starting to come through now for Rock Ascension. 4 dead and clean dead for the final 15. So Team France will make a little bit of an indent. But honestly, not a great deal. They've closed that gap as we head now over towards P5, and this one is a little bit more awkward to fight over. Sway in the middle of the map is going to try and influence as best as he can. Can't find the 2nd. Alex and Legend combining well. And now an opportunity to take the lead here for Team France, who it has felt like they've been 2nd best throughout this rotation of hills so far. But a really big opportunity to find themselves with a pretty decent lead heading into the 2nd rotation if they can hold it down here. But Legend will get taken down, and Rock Ascension just fly on through far too easily. Team France crumble.
And I feel like Rock Ascension have just had the better time for most of these hills. But they have such a slight lead, it doesn't really matter quite yet. They'll be looking to get 20 seconds onto the board here, but Blade wins a big gunfight to try and give his team an opportunity to back him up. The rest of them now trying to fly it in as well. Sway's going to go down. Everybody trading back into this point. Now finds one more. Not going to be another. A 1v1 on the point for 10 seconds. And truth being told, it's 10 seconds that really only separates these teams anyway.
There's not a great deal on it. But I think if I was the happier of the two camps, I'm Rock Ascension, right? I think it feels as if they should probably be in a bit of a better lead than they are, but ultimately, that lead is theirs. And if you can keep playing this way, you're going to be able to add further pain to Team France here if you are able to find these rotations and make the most of it. Faisal with 2 through P1 and 40 seconds to play for here. You've got the right side of spawns. This is a brilliant position to finally get yourself a substantial lead. And one that you've been flirting with the idea of for quite some time. Now is the moment.
Well, this is massive for them. If Rock Ascension can find this, by the way, they send it to the map 5. Same thing actually happening in one of our other games. AtlasLions and Exceptional are heading there now. Wow. That one's got tied up. And for us, Esports versus Rock Esports. Rock Esports' history of maybe not always having the best overload come back to bite them. That's going map 4.
Alex now playing around, trying to get a little bit of control over towards the garden side. Spawns have flipped from the last moment. Well, it seemed as if Rock Ascension were the ones keeping a hold of the spawns over towards the backside. You're just going to spawn here if you're Danny. You've got to get some work done pretty quickly. Any kills here will be massive. Finds nothing. Player through the middle of the map. He's going to find a kill here for Rock Ascension as well. It's all coming up rosy for them as Nadok's going to have to try and find a way through. Real Charm shuts him down. Spawn over towards the backside though. Look at that. You're just not expecting it. If you're Tad, Nadok's will find him. And now can they start to collapse as Danny finds a way through the middle of the map. Can't find his gunfight. Blade will find another. And have the dominoes just fallen into place here for Team France. Not quite. Good defensive work by Rock Ascension. But this one's so back and forth. In the end, Team France with some control. 20 seconds to play forward. They'll likely get it. But Rock Ascension are going to still be in the lead by the time we head over towards P3.
Oh, it's a big rotation if they can find it. Now going into another gunfight. Not going to win that one this time. It does mean Blade is going to be here. And what is going to be a 16-point game does have Team France on that rotation first.
Spawned Rock out. Kind of similar scenario to what Rock Ascension managed to do on that previous rotation of hills has happened this time to Team France. Legend with 3 in a row at the right time. About to make it 4. Can he make it 5 here? 1v1 gunfight. The teammates are on the way back through, but it's actually 2v1. Rock Ascension find a way through. Blade now inside of the point. They find a break back. For all of that, these two teams are playing quick Call of Duty. It's not been the cleanest of games, but that is a clean shot from Blade. And that might now be Team France taking the lead. It is. With 20 seconds to go here at P3. This is their first opportunity to get some good time.
Legend already heading towards next. Real Charm will look to just contest a little bit of scrap time as well, but better cover coming in from Team France. Legend already finding kills on this rotation as well, but it's going to be heavily damaged. Does not have anyone to back them up here. Another big gunfight about to happen. Not Tad is, well, he doesn't need to make a gunfight. He knows his teammates are coming to back him up as well, and there's Real Charm doing just that. Rock Ascension are now here first, but a little bit compressed, whereas Team France have gone around.
They're trying to find a way through the middle of the map, just getting a little bit of control, but could not get any. This is anyone's game still with 40 seconds to go. Gunfight's just about going the way of Rock Ascension. Can't find a way through here for your Team France, and you are bleeding time. That spawn out might actually help them out, to be honest with you. Yeah, it has done. Blade's going to find 2 around the other side. Legend still over towards this side, and that is a blessing that you will take all day long. The break will come. It's a tied up game, but with 20 to go over towards the Garden Hill, that's a bigger opportunity for Team France to retake the lead once again.
Nobody knows how this is going to win. Well, big spitting Legend. Massive kills there to keep that one alive here. Now another big gunfight in towards the middle. Nadox is going to get caught out. And this could be Rock Ascension here first. They have the numbers. They've got a player going all the way around as well. This is now information. Does Real Charm find this? Oh, if he looks in the right direction, he finds 2, but he's at least going to find 1 here and cause some issues on the other side of it. That's the second one he was looking for. And the gunfight in the hill has not gone his team's way. He's probably frustrated knowing that he's managed to flank and get 2, and yet somehow they lost control.
Spawns over towards the backside though, but it's 4 in a row for Real Charm. Can he keep this one up? In the end, it's him left in a 1v1 on side of the side, but he gets a little bit of help and get the hill back. Nobody wants to win this game, Bryce. Yeah, I'm actually convinced of it. Nobody able to hold anything. Rock Ascension now put themselves with 20 seconds left here over towards P5 and a potential chance to win it on the next hill, but is the break going to come back the other way? It's looking that way. Nobody can hold on to anything. And Rock Ascension this time will fall. Team France are going to be 30 away by the time we head over towards P1.
Legend going all the way around. Wants to make this first kill. That's why he's done this. Looking for the angle, but tickles his teammate as well. But there's going to be 2 more kills coming from the trade. Nadox flying back out for it. 3 HP. Doesn't even slow down. Doesn't care about his own life. They are going to get back into this point now. 20 seconds good here for Team France. They are making the kills. They are trying to push Rock all the way back out of it. But somehow they find 2. This hill is still up for grabs.
Yeah, that was a big 2 from Faisal. The second one he shouldn't have found, but Team France are inside of the hill. They're just getting up some time as best as they possibly can. Gunfights are massive. Rock Ascension being traded across the board. Big gunfight for Danny. Can't find it. Sway will find one back. The trade's working Rock Ascension's favor. They need to hold on to this for 10 more seconds. They have the rotation for P2. They've got control of P1. Team France need to get in here in the next few seconds. If they can't quite win it, they only need 9. Are they there in time? Yes, they are. You have to contend if you're Rock Ascension.
They've done just enough. And now we go over. Can they throw up the walls? The fortress is beckoning. P2 can be a money hill. They've absolutely given up a lot of ground, though. Look at this. They know the pusher is coming out towards the back. Not Tad looking for it. A couple of trades coming through. They're just trying to get these bullets onto target here. Danny's looking for one as well. Finds it. Teammates now ropping out towards the back, and Maddox is waiting for his teammates to fly in. Every single angle, every single doorway is Team France pouring through. Can they find the kills in time? Reinforcements now from Rock Ascension fly in. Legend finds another one here, but 9 health in the dream. Down he goes, and it's going to be the spawn that could be the difference. Team France have bodies, and the bodies are flowing as they finally get this one over the line.
And Team France win the series and put themselves in a fantastic position to advance through the playoffs. That will be it for Rock Ascension. But what a hard point between those two teams, just fighting and jigging it out for the spawns so consistently, throwing them away on so many occasions. It felt like neither one of those teams wanted to win that map. Of course, they absolutely did. And it was Team France who get it over the line to win the series. And breathe. That was a breathless one. So back and forth between these two. Nobody really relenting. Just so fast-paced across the board. But look at the difference maker. And I'm going to point out the one that really makes a difference to me there. Blade. Yes, okay, the damage is fantastic. That's what you like to see. But 23 objective kills inside of the hill. Above and beyond anybody in the game. 3.27 kills per hill. That's exactly what you want to see.
Well, they get it done for a game that changed hands over a dozen times as we went through the motions of these hard points. One big push. Team France had a plan and they executed it. Rock Ascension could not hold on the spawns in that final P2 and it cost them.
It was difficult though, wasn't it? You had players over towards that backside and it was like a 4-man stack from Team France to try and find it. But the problem is, for Rock Ascension, you don't know where everybody's pushing. You wouldn't expect all 4 to push that side, but I think it was at least 3 in the end. Incredible work. Honestly, what a game this has been between these two squads. And Team France, in the end, do get a hold of the spawns. And if you're Rock Ascension, you just need to win a couple of gunfights. And with Nadix finding that one and the second one on top, that was game. And what a game it was. A brilliant one from Team France, especially it was a 5-3 win on Den and the hard points on top of it. They would have felt like they probably should have won that one 3-0. They were 5-3 up in the search and destroy. Brilliant performance from Team France. Unfortunately for Rock Ascension, that's going to be it for their elite stage. Team France now will advance on. I think it's going to give them a really good opportunity to advance on through. I don't want to say they are definitely through though, Brycey, because that has stung me before, but they're in a good spot.
Wow. We will check up on those groups later so we can confirm how things are looking. But right now, Rock Esports looking to not send this to a map 5, which is unusual for them considering the other game has gone. But they are looking to hold down a rotation of which they have the numbers in so far. Alpha checks the right corner, already wise to where kicks would be.
And this series is, well, important for who finishes first and second in this group. Both these two teams finding it out over that. Rock in a good position to hopefully close this one out, but I'm going to delve into what is going to be coming up though. So Team France are now sitting at 2 and 3 after finishing all their games. Exceptional in map 5 up against TheAtlasLions. I believe that Exceptional may have to win that one, if I remember correctly, because that would, if they don't, then it puts them, TheAtlasLions and Team France at 2-3. So that's going to be an interesting one for the admins to figure out, because I'm not going to try and do so, but Exceptional could do with winning that.
Yeah, that's always the case. Don't say anything just in case we're wrong. And we don't want to give everyone false hope, but don't worry, we will cover all that very, very shortly, of course. We have other games going on that have gone to map 5, but this game at the moment, it is Rock Esports. I mean, Sykes, who, in my opinion, has been very good throughout the EMEA stage that we have been watching, had a little bit of a slow start this time.
Yeah, more than a slow start. 4-11 through, what, 4 hills now? 5 hills? Not good work from him by any stretch of the imagination. I'd like to think he'll pick it up in that second rotation. Rock Esports, though. Decent spot. Domix dropping the hammer. Hellstorm in. Things looking very, very good here for Rock. Dom's also got himself a Hellstorm. And to be honest, Ask Esport have done well to bring this one back from what was looking like a really, really uncomfortable position.
Dominic's already finding 2. He's just playing a little bit cheeky here as he looks for his 3rd, and well, that picked up pretty clean. But this is only a couple of points. This P2 is what matters. And for Rocky Sports, they're definitely in the better position. They're already trying to push this one out. Kicks is looking for players the other side of the map, essentially. Mine's still burning. He is very aggressive with this push. And it's working.
Yeah, Spree's coming in just when they need them. Kicks on 3 in a row now with P2. Very much under lock and key. Ask Esports struggling to find a way through. I did say heading into this last week, it's going to be an interesting one because Ask have looked really, really good. They've had a couple of good close games, but they're going up against the big dogs in Rocky Esports who, well, have only lost their academy team, so...
Yeah. Very
who are now bottom of the group, by the way. So honestly, if that is not just the duality of Rock Esports, I don't know, but Dom showing the other side of it. 3 or 4 in a row from him. And Rock Esports now find themselves about 50 in the lead.
Rotation is important here again, and technically they are here first, but to find a couple of these kills. Already found one. Clox is going to get all the way through here. A little bit of miscommunication from Ask. They should have been able to pick that one up a bit quicker. I'm just going to maybe push this one as well. It's in a bit of timing. Goes for it as well. To Melko. Bit dangerous, though. He's going to get out to this point here, and Ask Esports are going to get in with 40 seconds to go.
Time they absolutely need. Alpha trying his best to hold down the right-hand side of the onsen. What's going to come through, though? Kicks. Oh, he can find one. Double Clocks have all combined well. Is this the break here from the side of Rockets? 3 kills from Sykes, but it's not enough to hold it down. Couple more added on top of that. Rock Esports now in control with 20 to go. Got the spawns for P4, and they have stabilized once again.
It's the timing they like as well. Keep it on this rotation. You can see already they're thinking about it. And Melko is kind of waiting for an opportunity here to maybe find the right kill, and all that time has come to nothing as Clox has found him. Players on every single side, though. This is not an easy hill to hold if you don't have control of at least one direction. And so far, they've managed to win the gunfights that they need to push it out towards the front. For Ask Esport, this is now a difficult break. Players are already up towards the top. Players towards the front door. And Melko, that is massive to get in there and throw them into confusion. They are doing a wonderful job at trying to get into these points they need to.
Sykes the one to find one back, but honestly, Rock Esports do really well at defending after the first 2 kills don't go their way. Fox now starting to get himself involved. Alpha Melko doing extremely well. Ask Esports have always had a foot through this door over towards P4, but it's been difficult to really get total control. Close spawns for Rock Esports are keeping a conveyor belt of players just streaming on into the hill, and that conveyor belt of players have been dealt with eventually. Rock Esports still with the close spawns, but still for Ask, they do a brilliant job. Frankly, getting as much time as they did there, keeping it within contention and getting the rotation over towards P1. It's about a 50-point game, and Ask Esports are well and truly in this map number 4.
Well, Dom decides he doesn't want that. He's going to call it in the Hellstorm. Off the point there should be a trophy or something to deflect a little bit of this pressure. We see it being taken down. He's going to use the actual missile itself that cannot be deflected by a trophy system to get it done. And there are the kills in the advantageous position now. And Dom, surely not a turn and burn onto Sykes. Not what Ask Esport needed.
Fox now trying to find plenty in Ask Esports. That's what they needed. 4 dead. 24 seconds to go. P2 rotation. It's going to be a bit of a split spawn for Rock, so this is going to be hard to deal with if you're Ask. Sykes has not necessarily had the best time of things, has he? But if he can find a couple of kills on transition, Ask Esports are within throwing distance of catching up to Rock. Dom is being dealt with. Melko will find another on the kicks here as well. Map number 4. Continuing so well here to the side of Rock. But can Ask manage to find a break back through?
Oh, this is massive for them. Ask is getting the bodies into the point where they need to. Dom out towards the back here, looking for his second, and he does. That's huge. That opens it up for them as well, and they're back into this point. Just keeping an eye on that tick. I think they have it at the moment. If Ask Esport cannot get back into this point and touch it just for a heartbeat, they will lose onto this one. Kicks now trying to hold them at bay one more time, but they have already got it. That is going to be locked down for them. It does mean Rock Esports are under a little bit of pressure and they can no longer win here.
20 seconds. If Clocks can hold it down, then all of a sudden Rock are just not going to need a great deal of it. As we head over towards P3, Ask could do with these gunfights. They don't get them. Kick's surviving. Has a little bit of backup, and of course he charles that one. Taking down Melko. There's the final 10 or so seconds heading Rock's way. They're going to be 19 off by the time we get over towards P3. Domix has another Hellstorm in the back pocket. His namesake and Dom is here alongside of him. There is the break. It's Rock Esports getting to lose.
Kick's already now trying to push this one out. Everybody towards the other side. It's Ask Esports. We've already got some bodies through, but they are losing them massively as another wipe happens here. 7 seconds to go, and it's just Eppa who will have to fight the entirety of Rock Esports to give them a chance. He gets them off to the point, though. Clocks is trying to get back into this one. Somehow, Ask Esports have seen that slither of hope and have flown into this point. Kick's now trying to make his own hero story as he flies in. Down he goes as well. It's everybody piling through. Clocks with the final kill, and it'll be Rock Esports to walk away.
And that is Rock Esports finishing first in their group. And what was a tough one to get through. But I believe we have our top 4 teams. And Rock Esports are very top of that pile, finishing first in Group A.
They certainly are. I actually got a call from production during that kind of final bit there, whether or not we wanted to go see how it was going on Charlie. But I had that game away on the screen, and I'll tell you something exceptional, put the TheAtlasLions in their place, so it wasn't that interesting. 6-1 is how I think it ended. Lions was 11-2 last time I looked, so that game is also done, Tom.
Yeah, well and truly done. Exceptional will secure their spot. I believe that means that we have Rock, Ask Esports, Exceptional, and Team France advancing through from Group A. Ask Esports will be disappointed with that. They were sitting in 4-0. Rock Esports answer back, and I believe that should have them finishing in first place with a 3-1 win up against Ask. That will be the group stages done for Group A. But this was an impressive performance once again. We came in, it was already Rock Esports in the lead, and they never gave it up. Just 40 or 50 points. They were always keeping them at arm's length. Ask Esports asked the questions, Brycey, didn't they? But Rock Esports seemingly had all the answers.
It was difficult, though. I've got to say this, for Ask Esports have been pretty impressive, I would say is the best way to go here. You've got to remember, you know, we hold Rock Esports to a very high standard now. And for Ask Esports, there were definitely many opportunities to take this away from them. And they have done so well in this Elite Series at the same time that I'm looking forward to see what happens in the playoffs with them, because that is a team that nobody would have expected to do well, but not as well as they have done.
Yeah, I think I would have had them going through pretty comfortably, in fairness, but I don't know if I would have had them at 4-0 heading into the last week. That's a really, really good performance, and I'm disappointed with that because I think you lose to Rock in that manner. You would have said that they probably would have had opportunities, but yeah, it's one of those scenarios. You're going up against one of the best challengers teams in the game. Rock Esports confirmed first place. Ask Esports confirmed second. Exceptional with that win. A one that they needed to find, because I think if TheAtlasLions had got it over them, then all of a sudden we go to tiebreakers and all that kind of thing for 3rd, 4th, and 5th decisions, and then that becomes a headache, doesn't it? But Exceptional, they managed to get the win in map number 5. Team France advancing through with their win over Rock Ascension. And we have our 4 teams from Group A, but we still need to decide our 4 teams from Group A.
Yeah, that one could have gone down to an absolute wire if you look at some of the results that didn't end up happening with the map 5s and the close games, but not the way it was destined to be. And yeah, we definitely have our next group going on after this, but don't go anywhere. Our next Alpha match is right around the corner as we go to a short break to get these teams in the lobby. See you right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back. We told you it'd be a quick break. It looks like our alpha game is ready to rumble. So we can find out how this one settles the scores in our other group, Ton.
Yeah, I mean, we barely get to do anything in between these games. Teams ready and challenges.
Yeah.
Be still mind beating heart. Group B incoming, and it's Orgless taking on Trinity One Gaming again. Another game that is coming down to the wire for both these two teams. This one is tight in different ways. We pretty much have an offcast as far as the bottom team goes, and Team Lin here in Group B. But other than that, it is very close across the board. But Orgless taking on Trinity One Gaming. We've got Colossus, Hardpoint, Dense Search, Destroy, Scar, Overload if we need to. We'll see Hacienda and Raid to close things out. I believe we're nearly ready to get in the game already, right? So we are rapid today. Admins are on their smoke. I love to see it.
We like that, but also, you know, don't worry too much. We're maybe getting ahead of ourselves. All things can happen.
Oh, someone will take a 20-minute bathroom break, just, you know, like...
Someone's got to put the, you know, sometimes, you know, you get from map 2 to 3 and you got to put the laundry away. So, yeah, you know, that happens here occasionally. Teams have got other things to do, apparently, rather than the two games. But we won't get into this at this point. What we will talk about is how this game is going down. These two teams, Tunt, have been a little bit back and forth, in my opinion. I've not felt as good about them as I could do at points.
Yeah, it's been interesting, hasn't it? Because I think we've seen some of the maps between these, or sorry, some of the series for these teams, finding some big wins across the board, but then also losing some series you would like to think is a little strange for them. I mean, for the side of Orgless, what they lost 3-0 to Project 7, 3-0 to Omit, and you're not counting them out, but then 3-1 against BTD. 3-0 up against Lin. They put themselves right in the conversation. They've only lost to some of the best teams. It is interesting to see how they're going to perform. But for Trinity One Gaming, it's kind of a similar scenario. You've won some games and that you maybe wouldn't have expected to, but then lost some games you wouldn't have expected to. It's been a strange old start for them.
Well, let's remind everybody of the actual rosters of these squads before we go any further. Orgless here. Caliph, Miracle Early, and Whalers are going all the way through here. And this is a team that has, I would say, at points impressed me, because you're like, how is this team going to do moving forward? And well, the highlights here against Lin are not going to be the best showcase of it, because Lin have not had a good time at all in our groups.
No, they haven't. I mean, Lin managed to pick up a couple of maps here and there, but have never massively threatened, I want to say. I wouldn't say flattering to see, but it's just been tough for them. I think all the players on that roster have struggled to find a way through, but time to correct that, of course, over the next couple of years. Irrelevant to that, Orgless, though, managed to put themselves in a position, of course, to give themselves an opportunity to get through the playoffs, but they're going to have to go up against Trinity One Gaming, who, again, let's chat on them for a second. Their results have been strange, losing to BTD, but then beating Project 7 3-1. That was the result I was trying to remember in my head. There was a strange one somewhere along the line. Then beating Lin, of course, as well, but then losing 3-0 to Omit has kind of put them in this position. So for Trinity One Gaming, you've had an odd time of things, absolutely. But now heading into this one up against Orgless, it is very much do or die, and doing is what we're doing right now, Brycey. We're heading in to Colossus Hardpoint, and very much straight back into the action. Doesn't stop today.
Everybody ready to rumble on the most important of days to make sure they get into those playoffs, as everybody now flies into this point here. Between these two teams, I would say I slightly favour Trinity One Gaming. I just think they've had such incredible plays coming through in so many of their games that they have seen. But at the moment, it will be Orgless in the lead.
Stop from them. Managed to get a little bit of control over towards P1, but Trinity One Gaming have sacrificed themselves somewhat over towards that first hill by getting their rotation over towards P2. Spawn's going to be there as well. Big gunfight win for BitterSweet to try and win. Cannot get a hold of it. Nobody can find anything actually on the front of things for Trinity One. So the rotation gets them nothing. And Orgless take absolutely everything. Spawns, hill, control. 40 seconds to go alongside of it as well. Orgless in a nice spot.
It's a good hold so far. Just finding the kills and really pushing them back. Trinity One Gaming making absolutely no headway towards this point yet. Tank is the first kill, but Miracle already taking down Disarray. They know they're not going to get reinforcements as fast.
Orgless now. Still in control over towards this backside. Trinity One Gaming trying to get away through, but it just seems a little one by one. Rotation over towards P3. We're heading in 10 seconds, but Orgless gets so much time at P2. If you're Trinity One Gaming, you're now incredibly on the back foot for such a long time in this series. Can you answer back, though, with a good hold over towards P3? That's what you need to find.
Oh, Kez just a little bit of a wobble there before he can get that locked in. Stray also going to go down. Pinstripe kill feed. They are really just trying to hold this one down, and you can see already Orgless trying to just get more of an advantage. They have broken the back of this point. They are now getting more bodies into the inside. 21 Gaming absolutely throwing everything from a headbutt here. They have not split the map. They have not gone anywhere else into it. And they are looking to try and get something done. But it is looking worse and worse with 21 Gaming. They lose the spawn and maybe are starting to lose hope. Only 15 points out of the 3 hills that we have currently seen. And now they've got to try and get all the way into P4. At the moment, Wader is going to try and make his way through to shut them down. But 21 Gaming not done a terrible job of getting the rotation here, but holding it is an entire another story.
Yeah, I mean, this is a takeover from Whalers, to say the least. 21 Gaming, 0 to write home about right now. Hellstorm already coming in. I actually don't hate this from Whalers whatsoever. If you're going to call it in, there's always P4. And that's where we're heading for the very first time, and there's a Hellstorm already coming down. Not finding a great deal apart from your teammate, but you have kind of forced these spawns to be in your favor now. 21 Gaming, it's 20 seconds gone of this P4 they found the rotation to. They haven't got a single second of it. And Whalers is still on his spree of 7 in a row now, looking to make it 8 on the outside. Cannot find it, but 21 Gaming could be finding themselves over 100 points behind in the blink of an eye.
This is disaster. That's the only real way to put it down. 15 points in an entire set of rotations, son. I've not really seen anything like it.
I mean, you go into this game presuming it's going to be a close matchup between these two, but it's hard to really sell that at this stage. We're talking about selling a comeback. Look, I suppose you'd rather go 100 points down this early in the game than go 100 points down to be 250 to 150, right? You've got time to bring it back if you're 3D1, but it still feels like a very, very tall order. I mean, look, if you can find a hold over towards P1 like you are currently doing, or we're doing, and a rotation over towards P2 like Orgless already have, then great, but it's not feeling likely right now.
Well, I said coming into this tunnel, I thought it was foolish that I was kind of saying 3-1 Gaming were my pick, but I don't know whether or not Orgless heard me or something, because this has been devastating. This really has. Can they even get back into a P1 here? They are just finding nothing, and it just feels almost futile. Every push they have made has not really gone their way. The Tane gets 2 as the highlight for him so far this map, but that does mean they don't have spawns.
This way, can he find anything? Gets a bit of bad timing on Whalers. And now Detain. He's going to try and find a way around the outside. He can get nothing. Yeah, just nothing is going 3D1's get away here. They have got 25 seconds. And there's 45 seconds remaining here over towards P2. Orgless could break 200.
This is possibly one of the biggest deficit games we have ever seen, and this one as Whalers finds what can only describe as a perfect 2. He's 16 and 8, and well, I mean, the biggest story is obviously going to be that main scoreboard up towards the end here. Ali trying to find one more. Up he goes. No! What on earth is that? You shouldn't get 3.
Well, this does answer back pretty quickly, but 31 Gaming trying to find a way back into this one and just still being shut down. Well, as we'll get taken down, that looks like some time for 31 Gaming. It's 5 seconds. Oh my goodness. Orgless don't quite break 200, but now they've got the rotation over towards P3. I say they got the rotation. Ellie is here. He's a little bit of backup pretty quickly. 31 Gaming to find a way through, and some more time heading their way. This is a high percentage amount of time based on what they've had previously within this map. Pricey managed to get themselves a way in, and this is some good time.
Well, up to 44. It's like a whole different team. This has been their best hill so far out of all of it. Overlay just trying to go for the reinforcements to help out at the same time. Disarray in towards the inside. And now they're looking for him. And this has already been ripped away. They still have the spawn as well, Ton, and you said before, you know, trying to tell a comeback story is a little bit difficult. And this one seems even more so.
Yeah, this is a one that they'll have to pull from the spawns of hell, to be honest. And that, speaking of spawns of hell, Trinity One Gaming getting all the spawns over towards the backside, so not deep enough here if you're Orgless. EMEA just trying to find a way to answer back to that, but Trinity One get the spawns for P4. All right. Orgless have only managed to get themselves for around 30 or 40 seconds over the last couple of hills, and, well, momentarily didn't have control over towards P4, but they've brute forced their way through. They've hunted down Detain, and now has to be a way through the middle of the map to try and regain control.
It just feels like every gunfight that you see between these two teams, one looks effortless. The other side looks pointless. Big kill from Detain there to try and hold on to these spawns for a few more seconds, but they've already lost the spawns as Disarray gets another point into the hill, but will be wiped out in short order. The question now remains, did Trinity One Gaming get above 100 points?
It's looking difficult. P1 is going to have to be their route to it, but it's got to find 5, bro, to get yourself a break over towards P4. It was just so well played. And Trinity One Gaming now must play a perfect Call of Duty. Disarray with a big gunfight win throughout the middle of the map. 50 seconds to go here. Over towards P1. Trinity One Gaming have got the right side spawn of things, but to prevent Orgless from getting 9 seconds over what will have to be at least 3 or 4 hills, that is nearly impossible.
Yeah, they've just not had a good time on this at all. And that is a team kill on the P1. Because going down, Wellers, though, finds even more. He's 31 and 14. And hey, I'm rooting for Trinity One Gaming. Get 12 more points. Get out of that 100-point club. At least you won't be joining it. And they say that as they've lost the game, and that'll be the 100-point club. What a start for them. I was not expecting that game out of the gate, Ton.
No, absolutely not. You would have expected a very, very close affair, but it was not that by any stretch of the imagination. Incredible work by Whalers and co to get that one over the line. It was Whalers finding kills here. I think it might have been Yusuf, actually. We had a bit of a co-caster glitch, but either way, it is Orgless ultimately to take the map. Incredible work. It's such a hard one to really talk about, to be honest with you. It just felt like they were faultless all the way through, and for Trinity One Gaming, you struggle to find any sort of onus in this game. 250 to 90 honestly flatters them a little bit. Orgless were in cruise control for quite some time. Everybody doing what they needed to do across the board, just could not hold a single thing. If you're Trinity One Gaming, you're heading to a den search and destroy, finding yourself behind in this series. That was not a close hard point. This one over on Bravo, though, apparently. Let's have a little look between these two teams. BTD taking on Omit. BTD holding their own so far.
Yeah, that's a surprise. I mean, don't get me wrong, BTD, very good game from them so far in EMEA, but Omit are currently the big bad, right? This is the team that has been dominating. This is the team that has been doing wondrous work moving forward. And now you got to ask yourself, just how much are they going to go to the wire against BTD?
I mean, Clutch has already got himself 43 kills to his name, and both these two teams are no closer than 50 seconds away from the win. So Clutch is on for a hell of a game if he can keep up this kind of pace. Omit in control over towards P3. They're going to close this one out. They've had a relatively easy stage. DK, Crispy, not able to find the second. Find a way through if you're BTD. Ethan and Denza answering back though. Omid trying to close it out as quickly as they possibly can. They can't close it at P3, but they'll not be far away if they hold down this final 30 seconds.
Well, this is still a very big game between these two here. Well, you could say Omid now looking not only in the lead, but gaining points per second. BTD do have the rotation. This really comes down to these rotation fights now. Ethan just waiting. Right up against the wall as it goes a bit pinstripe kill feed here, but it will be BTD Ton that grab the advantage here. They are down by 40 seconds, but they have a rotation in the pocket.
Yeah, rotation has to be good. Clutch hits his 50. And he will need to keep that up if they want an opportunity here. Big gunfight win from Rush. Knows the press is going to come in from the backside. Has the backup from his teammates now. Can Clutch continue to find kills? Yes, he can. There's two more. 52 and 32. Clutch going up against some former teammates here. And really trying his damnedest to get something over the line. But it's still being a bit of a struggle here. Omit have got the numbers and DK has found the kills. Scythe and Rush trying to answer back, but it's control for Omit, and they can absolutely win it here. Over towards P4. They are 15 seconds less away now from closing up number one.
Just fighting tooth and nail all the way through it here at the same time, but BTD back into the point. A little bit of relief going through it as well. Do Omit really even commit to this? They might try and go for a swing of the dice, considering it's P1. They are putting a few bodies forward here. Clutch going to try and look for that last player, and that goes down. Omit just 11 seconds away. And now they go back into this one.
Yep.
Omit can, I think, have got the better position.
Oh, absolutely do so. It's one good break here for BTD that is absolutely needed, and you need your main man and Clutch to be there with you. 54 kills to his name. Is it going to be for nothing? Not quite sure yet. Denza can find a trade back. He can find a second as well. Rush will answer back with one as well. 4 kills in a row from him, but Omit are just so close from finding the win, but they get pushed back once more. 35 to go, and you can't quite win it here if you're BTD. Not anymore, especially as Omit will find a way through. BTD nearly in a position. It's a heroic effort from Clutch, but not heroic enough. How on earth have they went on to lose that when he's dropped 55 plus?
There's a question that is certainly going to be asked in the VOD review going down, but this was a high interaction game as it went through. You can even see Ethan here. He went 47 and 40. I mean, there was just an absolute deluge of time in a gunfight. But for BTD, silver lining, although it won't matter to the players, is they put up an incredible fight against one of the very best teams in the EMEA.
Yeah, and for BTD, they're sitting at 2-2. So I think for them, they are in and amongst the fight, absolutely. And it's a difficult game to go into up against Omit, who are undefeated, and the only team who currently remain undefeated in group stages. You really did shove it all the way. It was 54 in the end with 6k damage from Clutch. 29 objective kills. I mean,
well, that's why it was close.
That's an incredible performance. Absolutely ridiculous, but one that doesn't get you over the line. That is a difficult one to take. 6,000 damage for the L is something, but Alpha and Ellie ready to go again for map number 2, but we can keep an eye on what's going on over on Charlie. Project 7 up against Lynn. You would expect them to be going on to win their game. So we'll keep an eye on how things are going to shake out here in Group B. But you would like to think Project 7 are going to be sitting at 3-2. You'd like to think that Omit are going to win and go 5-0. It's whoever else can really get themselves a win. For BTD, they could be sitting at 2-3 and still go through. You never know.
Wow. I mean, this is one of the games that we... I was kind of wondering if we would see a bit more of Lynn. I'll be honest, we haven't seen a ton of them. We know the results haven't been great. But if we're going to talk about a team in this matchup, I want to talk about Project 7, who... It's maybe a little bit of harsh language, but it's not the way I mean it. But if anything, the standard that we've seen of them has been a disappointing run in places for them, I would say.
Yeah, I would say so. Especially with... I mean, how many times are we going to harp on about it as Lucifer? I'll find himself in the 6th spree. How impressive this man has been over this season. You know what? You couldn't have just got the 3-piece just to reaffirm what I said there. You know what I mean? Either way, this one's going over on Charlie. Project 7 are not necessarily going to have too many wars you would like to think in this game up against Lynn. But Alpha is up and running again. Orgless on 1-0 up. And Caliph now trying to add further woes to Treaty 1's efforts here in this series. They lost map number 1 by a convincing fashion. And Orgless will be looking to do something very similar in map number 2.
Treaty 1 Gaming have given up an awful lot of space here. Mercure's, I think, aware that they are close. A little bit of a shouldering going on. Overlay with a snipe here. They're going to try and use this to find a pick as they go in. Every nade is going through, but Mercure has gone down. Advantage now to this point here. There's 1 player against 4 if they commit.
Stone's been used just to slow this down. Well, this is the one that needs to find something. Oh, that's an aid in and not damaging it up whatsoever, but those bullets absolutely will. Does find 1 though for his troubles. Let's Treat 1 Gaming slowly making their way through. Caliph was maybe finding something, but now he doesn't have a teammate.
Well, almost felt the wind brush past his ear on that one, but now Caliph is just stuck trying to make an entry into a team that will not give him time of day. That's kind of incredible.
Not far away for Caliph there to maybe offer an opportunity for the 1 versus 3, but Our element of that. Good round from Treaty 1. Disarray to find 2. Can they keep it rolling? Just trying to figure out how the groups are actually playing out here. Either one of these teams, a loss is obviously devastating, but I don't think it guarantees you don't go through. A win obviously does.
This is very slow from both teams, Tan. I'll say that. A lot of information burning. Miracle is again going to be the most kind of advanced player from any team. Weller's now making a push. Big kill if Wellers can make it, and he does. Tries to stay alive.
Oh, he's done so well to actually stay alive, you're right. Caliph now on Overwatch. And I'm just keeping an eye on Miracle here. He is surely going to kick into gear shortly. If this moment does go down as well, he is going to find a wrap through the spawn. Caliph not able to make the first or second bullet land. But this flank is going to be coming through rather quickly. There's the third, and that is the Charm. As Caliph will find his way out, Miracle just holding down the flank. Needs to honestly start helping his team out very, very quickly because Overlay and Kez have combined well. 2v2.
Hold the nerve. Finds one as well, but will be traded out. And now Miracle against Kez. Miracle will play time. Going for it the same well, and he's going to go back and forth. Going to try and guess where that player's going to be as he tries to get out of it as well. Kez grabs it, but this is enough time. 9 seconds, 8 seconds. It's not enough. He has not got there, surely.
It's very close. It's very close. No, he's not far away. He's not far away.
I'll be honest with you. For a second, I thought he definitely didn't have it, and then the animation, it must have been 7.4 or something very, very close, because he did get the slide diffuse going, and there was a very small chance he had it.
It wasn't far away, was it? Not at all. But irrelevant. Orgless will get themselves around. Trinity 1. Can you find an answer back? Caliph through the middle of the map. Big setup here from Orgless through the middle of the map, actually. We're going anything over towards A, so now they want to check it. But zero information gained over towards B. This is a free plan for Trinity 1. We're going to get this one down. 4v4 scenario. But for Orgless, which way do you go? You've got so much pressure through the middle of the map. Do you then go through the cut through middle, or do you go for the flank? Well, Kez is there ready and waiting on that flank. He's already found one. Caliph trying to find something over towards the middle of the map. But Kez has done so well to waste some time, but 3v2 for Orgless now. Can they find the retake?
Miracle is waiting. He's hoping that has opened up some space for the rest of his team. They're looking for him. Overlay has already found one, though. Comes down to a 2 versus 1, but he's in a good place. Overlay, turn, burn, sniper, bang! Not going to happen. And he will have to back out. Time's going to be on his side as well. Looks for the last one. And oh, no! Miracle grabs it. No Cinderella story. Orgless get another one on the board, Ton.
3 spree for Orgless, and 1v1s are going their way. I'm not sure why he did that. I'm not sure why he's just jumped off the map.
Oh, maybe he was just, celebrating.
No, 3 spree.
Really celebrating.
It's a funny way to celebrate. Overlay. Trying to do God's work here, wasn't he? Oh, if that lands. Scenes in my office. I'm telling you that. And scenes in the house of Disarray as well, I would like to imagine. Or Overlay, I should say. Probably Disarray as well, though. He would have been happy about it. But 2-1 lead now for Orgless.
Well, from potential montage to unfortunately losing the round. Trophy's going down as well. Overlay's going to try and thread a needle here. Hoping for something. That nade will go out, but it should be deflected by the trophy. There it is. Here comes the retake. Caliph will be the first one to try and deflect. Hold the nerve. Oh, Overlay! Oh my goodness, you don't see many snipe chows like that.
Found a second as well, but Miracle has found 2 of his own. 2v2.
Already going down and down they go as well. I have never seen a slide snipe work that well, Ton.
I mean, that is a hell of a child that ultimately doesn't result in anything. This Trinity one just couldn't find a way back through. Overlay finding the snipe. That was absolutely ridiculous. 3-1 lead. Miracle on the 6th spree. Of course, it doesn't reset at the end of when he does jump up the map, so never mind. Let's see if we can keep it up. Orgless looking good to go 2-0 up in this series. Just looking the stronger team at this moment in time.
Oh. Somebody Wailers has gone in without real hope of a trade here. That was actually, though, Miracle backs him up. 2 versus 2. Cardiff backing off again here. Oh, here we go. Here's the chow. Somebody's going to throw a shoulder. There we go. Straight in as well. Cardiff is now going to have to try and think about backing off. Nade's already going towards him and he runs into it. Oh, I think it went through. Miracle on a 7 streak, Ton. In a 1 versus 2.
Fancying it though. Oh, and he can't find the next one. That's a big round and big kill for Treaty 1 Gaming to find. That was a Hellstone missile incoming. But overlay with the gunny, and it's a big round for Treaty 1. Much needed. You lose that one, you go 4-1 down. Even if you lose that gunfight, there's a Hellstone to contend with. That is a big moment.
Well, well, well. This is certainly an S&D that we could see slip and sliding either side. Push here towards 8. Orgless have already made this call. Overlay's gone mid here to keep an eye on to broken window, but Kez has found Kalef already. And now they're backing off here. The pressure's going in. Will this be a fast plant to give them a bit of a boon?
That's back-to-back first bloods for Kez. Trying to drag Treaty 1 over the line here in the search and destroy. Orgless will get the ball down. Hercule has to hold that. They'll probably be expecting Sniper over towards the other side. That's typically how this is being defended, but Wailers with the reflank can't find any more than 2. And Mercurial has to get moving and does so early. He starts to move, and it's only Mercurial left now in a 1v2.
Smokes down. Difficult gunfight. They're checking into the corner here. Nobody knows what's going on, and they will go down. Trade's just not working out for Orgless. And we have a tied S&D at 3-3. Kez is 10-4 on the 3 streak as well.
Both these two teams taking their turns. They go on these sprees and put themselves in these positions. Kez's turn at this moment in time, sitting at 10-4 over 6 rounds is a hell of an effort. Let's see how this one keeps rolling. Very close search and destroy. Hopefully they're looking to pick it through the middle of the map, and well, I mean, everybody here for Treaty 1 Gaming is they look to get a little bit of control. So looks over towards this B side. That should help them transition through the middle of the map, especially if Overlay finds Wailers like that. They get their first blood and they get out. That's 3 rounds in a row they found that first blood at least.
Yeah, look at them taking advantage of it. This is fast now. You can't find anything here, really. Kez is watching this as we'll be calling it out, and for Orgless, this push has almost come down to nothing. They're having to go all the way back. Treaty 1 Gaming, this is your round to lose.
You'd absolutely think so. It's a hard first blood to try and find if you're early. Tane will shut that one down. Guess there to pick up some more pieces as well. Mercurial once again left in the clutch, but this time it's a 1 versus 4. This is a few rounds in a row now for Treaty 1 Gaming. Kez on a 4 spree. He's 11-4. This has been an extremely impressive performance in this search and destroy. But I tell you what, 1v2, no time.
Miracle, he finds it. Oh, the timing is ever so slightly off, and he loses the last gun. That was really the best gunfight he could have had. He had cover, but loses it anyway. I've got to say this, though, Tom, before we go any further. Orgless, when they went to clear out servers, that was a 1-by-1 push. One on a double chat.
Yeah, one of those scenarios where you really need to be coordinate yourself, don't you? Just didn't in any remote sense of the imagination at all, did they? I think the only thing for Orgless there, though, is the fact that Miracle can find those kills, shuts Kez down. Detain now on a 4 spree, absolutely, but Kez was flirting with that Hellstorm. You've stopped that from happening, but you are now behind. Caliph Sniper is working so well, but those 3 kills that he found were all in 1 round, and he needs to start finding them, well, now, pretty quickly, to be honest with you. Hopefully he can find it on a Miracle. That slide through over towards A, working out for him again. This bomb's not going to go down. 3-1 Gaming are going to invest a lot of resources into it, and if Whalers doesn't see a great deal here, he'll be telling his teammates to get themselves over.
Smoke's going down. Whalers is also going to throw this, but the trophy system will deflect it. They feel a little bit lost, and Overlay is going to get caught out early, finds him. And this is a very efficient switch. With the post plant, it gives them a little bit of an advantage here, but Caliph in a bit more trouble. He goes for a chow. That is bold, but Fighting gets away onto a different player than what he started with.
A ridiculous gunfight to be able to find, but gets away quite literally with murder. Kez, though, has been so inspirational for this 3-1 Gaming team in this search and destroy. Hop it. Whalers on the way around, though. He's going to just about disrupt them. Kez can find another 1v1. Caliph is there to pick up the pieces. Orgless find around.
Caliph is not messing about either. He could have waited for that gunfight, but just went for it. Must have been the call. And that first kill by Caliph was just insane, by the way. Took the bullet, was already a little bit weak. Also takes this fight. Fortunately, Kez was weak. But yeah, somehow finds a kill on a different player than the first one he chowed and got away.
Four. It's a massive search and destroy for Treaty 1, this. I think if Orgless find themselves 2-0 up, could be curtains. Caliph now find himself back online. Not being able to really influence over the last few rounds. There's absolutely an influence there. There will be an influence in this round as well as he takes down Detain through the middle of the map. That's a little bit more control. And what 3-1 Gaming say we need a little bit back. They get it over towards Dojo, but Mercule takes down Kez. 3v2 in favor of Orgless.
Forward. Oh, Overlay, that's an easy kill at the same time, but Disarray finds you back. 1 versus 1. Timing and information. Now, Miracle, who's been everything for Orgless, he's 12-6. Compared to Disarray, who's 4-7, is the underdog in this scenario. Enough time has now passed that neither side is completely sure of where they'll be, but when this goes down, they will know.
Disarray, it's a gamble. Oh, Mercule spotted him. Oh, that is so unfortunate. He's got a corner, but he just shoots far too early. Now, all of a sudden, he's going to butt it up. If you're Disarray, you got to get away, and you cannot. Mercule for its 13th kill of the game. The defusal comes through, and Orgless are 1 round away from going 2-0 up.
Well, it was that first little bit of information. And I said before, right, you know, neither team had that info. And when Disarray, he went into a corner, he rolled the dice. He was hoping any of the other 2 options, if Miracle had gone mid or if he'd gone the far side, he would have had a chance. But as soon as Miracle found him, it was always going to be the advantage.
Well, here we go. A few rounds in a row here for Orgless at just the right time. Looking more and more like a hit over towards the A side, just dotting their I's and crossing their T's. Rewrap over towards this B side. But 3-1 Gamers seem to be here, not quite in numbers, but Tayin will find some information here. This nade's going to cause a lot of havoc whichever way he sends it. It wasn't towards the bomb planter. He'll get out. Caliph also gets out as well. Massive moment for Orgless to get away from that one. 4v4 retake needed by Treaty 1.
Trophy's already down as well. So these will be deflected. They're hoping to use some tacticals to get through. They are squeezing them out here. This way, though, takes down Whalers. This is the best position for them. Pushing them all the way back here. Kez will probably make a chow off the back of this and trying to look for it. Down they go as well. It's a 2 versus 2. More. Kyler finding it. Knows where the last player is going to be, but his teammate will grab it as well. Orgless grab the S&D.
And find themselves 2-0 up in this series. That's a big comeback, to be honest with you. It felt as if Trinity One Gaming were running away with it. Orgless 2 to the good. Phenomenal position for them to be in, heading into an overload, feeling good about their game. And after a demolition job in map number 1, it's a tight search and destroy, but Orgless will take it nonetheless. That's a 2-0 lead, and Trinity One Gaming are in serious danger.
Well. Trinity One Gaming putting up valiant fights in both maps, but not well. More, but still more the second. But yeah, still Orgless looking very, very good, Ton. Realistically, I didn't know what to make of this team when we first saw them last week, but they've been impressive.
Yeah, no, it's been fantastic from them so far. I mean, we weren't sure what to expect from this team, to be honest. I think this group was really hard to understand. Honestly, I just kind of had Omit and Project 7 in first and second, and then kind of a 3-horse race for third and fourth. And I suppose they are kind of in that moment. They are very much in that mix. The only teams they've lost to are Project 7 and Omit. Other than that, you know, they've been lights out up against BTD and Lin. So let's see how it's all going to play out in the end. But Orgless are going to be feeling extremely good about their chances now. Cal left to be on this team as well. It seems to be a little bit of a switch up for him from previous seasons. Really getting an opportunity to show what he can do with a partially European roster, at least anyway, here in the EMEA region. But yep, really impressive from Orgless to bring that one back. Couple of big moments, couple of 1v1s that went both ways, but ultimately it's resulting in Orgless being 2 to the good before we hit the Scar Overload, which is coming up next.
And we'll be winging away towards us very, very shortly. Just a little update on how the games have been going, though. Project 7 have, well, they've done very well against Lin. That was a 6-1 on the S&D. They're up 2-0. Omit versus BTD, that was a little bit closer, Ton. That was a 6-4 to Omit in the end. So BTD again putting up a good fight against them. But we'll see here. As I have been told, we can go and take a little look at how Bravo is going. This is Omit versus BTD, and while it's been close, it's still Omit who are in the lead.
Omit 2-0 up in this series, and kind of as expected for BTD. I mean, it's been again, there's been topsy-turvy results. I mean, they beat Treaty 1 3-1, beat Lin as they probably should, lost to Orgless 3-1. That puts you in a difficult position, especially losing to Project 7, and now you're more than likely going to lose to Omit. Awkward. It just shows how close this group has been. And right now, BTD sitting at 2-2, probably about to be 2-3. Oh my goodness. Very likely to be 2-3 if Aspect is shooting like that. Then all of a sudden, you could be staring down the barrel of elimination after finding 2 wins. I mean, this is ridiculous.
I'm hoping some of these players are a little bit weak, because some of the fights they're finding are egregious in the very kind of essence of the word. And, well, at the moment it's just 2-0, but Omid have had some flashy kills already.
Incredible start for Omit, and I think, you know, when we're talking about this team, we're just talking about what their limitations are, and I'm not sure what that is. Yes, okay, a lot of oh my god, I mean, it's just ridiculous. Absolutely insane. No way, right? I mean, just bear in mind, Clutch dropped 54 on them in map number 1. He's managed to get 4 kills in 2.5 minutes as Omit are looking to bring in the mercy rule. This one is done on the half if he gets across, and yep, done. Oh my word. Ethan's shooting nukes out of his NPC.
Honestly, at this point, if it was earlier in the season, right, if we were like Major 2 Ton, right, we would be very much expecting visas to be sorted for members of this squad. Ethan and DK would be well on their way to a CDL team right now.
Yeah, no question. I think it's just unfortunate for them. Well, not bad timing, but you know, their ascension has come a little later than maybe would have been ideal for them this year. But if we are talking about these two both in challengers next season, Bryce, I would be very, very surprised.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. It's always difficult in kind of the mid-season kind of transition because people tend to not take all those risks. But I am so confident that DK and Ethan would be picked. I mean, Ethan already, teams have already kind of spoken about it. That they're going that way, or would be going this way. That it's basically a certainty. So, yeah, I have the feeling we just won't see them in challengers next year. It's just one of the things that shouldn't happen. And we've said that about a few players over the years, but I've never been more confident.
Yeah, the real deal. The absolute real deal, coming in and doing that at their age, both 18 years old. Yeah, it's very much proving that there is some serious talent on offer. Here we go into the next map. Orgless and Treaty 1. And Orgless, you're in a really nice spot, but do not take your foot off the pedal, is all I would say. Because Treaty 1 Gaming were not far away in that search and destroy. Okay, they were significantly far away, and they did come down to the hard point. But you've got to still be good here, and early is better than that. He can get things going. He almost may well have had a free run home himself, but he can set himself up, and I don't hate it. It's 3 in a row from early. Now has the help coming from his teammates. Looking to try and keep this pressure on. But Wheeler's now 4-3, just trying to keep that pressure on himself as well. Treaty 1 Gaming gonna have to defend.
Look at them really setting this one down. They've got a couple of players going out towards the side here, and I think they've won. Seen it. Early got over the top, and an opportunity there, but Whaler still has control. It's been 2 minutes with no score. And I think this is going to be one of those games that we see an awful lot of big defenses coming in.
Treaty 1 though, you end up defending very, very well. You don't lose anything. 2.5 minutes or so to go. You have a little bit of control over towards this field side, so maybe something to work on, but you need the rest of your team to be able to find these kills. Beware Overlay, who has been dealt with, but the rest of the squad can keep things going. This is a big gunfight. Whaler's dead. Now all of a sudden this is almost a free run home, but Kez will back this one up. Treaty 1 Gaming have had some control, and they're just being very, very safe with it, which I don't hate, but I suppose it's 0-0, right? Now they make the move. Big gunfight. Kez finds it. Needs help from his teammates to maybe get this one over the line. 2 minutes to go, Bryce, and Treaty 1 Gaming are flirting with it, but can't quite get it over the line.
It's becoming a bit cliche now, but yeah, the defense from everybody on Overload has improved leaps and bounds. They just know how to hold it at bay. And here comes a little bit more up. Wait a second. Oh, they've got a bit too aggressive. Orgless have thrown out the baby with the bathwater there and pushed up to mid-map control without securing the EMP.
Oh, the poor baby. 3 streak for Caliph to maybe just try and get things going again. And yeah, you're right. Gaps in the defense. Absolutely. The defense that they try to turn into offense, and the counter has been countered. Whaler's now trying to put a bit of pressure on. He's going to get caught out by Kez though. But is there maybe an opening on the other side? Miracule cannot get it there. Early might be able to run this one, not quite. It feels like Orgless are, trying to throw a few Hail Marys here. There's a couple of moments where they just don't really have the opening, and they're still just trying to squeeze it in.
I get through here. They just cannot make the kills, as the reinforcements of Treaty 1 Gaming are always going to be faster on this side of the map. Whalers, that's massive if you can find a second. Cannot though. More kills flying through. Nobody in control of the EMP. It does end up getting reset. And with 53 seconds left to go, it would not surprise me for this to end at 1-0.
Really just trying to wait for a moment here. Oh, he's been actually caught by somebody. I'm not too sure who it was. It must have been his teammate because the call didn't come through. Can you survive over towards this green side? That is an egregious gunfight, but keeps that pressure on. The rest of the team are now being able to make it through field. Caliph with a big gunfight win. Disarray again. It feels as if Orgless are not dotting their I's and crossing their T's. They are quite literally sprinting when they feel as if there is a slight opening, and they may well be punished for it here. 3 now dead. Orgless have to rewrap this one back around. Ellie has got a lot of work to do on his own. He's already dead. Big defensive move needed from Orgless here.
They're going for it. Looking for an overlay. Just slips the net. And they get it in. They get it good. Treaty 1 Gaming 2-0. And that was not expected. They've had a couple of kind of wondrous plays and maybe, just maybe, a little bit of a misplay from Orgless, but it doesn't give them the lead.
Ever so slight misplay. You're all right. But they will take this lead all day long, but it's not a lead that, well, cannot be reduced very, very quickly by Orgless. You got to be careful. 3-1 Gaming once again with another opportunity to try and find a map in this series. And honestly, it's feel like they've been kind of pegged back in their spawn for quite some time, and it just didn't feel as if Orgless took some of their opportunities. As I said, it feels a little rushed. And we just need to take a step, make a decision, and not just send it every single time you think there's an opening.
Can they make those adjustments in the last 4.5 minutes of this? Just going through on both sides. They're trying to get into this position here once again here. Opportunity for 3-1 Gaming. Overlay, tucking, sliding. 3-0. It's looking easy here. 3-1 Gaming definitely seem to be the better team on this overload so far after Orgless have had a pretty good time last respawn.
And now it's not quite a mountain, but oh, a very large hill. Sorry, may well make it a mountain with those kind of kills that are coming on through now. Orgless trying to find a way out of their spawn when they need to find 3 caps and the Hellstorm's coming on through. Honestly, maybe a little bit of an egregious Hellstorm missile that comes through. What probably wasn't needed, but it keeps them in control and just keeps Orgless at bay.
Miracle, couple of big kills. Game not quite over yet, but Orgless are kind of faltering in the slaying department. Except for Whalers. For that reason.
Big kills coming through. This will be a big moment. Need to slide this one in and do. Absolutely need that if you're Orgless, but can't keep that pressure on. Caliph could do with finding a couple of kills here.
Another big kill. We can find it. That's massive. That's massive. Not going to be the third. And that is the spawn they wanted for this one either.
No.
They scoop here. I don't think they do. They're worried about it and a couple of bodies going down. This is going to have to be basically a full reset for Orgless because it is not a position they want to be in as they lose more kills.
Disarray. He's just walked in the shop in the middle of the map, picked up a bag of crisps and a Mars bar, and gunned everybody else inside of it, and now the rest of his team can start things rolling over towards this B side. Defensive work needed from Orgless. That deficit is only 2. It may well be back to 3 in the blink of an eye. Overlay killing everybody with a pistol, including his teammates. 4-1, Treaty 1. 2.5 minutes to go. Orgless. They don't quite need a miracle yet, Brycey, but it's becoming very, very difficult to see a way back.
They need an early cap here. They don't have the position for it. Disarray, reach out. Will lose too early. Detain already going around here. They're going to know he's going to be up here. Miracle will take him down. For 3-1 Gaming, all they've got to do is keep these trades flowing.
It's just so difficult for Orgless to find a way through now because 3-1 Gaming are in the position where they can start to play a little bit awkward.
Like that?
An overlay. Yep, it's doing just that. Lying down the middle of the map, just wait for a moment to, well, kind of present itself to you, and it absolutely does. 3-1 Gaming can keep this pressure on. Hasn't ever really felt like Orgless are going to come back yet. I know that one to bring it back to 3-1 may well give you a little bit of hope, but it feels like, again, it was a carbon copy of what they've been trying to do throughout the majority of the game, and that is just those Hail Mary plays. But for 3-1 Gaming, it is being meticulous. They have worked it so well. They found their 5th and should be finding their first map of the series.
Yeah, this has been just a quality kind of show here from 3-1 Gaming. The slaying's gone their way. They've been moving the EMP well. I mean, Whalers, he's probably calling for help, but no one is answering for some time. And, well, he might be a bit mad about that at the end of this map.
This race had a hell of a game. Everyone across the board here for 3-1 Gaming, the slaying boots to have entirely been on. And just being able to find absolutely everything they needed, and it's honestly, it's felt done for a while.
No, it has. It really has. Also, just checking on some of our other games done. Well, this one is wending its way to its pretty obvious conclusion. I believe Omit have won their game 3-0. That has gone down with the overload. 5-0 was the final score there. Aspect dropping 31 and 19. So they had a very good time on that map. On the other side, Project 7 up against Lynn. Now, that game is still ongoing, but Project 7 are up 4-0.
That is not going to make a blind bit of difference. That would have been disgusting. But irrelevant of that, Treaty 1 will get this one over the line and make a series out of this because, frankly, it was threatening to be extremely one-sided. Treaty 1 Gaming say absolutely not. We want to see this one go a little bit further. They're looking for the reverse sweep. There is point 1 of 3 they needed. Can you find a little bit more, though? Can you force that map number 5? That's what you have to do now. And we head over to Hacienda.
Just a really good showing from them. See how it goes down. I mean, like I said, coming into this one time, realistically, I didn't know who was going to walk away the victor, and I actually leant towards Treaty 1, but Orgless were better in the first 2 maps, Treaty 1 better in number 3. What happened in 4, still very much up for debate, but this isn't the only game going on. We do have others I still believe are continuing. Obviously, I'm going to be a little bit behind on where I've got the scores going up to, but surprise, surprise, Omit have walked away flawless in the groups.
Yeah, not too much of a surprise by any stretch of the imagination, was it? Very, very good performance through every single one of these group stage games from the side of Orgless, from the side of Omit. Not Orgless, they have very much lost games. But I mean, were we too surprised with that? I suppose the contestation would have come from Project 7, but they never really got themselves in that position. Now looking at Project 7 actually in their game in particular, they win their game 3-0 up against Lynn as well.
Yeah, I was going to say. Yeah, so what happened there was it ended 8-0. They ended that way quicker than I was expecting, Todd. So that game was done and dusted. They actually got that one all the way to time. So yeah, it was a bit of a one-sided show. I was expecting to kind of jump into that game in the dying seconds, but we haven't made it.
No, I'm not surprised, to be honest with you. Showing what they're made of, and Project 7 are going up against the Lynn as well. That's going to put them in a good position. So Project 7 are going to be sitting at 3-2, waiting on the results of what goes down here. BTD are currently sitting in 5th, but I wonder if it's pending what happens between Orgless and Treaty 1. I'm not 100% sure. We'll get that call from the admins, but irrelevant of that. We're heading to map number 4. Treaty 1 Gaming threatening the comeback. It may well be underway. Orgless, so in map number 1, were absolutely flawless. You can see on the Colossus 250-90, they'll be looking for a repeat performance if they want to secure this one within 4. Treaty 1 Gaming would love to send us to a raid, search and destroy.
Well, we'll see how these two end up getting it done here in what is our final game of the groups. And hey, it's been a very good ride for a lot of these squads moving forward. These two, though, I want to find out who walks away the victor, because I think they're both good. That's the truth of it. They are both good, and they have shown us that they have capabilities to take on even bigger and better teams.
Yeah, and a win will guarantee you through if you're one of these two teams as well. So let's see how it is going to go down in the and see how they can manage to do in the playoffs if they do manage to find that win. I'm trying to work it out as well who is going to drop down, because BTD are sitting at 2 and 3. I think it depends on matchups. So BTD beat Treaty 1, but I believe lost to Orgless yesterday, both by the same measure. So I think I'll put it on the line here. I think if Orgless win, BTD go through, as do Orgless. But if Treaty 1 Gaming goes through, Orgless might go through. I'm not sure.
Oh, they all might go through. We're gonna have to get into the weeds now. This is you've set us up here to work out who goes where.
Right. Listen, I have, this is as it stands, of course, but I have in my brain, Orgless lost. Orgless beat BTD. So if Orgless win, they
have the tiebreak.
Yeah, they well, if Orgless lose, they have the tiebreak, I should say. But if Treaty 1 Gaming lose, they do not have the tiebreak.
Okay.
As far as I'm aware.
So the easiest way for this to go is if Orgless win, it's Orgless BTD.
I believe so.
Okay. All right. Well, we've set it up.
I've put my neck on the line here.
You have. Something that we try not to do.
Very silly.
For that reason.
very silly.
But here's what we will do. Instead, we will consult with the admins. We will let them tell us exactly how it should work. And we will go to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. The potential last map, or 2 last maps, coming up right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Challengers Elite EMEA. We are jumping into map number 4 of Orgless versus Telluride Gaming. Telluride Gaming, of course, keeping this game alive with a dominating performance on the Overload, as we will be looking to see if they can do even better now.
Well, it's already a better start than they had. Well, sorry, no, it was Telluride Gaming. It was so far behind. It's pretty much carbon copy. Orgless in control from the get-go. Come on, brain, switch on. It's only 9 PM. I'm not that old yet.
This is a very typical P1 here. Managed to grab a little bit of time, then get wiped out of it very, very quickly. Shooting feet there is going to be Whalers. Difficult gunfight is going to fall here, but this is all about the P2 for now for these 2 squads.
Rotation should be here for the side of Orgless, but as previously discussed, it's not quite as easy of a hold. But if you can really get a hold of these back spawns and find a 4-man wipe, then all of a sudden it is a little bit easier. Spawns over towards this backside though. Kez will get the benefit of that, and well, if you are the rest of Orgless, you spawn miles away. One player still here was Caliph. You don't win any of the gunfights, so that is unfortunate to say the least. Whalers is a setting duck in there as the break for Telluride.
Managed to push this out and get the break, and the rotation is all gone their way. Did lose a little bit of time in getting it done though, and 30 seconds left for them. We'll put them into the lead. 3-1 Gaming now going to have to try and fight from 2 different directions. Big kill there. Down towards the back as Disray finds the second as well into the point, but not the third against Whalers. So we'll try and contest for a few seconds. Not going to happen. Spawns are no good. And now got to be Orgless, who will rotate to try and gain back some of the lead.
It's a good time for Telluride though. Rotation over towards fences. Can you find... I mean, Disray. That is a big win. And can keep this rolling as well. So close one's going to come in though. Miracle will not be too far away, and that is a big nade to help things out as well. Caliph cooking that one to perfection. Whalers there to pick up the pieces. Nice hold so far from Orgless.
Looking for it as well. Awkward gunfight there for early. Means health comes back. That stun check does delay for a few seconds. Eventually will get back up to not quite full and goes down before he can do any more. Gunfight's just erupting all across this now as they try to stay alive. Whaler on Overwatch gets another one. I'll tell you something, Whalers has looked very good so far in this series, but not good enough to win that last one.
No, it's been fantastic. Detain now inside of the point, trying to get away through here for Telluride Gaming. Good shots by Detain again. This one definitely feels like it's going to be a closer one than it was on Colossus Pricey. That is of no doubt. See if they can keep it up, though. Overlay on a 3 spree. He's going to get taken down early and cut. First one's over towards P4. Very close game here in map number 4.
Not a great hold for them yet. They're losing a lot of bodies into this. They're trying to get some more through, and kind of cannot find that last one. It may have helped them out more than they needed to. Whalers, though, there's already going to be 3. Reinforcements now flooding in for them at the same time. Detain going to try and open up another front. Kalaf now looking for what he expects will be detained through the window, and the timing is just ever so slightly off.
There's gunfights inside of the point as well. Mercury will have to find a way back through. Cannot get anything. Need the rest of the team there with him. Has it now. Early. Kalaf. They can combine well. Can't find anything else, though. Detain is a man on a mission right now. 12 and 6 as Disarray will pick up the pieces. Contention will come on through. It will be Orgless with the lead heading into the second rotation, but it's a very, very close game, Brycey. Really not a great deal in it.
See who walks away. Everybody back into the P1, where once you get onto the point, you're just counting the seconds until you get taken out, and that's what's already happened here. Orgless get almost a full wipe. The Kes still alive, still fighting, will go down as well. It'll be Orgless still back into the lead here. And then the next job, soak a bit more time, then think about P2.
This is looking like some nice time as well. Desiree finding that, though. And a second out to call off. That's going to very much infuse Orgless to get the hell off of P1 and try to think about the spawns. Kills all falling in the way of Treaty 1, though. Orgless, not much of an answer after finding some good time. 10-point game. Rotation over towards P2. Last time around, it was Orgless first ones here. This time it feels like it's going to be Treaty 1.
Big fights on the stairs, and they get it done. There's a player out towards the back here. Overlay. Great on this first time around on the P2. Can he do it again? They're going to know he's here as well. For Orgless, they have control of the hill, but they do not have the back spawns at all. They're also spawning out. Big kill from Detain. More pressure mounting now onto Orgless as the rest of the players now swing into action, and there's the wipe. They get it done in the end, and that's why everybody wants the spawns.
That's the thing, though. I mean, it's felt like Treaty 1 are the ones who are finding the kills. They are the ones sort of leading the dance. I've only just taken the lead. Felt like Orgless have been a step behind, but we're in the lead the majority of the game. I'll take it down this way. Anybody able to find something through the front door? Overlay. He's going to get taken down. It's only Kez, and it's nearly a perfect break for Orgless with 20 seconds to go and still spawning Treaty 1 gaming over towards the back. That's a perfect scenario.
Take their pound of flesh, though, on this push. Not going to be. They will lose that lead, and the players are spawning out here. It's a little bit late here for Orgless to try and make this move. They're now going to be second to this hill. Disarray is going to tuck.
Only one player outside of the hill is going to be Whalers. Back spawns coming through for Orgless momentarily. These gunfights are not going to go their way, though. You wouldn't like to think. Someone's going to have to just play something off, and somehow Whalers has. Miraculous that Whalers has found 3. That is absolutely tremendous from the Frenchman. He was alive in a corner next to fences on his own and manages to find 3 to break it wide open. Now there's an opportunity for Orgless to maybe get this final 30 seconds. They need to keep finding the gunfights, and Whalers is at the forefront of that, but Detain will answer back. Still having a good game in an 18 and 11. And Treaty 1 Gaming find a break back.
These are the points they need. For Orgless, they're not going to commit too much to this. They're going to want to get over to the next one. Try and maybe throw one player towards it here, and they might be late to the rotation again, Cunt. This happened last time around. They could have played with their food a little bit too much before locking in a rotation, and it is going to be. Treaty 1 Gaming are here first. Timing is a disaster for Orgless. And that's exactly why. Look at this. The numbers are just against them. A couple of trades going through, and Overlay wins the trade. Orgless, their rotations have been a little bit sloppy than the last 2.
I think for me, honestly, Brycey, it feels more and more like we're heading to a map number 5. Everything being found here as Disarray will get taken down, but Treaty 1 Gaming, the kill feed has looked in their favor nearly every single time. Frankly, I think Orgless are doing extremely well to keep it as close as it has been. Treaty 1 feel like they're the team that they're in the ascendancy, and then Miracle will find 2 earlier for another. There's a 4-man wipe for 20 seconds. If they can hold down this time, puts them within very close touching distance of Treaty 1 as we head to another. This is what I mean. It feels like Treaty 1 have been in complete control, but there's nothing in it.
Who walks away the victor? it is still very much undecided. The P1 pop gives us 11 seconds of difference. That's it. That's all that has been made in this entire game so far. Caliph going down as well. Nobody jumping on that P1 point quite yet. It should be Treaty 1 Gaming. They've had the better time. Early already predicting this one. Might have got it perfect. Finds it. Looks for the third here. A little bit greedy. Can stay alive. Just be a problem.
Dipping and diving. Overlay has been taken and hostage as EMEA will now put Orgless back in a position where they can maybe find a little bit more time over towards P1. Such an interesting game of hardpoint. Now the P2 rotation, which is where we're heading in 25, is looking more and more like it's going to be Orgless's. 21 Gaming are on their way over in a second. Whalers trying to disrupt as best as he can. Good shots. Can't quite finish his dinner. That nade should do so. Rotation is there for Orgless. They get them off a little bit of that scrap time. It's going to be about a 20-point game by the time we head here, but a big opportunity for Orgless to close that gap.
Gotta sit deep. Gotta try and hold this time around. Orgless already getting a spawn out early. It's going to go down and detain, and this has been such a problem hill for Orgless over and over again. Caliph is now swinging through. There is a player out towards the back here. It's going to be Whalers. The big gun for Orgless in so much of this series has to hold. It has been a problem for them on P2, and Overlay has been that problem. And now, one more time, Treaty 1 Gaming find themselves in the better position. Early with a late flank, he finds two himself, but down by Kez. A miracle needs a miracle.
And early with those two kills, they've got a slight spawn in here for the side of Orgless, who can maybe just try and find a way through for this final 25. Caliph and Yusuf working so well. Whalers is there to pick up the pieces. Nicely done. Orgless will find the final 15. There will be nothing in it by the time we head over towards fences. Keep an eye on the spawns, where they're going to be. Yet Treaty 1 Gaming partially spawning over towards Old. It will momentarily be a 3v3 over towards the fences. That is being won by Orgless. Treaty 1 Gaming not like this.
And this is coming down to a 2-point game. Tied up one more time as the team start to get bodies into this point here. Caliph is trying to get that player off the contest. Looking for it as well. And the player has turned to detain, turned his back on early. They went to go get the cut. It hasn't worked out as well. They flipped this spawn perfect. They are now in the lead. It cannot be won here, but the damage can be done.
35 seconds to play for. And it will be severe damage to Treaty 1 Gaming's chances of making it through the playoffs, and a big kill from Caliph towards the back. Now everybody turning in one direction. They know where they're coming from, and they are finding the kills. 20 seconds to play for here at the fences. Treaty 1 Gaming could do with finding a way in.
They're stacked. They're ready to go, but can they find the kills? Miracle finds 3! Oh, just know what you don't need, and already they've got a rotation. They found the adjustments they needed to make in getting to these first, and now they are only going to be 17 seconds away from winning this entire thing and dumping Treaty 1 Gaming out of Elite.
Well, here we go, Orgless. It's felt like they've been on the back foot all the way through, but P4 has been the money maker for Treaty 1 Gaming. They will find a momentary 4 down. I don't think they have the tick, but let's just not count on it making a difference anyway. Orgless will more than likely find a contest somewhere along the line. But Treaty 1 in a really nice position to find some good time, but that's a 2-for-2 trade. Can Orgless find a way through?
Here comes the first push. Orgless, 2 in by the door. Miracle is going to go down. Caliph gets his kill at the same time. More bodies now flying through early. He's going to be in the better position, and that's a wipe. Everybody's going to go down, and Caliph is going to try and push this one out. He falls as well, but it's 5 seconds to go. Treaty 1 Gaming, it's a sprint, a slide, and a hope, and nothing but Whalers in the kill feed. Done, dusted, and they will go through. Orgless put Treaty 1 out of Elite.
A miraculous run from Orgless, who, as mentioned, throughout the majority of this hacienda, it feels like they were behind all the way through, and they still managed to find a way. A brilliant performance, and both of the hard points will get this one over the line. Orgless will definitely advance. I'm not going to count my chickens before they're hatched before we do see these groups to see how things have transpired, but incredible work from Orgless. They managed to find themselves through, I believe, in 3rd place. We nearly have our playoff teams here, Brycey, but Treaty 1 will be massively disappointed with that one. I felt like they could do no wrong.
Yeah, I mean, I will give credit to Orgless on being better at what we kind of said they needed to do, right? The rotations just were not going their way. P2, still not very clean from them, just so we're kind of talking that one out of it. Overlay just had a better chance out towards the back. Orgless could not hold it at all in any of their pushes, and as soon as it flipped against them, they couldn't break 3D1. Didn't really matter though. A good rotation to P3, winning those gunfights. A kind of a sticker then there from Miracle did the wonders, and then they won the rotation again to give them enough of a lead ton they could get it over the line.
Incredible performance from Orgless. Early having a really nice game there as well, but everybody pitching in. The objective kills across the board very much there. The non-tradeds from Whalers, so important. Disrael kicking himself about that game. Okay, we'll wait for confirmation. I feel as if BTD may well be through. I mean, they were the ones that beat Treaty 1, so by rights, I think BTD do get through on the back of Orgless winning. But we will wait and see. Before we get confirmation, we'll get that confirmed with the groups and how they are sitting. But we are relevant of that, are going to have 8 teams ready to kick things off and play off smart.
We certainly are. I'm only going off what I kind of saw into our production chat, so I've called it that way. If it's wrong, I get to still blame Compop, so we'll find out. But hey, it was a good game from Orgless all the way through. Yeah, the Scar Overload was not their cheese, but the rest of the time, more than good enough. And here we are. Group A and Group B have been settled. Our 4 teams from Group A will be Rock Esports, Ask Esport, Exceptional Gaming, and Team France. In Group B, a flawless Omit head the group. Then we've got Project 7, Orgless, and BTD make it through. Trinity 1 Gaming losing out on the tiebreaker, and they will not be making it through the playoffs.
And that's the thing. If Treaty 1 Gaming had won, Orgless would have went through with them. So Orgless winning that game condemned Treaty 1. Whereas if Treaty 1 had won it, both these 2 teams would have went through. But you just got to play your game. And Orgless certainly did that. They will go through with BTD. Treaty 1 Gaming fall out. The 4 teams that we will be losing: Rock Ascension, AtlasLions. Rock Ascension for them, I mean, what could have been? I will win up against their parent team. And that was it. I'm not able to find the win up against AtlasLions, Team France. That makes the difference. I mean, that is just
kind of weird.
If that is not Rock as an organization in Call of Duty in a nutshell, I don't know what is. But Treaty 1 Gaming, they will feel very aggrieved with that one. 2 and 3, and to fall out, Lynn, very much a stage to forget about. But to make it is very, very difficult. I'm sure they'll be back again for potentially last chance qualifiers, and of course next year when we go into it. But yeah, incredible group stage. That was really fun. We had some crazy permutations, and the way that things played out, nothing was simple by any stretch of the imagination. We had a very fun group stage here, Brycey, and we got 3 days of playoffs to get through as well.
We really do. And with how these groups have been going, Ton, I do not know what is going to happen in those playoffs, because everybody's been beating everybody, and I still think that Rock losing to Rock Ascension is kind of the craziest storylines we've ever seen. They would have had a flawless run if they didn't do that. But hey, it has been a wonderful group stage for EMEA, and I'm sure it'll be just as good for North America, which is coming your way in just a little bit. So if you want more Call of Duty action, don't go anywhere. But from EMEA, thank you for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your back-to-back Challengers champions.
Nobody cut him down. Everybody finds three.
Henry, who gets the good timing over by the bar. He's able to find number 3.
Oh, good movement from Mamba. Keeps the killing spree alive. Now down low. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Lost for a minute, but I'm back. Now I'm at the top, and baby, at the one I'm at.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Challenger Stage number 4 as we get ready for some more action here in Call of Duty. Taking you through that action here for week number 2. I'm Visions, that's Seymour. Brother, we had a crazy week number 1. Lots of exciting matches. Now we're heading into week number 2 with some seeding kind of up there for us for as far as what we're going to get, but it should be an exciting time as well.
And I don't want to say like a boring week number 2, but everything seems to be set for the teams that we will be seeing in the playoffs of the elites. The only difference is for today is we're playing for seeding for a couple of those teams, what the matchups will look like tomorrow when we do break into that bracket. And, you know, a couple of the teams that didn't make the playoffs, we've heard some rumblings about them.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's take a look at our schedule and see what we do have ahead of ourselves here for this evening. We are going to be kicking things off with the Alpha stream, and that will be Omit Brooklyn going up against the Stallions Bush. So that will be our main matchup. Obviously, some of those implications that we talked about for as far as seeding certainly comes into play for that one here right away, Seymour.
Yeah, I'd say the only 2 matches today that we're going to be really seeing impact from will be the Omit Brooklyn versus the Stallions Bush. That's a big one in terms of Group A. Winner takes the 3rd seed. Loser is going to be the 4th seed coming out of the group. And on Alpha for our 2nd slot, the P7 Notorious versus Falcons Academy Green matchup. Also with implications over in Bravo. If Falcons Academy Green wins that matchup, we will be seeing some shiftings in the seedings. We're not sure what it's going to be looking like, but it is going to be down to the head-to-head if that happens.
I like it. Well, let's take a look at our groups and see where we did actually end off after week number 1. And the big surprise is Group A. I think this, without question, was the group that we looked at, Seymour, and said, listen, this is the group of death, it feels like, here for stage number 4. And CABAL was the team that actually managed to come out here ahead. 4-0, looked very solid, a couple of big Game 5 wins. And on the flip side of that, Stallions, I think, was the other big surprise here, showing us that they weren't actually able to find any match wins, but did play a lot of close maps, just couldn't finish off some of those dubs that we wanted to see.
Yeah, a couple of things in between, like the Bush look good with Trakes. They almost look untouchable, you know, other than that loss to CABAL and the Search and Destroys. A couple things to work on. Omit Brooklyn with Gwyn. What a good look for Gwyn. I mean, we talked about what kind of vibes he can bring to this camp, and it looks like those vibes have been settling very, very well. You can imagine that into week number 2, they also will be looking better. And the Stush, always giving us some entertainment. You know that when Swooty's on a team, we're going to be entertained. I think that in between everything that's been happening for Group A, I'm loving what we saw.
On the flip side here for Group B, Huntsmen coming in here again. That was one of those roster changes that we just talked about. Swooty out, Awakening in. They actually managed to come out with a 4-0 dub themselves. A lot of close series, though, up and in the mix. P7 Notorious, we were watching over the hard point. They're looking polished as ever, but still ended up kind of losing one of those first matches as well to Huntsmen. So it's going to be an interesting look for as far as what we're going to get today. Again, a chance to go back, VOD review, fix whatever you possibly can, get those scrims in, and see where we're going to end off here as, again, a lot of seeding coming into play for as far as what we're going to get. But also, another interesting talking point that we did have here for ourselves, Colin, was some of the pro points in the mix, roster changes that could be coming in for implications, and maybe some teams looking for a potential change to lock in that champ spot, which is what every single team is gunning for and looking for here as we get closer to the end of the year.
And I was waking up and I was kind of doing the math, and I'm thinking, because the rumblings that were happening, you know, the conversation with the Stallions that's been patched since then, and some conversation that's been happening with that For Fun roster as well. And you can imagine that there's going to be some high profile players, some roster mania ringers that we're going to be looking at the end of the elite, going into Paris, maybe even post Paris. But we're at a really crucial time where the conversation has to be had with a lot of these teams that aren't in the playoffs anymore. Do we want to stick together going to playoffs? You know, ride it out, try to get that number 1, number 2 seed spot into Paris and make it into champs through that auto qualification. But if you don't make it through auto qualification, you're thinking about your pro points. You're thinking about avoiding the LCQ, and the conversation is going to be surrounding these 4 players, as this is the highest 4 players in pro points that are outside of the auto qualification spot. So you can imagine that a lot of these players are going to be getting some looks from some teams that might be making some moves either before or after Paris.
It's completely valid, right? We know how important the end of the year is. We know how important it is to make your mark at champs, to just alone be there. And if you don't feel like you're going to be a top contender going into the open to try to lock in one of those top 2 spots, then you might have to do it by way of pro points. So one of those 4 players could be looking to shake some things up. We also, again, did talk about the Stallions being one of those squads that looked like they kind of imploded yesterday, you know, didn't end up showing up for scrims, and then maybe patch some things up together, started to come together and say, listen, we have a clear view on what we want to do, how we want to play, change our play style, get on the same page. And again, today's going to be a really showing moment for as far as how they look together, how the chemistry is going to play off, and if they can kind of find a big win versus a very tough opponent, Bush being their opponents for today.
And you know, it's nice too, we were talking about it in the green room, is that if the Stallions stick together and have a little bit of turmoil, that's fine. You get through that. We've seen better teams get through stuff like this in the past, stick together and come out on top. For the Stallions, you come out today, beat the Bush, like what a confidence boost that is going into Paris, and it might even reset everything looking towards that open. You lose today, maybe the conversations still happen, but I like to see that they are having those conversations, because it's the end of the year. It's hard to make roster changes and really stick through that and make impacts. So it's good to see at least they're trying to fight through.
Yeah, that's absolutely the case. But we do, I believe, have one of our first matches here that we are going to take a look at. And again, that is going to be Omit Brooklyn. For as far as these 4 players, that is Too Real, Dylan Rex, Gwyn, and Paul X. A lot of players that have been around in challengers, that have been up in the league many times over these last few years here, Colin. So looking at these individuals for as far as what they're going to be able to do, and again, try to find this head-to-head versus Stush, which is going to be one of their massive matchups to see if they can try to lock in that 3rd seed.
And I mean, last week was interesting, I think, for both of these 2 teams, but for Omit, it was the kind of circulation of, we got top 3 in Atlanta, we got top 3 in stage 3. We lose Standy. Is that the glue? Can Gwyn replace him? And so far, I think the answer has been yes. I think Gwyn really slots into that position that Standy was bringing. And I've been enjoying the way that Omit are growing.
I like it. On the other side, Manny, Okus, got Skill and Swooty here. So these 4 individuals, I think, have had a lot of eyes on them. I think Swooty in particular throughout this year, he's had a lot of, you know, vocal comments about, you know, saying like, listen, if I had a different name, I'd already be in the CDL, or if I wasn't this goofy, fun guy. But I think that's why a lot of the community loves him, and that's definitely why he stands out amongst this roster. Again, he was on that Huntsmen team a little bit previous towards stage 4, excuse me, but now looking to see if he can find their footing, find a big win here alongside his other 3 teammates that are also looking to step up in a big way.
And I mean, I think that this team in the Stush have such a high ceiling. We hear from Attach, their coach, so many times, is that like Swooty is playing out of his mind. The entire team are pretty young, and like there's a lot of growth that can happen with them between now and champs if we do see them go all the way. But we're looking at our maps for this series, and our conversation when we were waiting to see what the best of 5 is going to look like is, do these teams kind of have a shift in their map pools? Because we didn't really see a lot of hardpoint out of the Stush. I mean, they played a lot of Colossus, they played a lot of Scar and Hacienda. I mean, you did see Omit play a ton of Sake last week too, so we get to see some changes, at least in what to see for the maps other than the hard point. I mean, neither team has played Sake Search and Destroy, neither team has played Den Overload or the Den Search and Destroy, so if this goes to 5, it's going to be interesting on how this growth of the map pool is going to look for both of these teams.
Yeah, I'm here with that. And the Hacienda kind of kick things off. This is something that they also were just scrimming when we were watching over, you know, Swooty's stream, and again, attached right in their ear, trying to make sure they're on the right track. So maybe that early rep to kind of give them that early start to this series. But you really do have to imagine that both teams put a lot of prep into this series, into this head-to-head going up against one another.
Yeah.
As well as, you know, some of the map prep for as far as what they wanted to play. We talked about maybe some search and destroy weaknesses throughout week number 1, maybe for some of these squads. So maybe throwing the Sake into the mix, and if we get to the very end, the Den Search and Destroy for map number 5, it'll be interesting to see what their looks are going to look like and really what their playbook is going to be. But it looks like we do have our Bravo match ready to go as we wait for Alpha. We'll jump into that Hacienda hardpoint very, very soon. But for now, we'll take a look at CABAL and Torn Esports as they go head-to-head here in map 1.
And I'm really happy to see this CABAL team doing so well. I mean, the biggest story coming out of Group A has been, you know, this squad that not a lot of people would have seen walking away undefeated from the group. If they do take on a Torn Esports and walk away with a win, that's what we're going to be seeing from them. And CABAL have just shown an incredible masterclass in search and destroy. So I think you go into this weekend, if they can improve their respawns, they actually might have a shot at winning the elite.
Yeah, and you had even said, right, Flames, when you were speaking to him about, like, listen, if we can just grab one respawn in this series, we feel so confident to go the distance, to win our search and destroys. We feel like we're the best S&D team is what he was really saying. So, you know, to have that under your belt, it feels like you could be a really big problem. And seeing their hardpoint get more and more polished, I mean, they're starting to look really well-rounded here, especially as you can see the score right now. They're currently up 95-26, feeling pretty good on the point.
Well, nobody has been able to dethrone CABAL so far, and for Sake Hardpoint, it doesn't seem like Torn been having a good go at it for the first 3 hills. Finally a break into P4, a good setup going on as well, but CABAL waiting on Vix. He's on the long flank, and he's going to be the one to kickstart this break.
Gotta love that play from Dak, just locking things down in the middle. So we'll try to keep our eyes on this matchup, but Alpha is going to be our main focus. Again, that is going to be Omit Brooklyn up against Stush. Hacienda Hardpoint, we're kicking it off right here on Alpha. This is going to be a big one for as far as where the seeding is going to end off on the night. So let's get right into it, Colin.
And it's good to see, I mean, a Hacienda come out to kind of open things up for the Stush. If you're a big fan of them, you can imagine that this is going to be their map pick for the best of 5, for the hard points, because last week, I mean, they took on the Bush. They lost to them 250, 238. They lost to CABAL on this map 250, 225. So you can see how close they played some of the best teams we have in Group A. So this is going to be a comfort point for the Stush. See if Omit Brooklyn can steal it away.
Will be an interesting look. Both teams going to start to also eye up some of these spawns heading over to P2, but still about 15 seconds up for grabs, and as we typically see it, not a whole lot of time going to be accumulated from this P1 point. Two-Real going to be cut down, and this looks to be some great teamwork and great pickups here around the back of P2. There's only one more player that can really threaten the spawns, and that's going to be Paul X, but his teammates aren't with him just yet.
Yeah, everybody from Omit spawning onto the south side of the map. Paul X with some timing, and he's gotten through, so spawns will be blocked. Good time for Omit Brooklyn to try to collapse with numbers. Now 2 down. Gwyn in the closet. See if he can slide out. Shut down by Skill. Couple kills from the Stush. And if Skill could go big, maybe the hold. But Omit Brooklyn break those spawns. Break into the hill. Now trying to hold the Stush at the front.
Oh, it's a great moment there. Paul X really leading the charge, and everyone else able to follow through, winning their gun battles. Two-Real, though, a lot in front of him to deal with, so he's going to end up dropping and getting swarmed out here by quite a few members. Dylan Rex looks to try to pick up that slack, but the focus turns to the hard point, and now Skill's been able to break himself in as he picks up a couple of kills, a couple of nice shots as well. It looks like he wants to get his hands on an AR, but the MPC will have to do. The nades, though, over the top. Paul X just opened up with 2, and that should be the break in the remaining scrap time as we now look towards P3.
Hey, unfortunate there for the Stush. I mean, you had a solid setup, and the car blowing up doesn't make it easier for grabbing that scrap time, but you are going to be winning at least the numbers battle over towards New. Two-Real trying to make a play. Actually, looking to get lost. Manny trades it, and maybe enough damage done by Two-Real for the remainder of Omit Brooklyn to fully break this hill. And Gwyn, yeah, he finds 2 up top. That's going to hold on to Platt. Omit Brooklyn holding this one from the front, forcing the Stush in those back spawns.
That is filthy from Gwyn. Bullies his way into the hard point and gives his teammates a little bit of space to play with, but Manny now takes an alternate route up top, finds a great wall bang, goes to the pistol. Manny says thanks for 3, up to 9 and 5. He was also flying in that scrim leading up to this matchup, so he's obviously feeling the hot hand. Will finally be taken down inside of office, but overall, Stush do a pretty decent job of battling back here and keeping this one fairly competitive at P3.
I actually put Stush in kind of the underdog position for this matchup, for this best of 5. I think Omit Brooklyn just as a whole are going to be feeling a lot of experience and veteranship towards the end of the groups, and my eyes are going to be on a couple of these rookies today. Skill, Ocus, and they need to have a good best of 5 versus Omit Brooklyn if the Stallions want to upset this team.
Definitely want to see more from Ocus, especially after that week 1. We felt like there was a little bit more to see that we didn't get. So, chance to try to bring this one back after the 3-11 start. Swooty getting involved as he gets to get a little mixy around the hard point. Got his teammates with them, and they will be able to break in here for a moment. So, we take a look at the spawns. Everyone's going to be on the same side of the map here for Omit Brooklyn, and Skill's going to get a great read on it as well. So, now they can start to focus all through the middle and all through the side here. And Swooty's still on 3, looks for 4. Trades are not going to be there, and Rex breaks in for now.
That's a big break for Rex. I mean, 20 seconds. Omit Brooklyn want to hold on to this lead going into the second set of rotations, considering that P2, P3 was so good for them. If they can steal yet another majority off of a money heal, Stush are going to be kind of in red alert here, and you can start to see the kills swinging over to Omit Brooklyn as well. The Stush already looking over to the new hill of P1. Skill opening up with a kill onto Telluride, but still so much work here for the Stallions to get done, and you don't even have your ARs in position.
Wow, great little bait and switch there from Rex and Pollux up top, and Telluride now will also be able to find himself a kill. 14 and 11, Telluride's been kind of quietly finding a lot of objective kills and doing what he needs to roam around the hard point while his teammates soak up a lot of that time. Win now from the middle cut, looking to also get involved and find a trade onto Okus, and he does exactly that. So a little bit of time starting to go over to Stush, but Telluride gets involved. He now wants to soak it up, and his AR is just looking to set up above him.
Yeah, that's kind of where you can trust. I mean, you put somebody like Pollux and Dylan Rex above you on a P1 of Hacienda, you're going to be feeling good to soak up that time. But I say that Okus and Manny ripped them off their headies. The Stush are looking to pick up this scrap time. They have the better spawns for new. Losing on these players, you need to start focusing on these spawns too, because a lot of exits are actually going to Omit Brooklyn. Swooty looking to lock down the middle of the map, but you do have Telluride in a position to make this one kind of mixy.
Yeah, it's just smart for Telluride to try to slow down. He was waiting in the corner,
What a catch.
but yeah, not going to let him get just too patient in the water. Skill brings the fight right to him. Manny pushes up by the rock, but this is what happened last time, is they lost the spawns in the back almost immediately as the hard point spawned here. So Swooty's got a lot to do, and Swooty says no problem. He'll come up with a double. The remaining two players now are attacking from the front, and Swooty's able to get a little bit more damage in here as well. So that's going to be just about all four down. One more player out front, but you still have control of the spawns in the back, and so could maybe hold on for a lot of points here as they're still finding a lot of kills.
Hey, you still got Skill just fishing in the water, and he is not allowing anybody to take a separate look from Omit Brooklyn on that hill break. 18 seconds. Stush ready to flip this lead for a short minute, and we got the rotation over to new now for Omit Brooklyn. You can already see Dylan Rex working over towards mid, see if he can cut off a couple of these players, but spawns are going to flip, and Rex has to back up. He needs to anchor himself on an island to do damage.
What a perfect moment this could be, and Okus might have a chance to find Rex in the back here. And Rex not ready for that gunfight, so Okus will be able to make the long route pay off here. Spawn should be close, but no, Spawn's actually going to be in the back now for Omit Brooklyn. You might get the read on this, though. Swooty now picking it up, but won't be able to win the gun battle. Okus just a little bit late to the gun battle, so he's now going to drop it. Skill has no idea where to look. He's being collapsed on from in front of him, behind him, up top. He's going to have to try to find one more, but he's weakened up, taken out, and now Omit Brooklyn, they'll break in here, but they still have a lot of work to do as the collapse is coming back through for Stush.
Yeah, and as soon as I called out the young man on the Stush, you can see that Okus, I mean, it's pretty steady. He's having a lot of impact around the hills for these breaks, but it's been Skill to turn up for the Stush here. I mean, he's not able to break for that scrap time, but he has gone from quite negative to 16 and 16 with a minute 4 in the hills. So good things to see for the Stush out of your rookies. Omit Brooklyn have given up their lead, and they're going to lose this rotation over to P4 as well. So I look back to their SMGs of Gwyn and Telluride. I mean, they got to make some major plays if they want to break a hill like P4.
Absolutely do. Omit Brooklyn gonna do it right through the middle. They just sent 3 members and fly through, and it is just about perfect. Little team kill comes through for Gwyn, but the trade's still gonna favor Omit Brooklyn here for now. Swooty now gets the trophy down and looks to gear up for another team push to see if they can try to find the break themselves. But you still got Telluride with presence through the middle, locking things down. The stun connects, but doesn't matter. 4 drop down, and it's just about a perfect hold so far here for Omit Brooklyn.
Yeah, this is a sight that you are used to seeing for a team like Omit Brooklyn. As soon as they sink their fangs into a lead or a setup, it is hard to break them away. Telluride's got the routes. He's on 5, 6 in a row now for Telluride, as you call to the SMGs to make plays together with their 9 kills in a row, alongside Dylan Rex's 2, and they're already looking to this P1, looking to this third rotation to just solidify their lead on Hasi yet again.
Yeah, you can feel the pressure right now. It feels like you deal with one sub and then another one comes out of nowhere, and Telluride's up to 8 in a row. Has a chance to earn some streaks, and well, that's a freebie. He'll say thank you very much for the streak. 9 kills now for Telluride, up to 28-19, and a chance maybe to even reach double digits.
Yeah, this is scary for the Stush. Good corner check for Skill, 3 dead, and looks like the Stush are going to be able to get into P1. Rex is playing his life very well, making it difficult for Stush to really confidently chow this hill, and because of that, his teammates come to the rescue, and he's going to be the one to hop in for time. So Great communication from the Omit Brooklyn at depicting where that setup is from the Stush. Dylan Rex plays his life perfectly. And this is a lot of time that you're giving up now if you're the Stush.
Yeah, a lot of P1 time, a situation that you don't often see sometimes in Hacienda. Not easy to collect a lot of it, and this is really the first time Paul X is going to be in position first to try to hold these spawns in the back, but he might just be overwhelmed, and he is. So the spawns in the back might not be secured just yet, but one player will spawn in, so now it's about trying to pinch this hill up. Swooty might have a read on this, or might be able to make something happen from the middle, but who's going to draw first blood? Who's going to make the first move? Because Omit Brooklyn still soaking up a lot of this time. Finally, the nades starting to come through, but Juriel's been able to pinch this play up and finds a triple in the back. Spawns locked in. Omit Brooklyn looking great for what could be the game.
And now you're looking to rain hell down onto the Stush for this setup. You're in, and it's going to be a hard break for the Stush through the middle of the map, right through lobby. Everybody's going to be going through this middle staircase. The Hellstorm takes down Swooty, and everybody else is going to fall. Paul with the knife. Finisher for Gwyn. Spawns locked down in the back. There is no way the Stush could break this now. So Omit Brooklyn walking away with the opening of this series on Hacienda. What a hold on P2.
What a hold and what a chain of hard points that was. That felt like 3 consecutive hard points in a row there for Omit Brooklyn, where it just felt like they were just rotating perfectly. Right place, right time, good pinches coming through. And a lot of credit to Turiel for that 9 spree that we saw, as well as that pinch in the back, wrapping around that play, finding 3 players with their pants down, not ready for that gun battle, not ready for that fight, and really securing and solidifying the win there for Omit Brooklyn. But what a way to turn that one around. Back and forth the whole way through, but everything really turns at that P4 break that we saw in the second rotation there, Colin.
That P4 kind of shifted things even into the P1. I mean, Turiel goes on his 9 spree, Gwyn on 4 in a row. I mean, together they just cracked open that play, and that's going to be a heartbreaker for the Stush, considering how well that second rotation went for you. You brought it back, you were leading at one point, and as soon as you were leading, Omit Brooklyn just turned on the lights. They didn't let you get a single second across 3 hills pretty much. That P2 was unbreakable. Turiel making some big plays, triple kill after triple kill, and the pressure is on for the Stush because you're going to the search and destroy, and last week you only won 1 S&D map. You went 1 and 3 in this mode. So for Omit Brooklyn, I mean, maybe search and destroy wasn't your best game mode last week either, but you're going to be feeling good taking away the respawns.
I think so. Grabbing that first respawn and just really kind of grabbing a hold of the game just about halfway through has got to feel great for momentum, feel great for confidence going forward here into this set. Because again, both teams putting a lot of priority and prep on this best of 5 series, knowing that seeding's coming into play. And it did feel like there was moments where maybe Stush was going to be able to run away with it a little bit, start to grab that lead. They had some great rotations, great looks to that P2 hill, great looks to P4 initially, but it really was just a turning point where Turiel or some of these subs started to get so aggressive and find the pinches, get a little bit ratty, as we like to say, as you have to do on a map like Hacienda, and that's what really started to turn the tide. So beautiful stuff all around, and right here is that moment, right? 150 to 128, starting to see the turn, and that's when you saw the streak and the pinches. I mean, Turiel was just a menace.
Yeah, it was a tied game, Austin, and they only let them get 3 points after that. I mean, that is really hard to look at if you're the Stush, but one thing we've been talking about for a lot of players is, how do you look at a devastating map and just shake it off and say go next to your team? I mean, you can see like a lot of these players are very vocal on the Stush, so you can imagine that they're just going to be laughing it off, trying to go into the S&D, see what they've worked on from week 1 to put on display here in week 2 to tie us up versus Omit Brooklyn. But got a lot going on across the rest of the series, and this is one that might surprise yourself, Austin. Torn took the map 1 against CABAL after being down on the Sake. It was a 250 to 247 win, and Dak going absolutely nuclear for the squad.
Yeah, that is surprising. And let's see if Dak can keep it going here. There's a chance for a 1v2, but not going to happen. So CABAL, certainly known for their search and destroy presence. You would expect them to bounce back there in that map number 2, but maybe Torn Esports having some more surprises for us. But back to our main matchup here. Stallions Bush up against Omit Brooklyn. Omit Brooklyn get the best of the map 1. Now you're looking for a massive response here if you're the Stush.
Oh yeah, I'm always excited to see the lion mane of Dak putting on displayed performances Even if it's for a team that might not be seen in the
Absolutely.
playoffs, hey, you're just trying to stick it to CABAL and get some confidence there if you're toward Esports. If they do stick together for Paris, I mean, it's a roster that I've been really enjoying watching, so wouldn't hate to see that whatsoever. But yeah, get our sights over to the Search and Destroy, and maybe some good timing here for Swooty, but Two Real comes to save the day, and again, I mean, Rex is just getting so good at playing his life.
Yeah. Plays his life wonderfully. Tucked himself in the corner, waits for his teammate to come through for the switch. And Manny was on the other side of the map. He was really waiting for Swooty to make a play. And, well, that's just about as free as they come. So Swooty doesn't find anything on his wraparound. And not a lot you can do for the 1 versus 2. Not even a chance to get that bomb down, but pretty beautifully played on the other side. And Two Real, 3 kills to open the round.
Oh, Austin, how about this one? FC Stallions take map 1 versus the Bush. Okay, so
okay.
I mean, I don't have eyes on that map. I don't really see what's going on there. But again, just the narrative of a team like Stallions, who yesterday it didn't look like they were going to be a roster. Today, they've patched things up, and I mean, you win versus the Bush. I mean, it just shows how high of a ceiling it is, and it just shows, you know, how competitive this group has been in Group A. Why it has been the group of death to see a team like Stallions zone 4.
Absolutely. So, a quick look over to B, at least initially here with the bomb, but by no means are you necessarily committed. Swooty looks to go for the double up, but will be quickly traded out as everything kind of comes to a small halt. So lots of time left here in round 2 to play with as well.
And I like the patience from Two Real. Just hold on to that bomb, see where you can go, see what's unavailable. I mean, you have to re-clear mid yet again, and Manny's at a great spot. So, I mean, for Brooklyn, do you check this? That's the question. You do. Two Real just can't get his gun up in time, and Manny now with bomb down, he could just get lost.
Yeah, Two Real trying to throw some shoulders in there. Okay, it's big 1v1 battle here versus Gwyn. And neither player going to be able to go for that look. Finally, Gwyn goes for the reach out and pays the price here. So, all down to Rex for what would be a 1 versus 3. Time's a little bit low, but now he makes it just a tad bit more manageable. Turns it into a 1v2, but needs to collect the bomb.
I think it's Manny that has to be careful here, and you scam your death, and you give the 1v1. I mean, Dylan Rex is not a player that you want to be giving these situations to, and you can see it. He's going to go for the regen, go for the challenge for Okus. Yeah, this is the right play. Value your life. Go away. Don't chal Rex in a 1v1.
Well, no time to plant the bomb. Has to play for the kill. And Okus will wisely back down and make sure he does not give him a gunfight. But
Austin.
Yeah, that got a little bit dangerous, right? You hate to see that. Whenever somebody gives up a 1v3 or 1v4, usually it's the second person that dies that usually costs you the round. And Manny certainly made things a little dicey there for his squad, but Okus holds on.
Look, I was talking to Fellow last week, and I heard from him directly. It's like you can see from some of the top players the way that they value their life. And the difference between a top team and a bottom team is that, you know, just who scams first. And a situation like that from Manny is not what I like to see on such an important game.
I love that opening look, though, from Swooty. Takes that chal head on, and Gwyn will end up dropping. Two Real ends up dropping as well. So this gives them quite a bit of real estate to work with here by this A side if they want to. Another big 1v1. Paulex really needs to find one or play his life, and, well, he can't do either. So now it's down to Rex again. He almost pulled off a 1v3 this time around. They fly at him. There'll be no clutch situation that comes down to the wire. And the Stallions, well, they come out here and they look really good. The Stush will pull ahead 2-1.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great round, just through and through. And you like to see the change of pace. One thing a lot of teams are kind of talking about has been, you know, the change in dynamic of player roles, and where once upon a time it was like, okay, we got our ARs, we got our subs, maybe one of our ARs is a flex. No, I mean, you can see with a lot of these young players is that everybody can pull out the NPC and change pace. And for the Stush, it's a team that I like to see play calls like that because they should be able to do that. So a round like that, Omit Brooklyn not ready for it. In round number 4, we see the snipe come out.
I like this. Trying to change up the pacing a little bit. Too Real, though. He's still flying through the middle. He'll find a double up. Paulex does actually connect with a sniper, and feels like this round is just over in the first 15 seconds, and Swooty will surely fall very quickly, and he does. So, Omit Brooklyn, they respond quite quickly and tie things up at 2.
I gotta see Paulex's POV on where that snipe hit, because he did not have a lot of options, and he had 2 players on his screen at one point from his own team. So if he's threading the needle, hitting shots like that on a map like Sake, where timings are so difficult to hit with that sniper, it's why we don't see the VS Recon come out very often. on this map, for Search and Destroy at least. Yeah, I mean, Paul X just hitting a crazy shot there, and the rest of Omit Brooklyn showing, we might be like veterans, we might have the experience, but we can pull out the NPC too. We can get fast.
Well, Paul wants to continue to toy with the sniper as he tries to go through some of the wallpaper in the back. Too real, first blood with an nade. Dylan Rex follows up with a kill. So already 2 life advantage here for Omit Brooklyn, as they have a massive chance to try to grab the lead by a round. Too real is just continuing to sprint forward and find kills, and Swoody has once again lost all of his teammates, and another flawless round back-to-back for Omit Brooklyn.
He's like toying with him too. I mean, that Swoody is like, guys, can I bring out the VS Recon? Like, it's just like itching in the back of his head. I mean, we know Swoot wants to have the snipe out, so you see Paul X starting to find a couple kills with it. He even takes Swoody down with it. Do we see him pull out the VS Recon? I mean, like, it's a lot of different shifts that we're seeing from Omit Brooklyn here with the sniper. And I mean, as long as he can lock down these rotations through the A bomb site with that sniper, it really funnels them into the rest of the team. And Too Real is happy that way. He's on 4 in a row. He's 7-2.
Yeah, Too Real has been really streaky so far in this set, and that could be a problem. Oh, Paul X looked like he took his ear off, and Manny has just knifed Okus, so
oh boy,
not what you want to see. Skill maybe gives them a fighting chance here, but he's going to drop and get traded, and Swoody again, last alive, just falls. But, I mean, that knife in the back from your teammate, that's just from bad to worse, isn't it, here for 3 rounds in a row?
Yeah, I mean, Austin, like, this is kind of where my worry is for the Stush when it comes to playing a lot of these top teams is that, I mean, the respawns were fantastic last week. A lot of close hard points, a lot of close overloads. Search and Destroy, you can't say the same. I mean, like, you didn't get a single game 5, so you didn't really get to see a lot of those long distance, long-winded S&Ds, but a lot of their map 2s were just kind of a throwaway for the Stush, and it came down to their respawns if they wanted to win series. So, I mean, you go into week 2, I was hoping to see some changes, and still poor performance here from Okus in map 2. Need to see him start to turn up.
Okay, a much better start here initially at the start of this round, as you at least have a life advantage, and make that a 2 life advantage. So now forced to clutch here if you're Paul X. Is on 3 in a row, and he's been pretty snappy himself with some of his shots. You'll find a freebie there. So first one secured, but won't be able to escape with his life. So a much better opening here. Not going to give a whole lot of real estate through the middle of the map. They still are open to challenging, except this time around they actually win out on those early trades.
Hey, you're going to take that all day long. I mean, a much simpler game. You're winning those opening first bloods, and I mean, you don't allow anybody to try to set up a clutch scenario. No trade potential for Omit Brooklyn there. And even Swoody towards the end, just making sure that if they do flank, he's in position for the aggression that Omit Brooklyn have been throwing at them. So you stop the bleeding, bring this back to a 1-round game. I want to see where they go in the defense, though. I want to see if they match this aggression through mid. Swoody's got the sniper out. Oh, let's see it.
Okay, changing the pacing up. Oh, it's just perfect nades, though, and Swoody doesn't even get a chance. Smoke goes out for Manny. He's already dropped. Skill's gonna fall immediately after, and Okus is just running for the hills, trying to wait for a regen, gets a kill, but does not matter. Trades are in. Omit Brooklyn's just continuing to run it down mid and sprint at you.
My bad, Swoot. Looks like Omit Brooklyn's been doing their homework. I mean, a late round snipe pull, how do you read it? Well, they say, we've seen this story before. We've played against this Stush team many times, at least in scrims. Swooty's going to be playing the same position. We've seen him. Let's toss a couple nades. Let's catch them early in the round yet again. First bloods go your way. Too Real still having a ball of a time here. 10-4. Rex 7-2. Just ripping apart the Stush right now. 1 round away from going up 2-0 and giving themselves a chance to solidify that 3rd seed.
Well, a lot of that preparation we were talking about and alluding to feels like it has been here for Omit Brooklyn, and they are just feeling great. Confidence is just rolling, but you need to slow things down. You need a round back if you're the Stush, and it looks like the play call is to drop the bomb at B. It's going to be a full-on 4v4 retake now here for Omit Brooklyn.
9 rounds in, this is our first bomb plant.
How about that?
How about that? First blood. Okus finds 2. And a slide out to maybe stop Gwyn. That's not going to happen. A little bit of damage back from Omit Brooklyn for the retake. 2v3, 30 seconds. And Gwyn, he's going to wrap with a route.
Gwyn. Oh, takes the shots, but still manages to find the kill. quick trades will follow, and everyone else will end up dropping. So finally, a change of pace, and certainly a bit of a gamble there at the start for Omit Brooklyn, saying, listen, we kind of feel like you're going to be attacking this bomb site head on, so they go for the hard counter. But it was a great call and great hold here post plant coming through for the Stush.
Yeah, everything comes off the back of Focus, too. That first connection with kills, the fact that he's able to turn it into 2 and a little bit of damage onto Gwyn as well, just stops any further progress from Omit Brooklyn on that retake and forces Gwyn to take that route. Swooty backs up, absorbs that pressure, and skills in a position to trade right away. I like that teamwork from the Stush. I need to see more of that on the defense, though. They have to put a defense away to get this round 11. Haven't seen them lock down the defense in a while.
Well, flying through mid. Looks to be the call again. Gwyn taken low, but we'll be able to hold this life for a moment. There will be a trade back onto Paul, but it's an immediate bomb plant, and now it's time for Stush to try to play their retake here, 3v3.
Well, Rexus 1, quick trade, 2v2, reposition from Turiel, and he's looking for a timing. I mean, he's in a great position, Austin. They're not going to read this.
It'd be a great spot to pop up and surprise them. A lot of corners, a lot of high ground, low ground that you have to check and clear if you're the Stush. 2 versus 2, 18 seconds left. Gwyn just hoping to play a timing here. And all of a sudden, you have to start looking at a defuse. Turiel going to get a great nade right on the site, and there might not be enough time. And Gwyn goes for the challenge, maybe gives Manny a chance, but doesn't matter in the end. Omit Brooklyn, good for map number 2 as well, as they'll win it 6-4 here in the Search and Destroy.
That's a beautiful round 10 from Omit, too. You get that bomb down. I mean, a couple of trades. Dylan Rex gets the information that there's 3 players outside over towards A, and as soon as you feed that information to the rest of your team, it's like just Turiel knows he doesn't have to play around the bomb. He's got so much time, and even internally, you can tell that the Stush team is going to be panicking on the retake. He just tucks himself away underneath the map and waits things out, finds the timing, finds the information, just slowly puts himself into a game-winning position with that nade. I mean, Turiel having one hell of a map number 2, 11 and 6, but just overall, I mean, you can see the experience here from Omit Brooklyn. They look ice cold today. They're making little to no mistakes in these S&Ds. It's just Stush. In the rounds that they were winning some major gunfights, catching them with that pressure, and I think for Omit Brooklyn, they're just showing some great adaptations in these maps.
They truly are. Playing with some tempo, and you are feeling it on the other side here. Again, that map number 1, extremely close if you missed it. Back and forth, very tight until about that halfway point on P4, where all of a sudden, Omit Brooklyn just took over and never looked back. And we saw just how the aggression just translated to Search and Destroy on Sake as well, where they were able to do a lot of the same things through the middle and just bully their opponents out, grab that score lead, and really just kind of use that leader's advantage to play with a little bit of risk in some of those rounds later in the Search and Destroy. So now we look towards a Den Overload where you need to win this here if you're the Stush, and not only this, but you'll have to win 4 and 5 as well. So have to take a look back on that one. For now, we'll tune into the Stallions and Bush series, where Stallions were surprisingly able to grab map number 1, but are now down here in the Search and Destroy, Colin.
I mean, there's going to be some painful spots. They're a little rough around the edges for the Stallions after what's gone on for the past couple of days, but to be up 1-0, I mean, still a lot to ride on. Bush going to get that bomb plant over towards A. Post plant as well locked in. Drake's for the first initial contact.
Drake's in a great spot to catch that first player. Looking to slide through for a bait switch. Cap's still on the other side, but he will be traded out. Good wallbangs come through for KB, and all of a sudden it's down to a 1v2 for Cammy. Cammy goes to the knife and says, thank you very much. Goes for the reach out and flies through for a beautiful 1 versus 2 to put another round up here on the board. Now ahead 5-1.
You just see plays sometimes that just shows an elite player. And for Cammy, just knowing you can drop a smoke, run through it with a knife, get that first kill, isolate the 1v1, he doesn't take any damage from KB. That second chow was just pure confidence. You got the NPC. This gun rips. It's ridiculous. You take that chow all day if you're Cammy. And, I mean, Bush in the Search to Destroy, this is a fantastic bounce back from this team. I mean, yes, you dropped that map number 1, but hey, I mean, you were locked in for that number 2 seed out of Group A. Right now, you're just trying new things, seeing what you can pull off.
3 versus 2 Well, bomb is going to be brought to the middle of the map, so certainly gives them the option to pivot to A or B, depending on where they get info. Nades over the top, not going to hit, but they know Capsule is close, and Capsule still manages to get one. Does he escape with his life? He does not. KB finds the trade, and now is in a bit of a battle himself. Goes for the reach out, finds Proloot. Cammy the last one up, 1 versus 1 to the pistol. KB says, I'll take it, and the Stallions will keep themselves alive.
Hey, look, a couple pops, but, you know, I'll let you have it for that one, KB. What a play. And not just that, he nearly aced the last round, too. So you see KB is firing for his team. You love to see it from the Stallions. The Bush, though, ready to take that map, too. Any second now to tie us up in that series. For the Stush, I mean, the conversation is, you'll lose this. You're the number 4 seed out of Group A, and you might be putting Swooty against the Huntsmen for what feels like fate in a round 1 matchup for the winners bracket. I mean, the people want to see it. But for me, I just want to see the Stush turn up and take some maps here off of Omit Brooklyn.
Yeah, I'm with you. Either is great, because it almost feels like the COD gods want us to see the alternative, but I would also like to see the Stush start to put some maps together here. Getting it done in the overload would be a great start, but some great defense going to come through here to the back spawn and start to push up a little bit, as we will see just about a clear come through of 2 of the 3 members. Now the last one going to be Paul, who's going to get a stun check here, and Skill's going to have to just back off for a quick moment. So have to now play through the middle as we get a reset on the EMP, and the battle's going to come through, and TrueReal's back up to another spree, 3 in a row. And
Austin, I mean, last week, the overloads quite 50-50 for both of these 2 teams that were 2-2 in their series. They were 2-2 in this map mode combo as well. No, not map mode combo, in the mode just in general. For the map, in Den, neither team played it. So a first look, at least in Elite Stage 4, on how these 2 teams are going to be approaching Den Overload, and the hopefulness that this can be something you add to your arsenal of your map pool going into the playoffs.
Paul X looking for that cleanup kill. Not gonna happen. Swooty sniffs him out and wins what felt like an impossible gunfight. Okus through the middle, up to 4 in a row, excuse me, as he's starting to put together some of the kills, but he's going to lose his teammates here. So Rex is going to get excellent assistance. They can now start to push forward and maybe clear out some space around this B point.
And with that, too, you also have a route being run by TrueReal. Talk about a game changer. He's looking to do it once more. Can the timing work out? Because he is taking the long wrap, and with it, you're spawning the Stush right on this B zone. So, hoping that TrueReal can find these kills. Here he comes. Nobody's going to be ready for it. Okus doesn't turn around, and now he's in position to allow this free cap.
You gotta love that play there for TrueReal. Really leads the charge, make sure there's no blockers in place to stop the play. And he's now still alive in the back, as that first point will be locked in for Omit Brooklyn. Good cleanup kills, though, starting to come through in the back of the defensive base here for the Stush. They'll find just about 3 of the 4 members, and now they have a chance to play for the reset on the EMP.
I'd like to see the Stush start to do plays like what we saw from TrueReal, and that's what we're getting from Manny, but from Omit Brooklyn, they're much the wiser in that position, and it's a great pickup from TrueReal, of all players, to lock down that flanking play, still keep this contest going over on the neutral ball. Skill with 2. Might be able to kickstart things here for the Stush, but you gotta get through Rex.
Yeah, Rex really locking things down. Gets tags on just about all 3 members. And we'll get a quick trade from Gwen. TrueReal nade inside, not going to find anything. And both teams basically in a stalemate before you finally start to see maybe a play start to unravel here. 3 players going to drop down, but a beautiful nade from Manny might have just saved the play. He doesn't pick up the 3rd, but he might have gave his teammates a fighting chance to at least play some defense here.
Oh, good pickup there from Skill. I mean, TrueReal again, which is it's such a cheeky position, and Ball's getting wrapped. Gwen's on the flank through P2. Out through couches. I mean, Ball gonna have to be recovered here. Stush doing a great job at least slowing down this aggression, but you still got players to deal with from Omit Brooklyn. Aggression or not, I mean, Stush just have not been in control of this map 3 since we loaded in.
Rex looking to make the offensive play out front, but will be taken down. Great stuns will also follow coming out of the spawn here from Stush. Will they get a read on this flank play? That's the big question. TrueReal was the one who set up this play last time around, and this time around it could be Paul X. And Paul's gonna find 1. Read it the second. What a snap that is. Rex now wants to get involved. 3 players down here for Stush, and just trying to buy time as Okus, but you now have to sprint it to defend this B point here.
I mean, Stush needs some of this gunpowder to wake up, and I think this is the first time in a while that I've seen Swooty negative, 9 and 12, alongside Skill, who's 7 and 11 at the moment. The Stush need to wake up in this map 3. I mean, you are on the brink of getting swept into the 4th seed, You got to fight for your life right now.
20 seconds left. One good offensive look could still very well come into play for Omit Brooklyn. Good cleanup kill here for Paul. 4 in a row. Gets a second look at skill. Slide chows and gets some good damage down here, but only one follow-up kill so far. Spawns are going to be decently close, and with that, maybe one final touch on the EMP, but Gwyn looking to make it just a little bit spicy. So 30 seconds of overtime left to see if you can make something happen at A, but it might be a quick flip, actually, right over to B. Manny's looking to sprint it and see if he can make the play, but not going to get the slide through the door. He'll fall, and we will end here with the 1-0 lead.
That's a different story there. Skill finds that kill. Bottom computers. I mean, you had the right play call. One last opportunity out of the stush. And it's a good look, at least, to close out that round. Just see the thought process and the gears turning in your brains. But I want to say, Austin, maybe they had like 10 seconds of control of that ball for the entire half. I mean, that was pure dominance from Omit Brooklyn. From what we've been seeing, really since the second rotation of Hacienda, it has been the same story. Omit Brooklyn just running over them in the slaying and the play calls. Just the absolute calmness we're seeing out of this dominance on their side.
And you have to give a lot of credit to Turiel, as if we haven't already given enough, but he has just been making plays as well as slaying out. And when you can combine both of those together, that becomes a problem. But how about this problem here to kick off this second side? Skill opens up with 2 kills. Flying right through the middle is Stush. And now the last line of defense here is going to be Paul through the middle. He's going to end up dropping. We look towards the zone, but you've lost your players out front, and now Okas just needs to slow down a tad bit.
I think everybody on Stush just needed to slow down for a tad bit. You take those challenges to the players off spawn, you just get overwhelmed and isolated, so you lose all that pressure, and you're back to square one. Okas dropping the ball outside of couches. Still a couple of players here for the Stush. They're fighting. 3 go down, and Gwyn's not in a position to really contest this one. Turiel's going to get low. He's got to make a play now. Stun's going to land, and Manny is surrounded. Hopefully his teammates can make the play to save his life, and it's enough to get the ball through. The detonation's in, and the Stush get themselves on the board.
You gotta love that from Manny, just kind of toying with when he's gonna fly out and go for that slide shell. Finally does, and makes the play happen. But it's going to be just about a full-on push here through the middle, and the EMP potentially grabbed from Omit Brooklyn once they find a kill or two here and open up a bit of space. You also got to worry about Gwyn on this pinch, but what a pickup that is from Swooty. Up front, Turiel, the man that has been a problem here for Stush, is able to get one more, and now you have a chance to make a play. Dylan Rex around the back, big 1 versus 1. Does he have a chance to play the EMP? The answer probably no. Needs to wait for his teammates to kind of get involved in the play.
Yeah, everybody from Stush are going to spawn close to this A zone, so fighting their way through. You even catch Gwyn's flank and shut down that pressure from behind, so it's really all eyes forward now for the Stush to just clear out this control that the Omit Brooklyn had for a moment and see if he can start a counter-attack off the back of Swooty's position. I said he was slow out the gates of this map number 3, but it's only a matter of time before he picks it up, and he is here slaying out. See if the Stush can turn it into something.
Thing's gonna reset, but Okas' grenade will be able to clear a bit of space, but Turiel says, I got one of my own. So trades back and forth here for both of these squads as we continue to try to grab positioning in and around the EMP. Skill looking for his double up. Does he get the read on the second player? He will not. So again, a lot of trades, but Gwyn has been able to open up a bit of space with that 2-piece, and Paul X follows up with 3. Now a chance to start to push forward here if you're Omit Brooklyn.
Yeah, just slow and steady, 2.5 minutes. No need to kind of jump the gun on these plays, and I need to see for the Stush who's going to really step up and be that vocal player. Like, we're in a good position. There's no need to force our hand. See if we can break down the Omit Brooklyn, put ourselves in an advantageous position, and start to work this second capture as they are on death's door of the series. You need to see that as somebody step up.
It has just been the EMP at the 50-yard line for what feels like the last 2 minutes or so. Both teams still continuing to battle over control. Manny looking to try to push forward and be that entry sub. He's been great in a lot of these exchanges. But skill now, next one up. Stun gonna come out, and we'll find a quick connection, but Swooty around the back, not gonna be able to find a whole lot, and now that's just about 2 to 3 players down here. Chance to grab that EMP and maybe start to look through middle here if you're Paul X.
Yeah, this is a different look for Omit Brooklyn, and maybe the Stush won't be ready for it, but the rotations are gonna come through. Omit Brooklyn have kind of whittled down this hold, and they're gonna re-pivot back over to Dojo. Gwyn on the lead.
I like the play call, but is it going to work out? Blockers getting in position here for the Stush, and you've unfortunately lost a lot of your offensive members around you. So another clearance, another good defensive play here for Stush. Swoody, though, wants to try to grab some of this area, see if he can start to fly forward. Too much to deal with. Can't find any trades, can't find any kills, and another clearance comes right back through for Omit Brooklyn.
Yeah, Manny just looking to stall out, do some damage over the skies. Nice shots from TwoReal. 28-20. He truly is in takeover form. TwoReal looking to lead for yet the second cap here for Omit Brooklyn. Couple kills go down. Manny's still close. 2 players on defense. Can TwoReal find the slide? No, Manny takes him down. Okus, a team kill. Swoody takes down Dylan Rex. And they hold yet again. This back and forth. This stalemate continues.
It does. Both teams just looking for that small opening to grab that last point. And now, Okus through the middle, who has been a little bit more consistent this time around. Good shots with the pistol. Wants to try to finish off TwoReal. He goes chasing for it, so we'll pay the price. And now is a chance to take this EMP to either point if it's dropped in the middle, if you even want to grab it. And now it will be picked up here. Player number 5, that's Paul X.
Oh,
11
no.
seconds with overtime available. They have a chance maybe to make this play over to B. That's 1 clearance. That's a second. The slide is in, and Paul able to bring it home in the final moments. Is there anyone in position to try to grab the EMP? The answer, no. Omit Brooklyn steal away the overload in the final seconds to lock in the series.
That is the moment that is going to hurt when you look back at it. Just a stalemate for a solid 5 minutes. And a quick wrap over. Everybody from the Stush except for one late to the rotation. You just miss out on Paul X. And the savior at the last second, bang, to put it away for the series. A 3-0 sweep for Omit Brooklyn gives them the number 3 seed out of Group A. And Austin, I mean, maybe the overload was a little bit closer, but the entire series, it felt like Omit Brooklyn's series to lose.
I think you're right. I feel like they were just a little bit ahead in the tempo. They were moving a little bit faster. It felt like they were able to grab some of these games. And once they grabbed control, it felt like they were never looking back. You know, they're never letting go of it, never giving you a chance to gain some of that momentum for yourselves, whether it was the hard point, the search, or even the overload. So tough scenes all around here for the Stush, just not able to find any map wins, unfortunately. But on the other side, a lot to praise, a lot of great teamwork, a lot of great chemistry coming into play. And you have to continue to look at TwoReal, who had an insane series, man. I'm curious to see what his KD is at the end of these 3 maps, because it felt like he top fragged just about every single game mode here. And what a 3-0 that is. You got to feel great if you're Omit Brooklyn here, locking in that 3rd seed.
Every once in a while, I mean, TwoReal just puts on that performance that kind of makes you look at it and remember, yeah, I mean, this is the TwoReal that we're used to seeing. This is why we regard him as such a good SMG in the Challenger circuit, and why we've seen him go up and down from the league so often, is that he can have some pop-off performances like this against the Stush. And I mean, what a performance it was. But Austin, we're not done with our first block of matches from Group A. CABAL still on the kind of the fight versus Torn Esports. As you lose that map 1, the search and destroy still look good, and they just got off an overload where CABAL 8-0'd Torn Esports.
Listen, we said it earlier, we'll say it again. If they can grab one of those respawns, they feel like they can win just about any best of 5 series. So looking pretty good for what could maybe even be done in 4, as they've had a pretty solid start here to this hard point. Up by just a bit, but Torn Esports now looking to see if they can start to make some moves, as the new hill is going to spawn. They'll be here for initial, and Mince does a good job of cleaning up a couple kills here, and that will give them maybe a chance to start to soak up a bit of this time as they'll start to funnel through with a setup.
And it's even a situation where, we talked to Flames, and he said that, look, it's no surprise that our overloads and our respawns are the ones that need work. That's something that's going to be a major focus going into the playoffs, and it's something that they spent a lot of time in scrims over the past week working on. I mean, Vic's extremely new to Respawn just in general. You're teaching him the ropes. You're trying to put him into championship form for the end of the year. And I think CABAL, I mean, they're showing that the work is paying off for this squad. I mean, Torn Esports on the other side, I mean, we haven't really been talking too much of them, but this is an incredibly young roster between TK and Mince coming into at least their Call of Duty careers. And I mean, the fact that they've not just made 1 but 2 elites in challengers, that's an incredible feat for somebody who just dips their toes into Call of Duty suddenly. And I think, although it might not be the outcomes that they want, Austin, it's still good to see their growth.
Absolutely it is. And it is always great when you can be involved in these elites just to get more eyes on you, put yourself in the position where you're playing, you know, some of the top level talent and challengers. I'm right there with you. But all things said, Torn Esports have done a decent job coming off that last hill and now into this one, starting to close that lead, close that gap just a tad bit. As you take a look at the spawns in the back, and Hitman might have been able to lock those down for a moment. Still going to get a quick spawn in here from TK, who now wants to reinforce the hill, but Dimensions looking for the break from the front. Only good to come up with one, and the rest of the members not going to be here with them. So still 20 seconds up for grabs, but CABAL going to give this one last look.
Yeah, and Flames, I mean, he is just getting toyed with at the back line. A little bit of assistance on the mince, and Vix's two-piece, that's going to break for the scrap. You hold your lead going into the second rotation on Den. And I like this play call from Rispy. He is taking the long route just to lock down couches, and Mince, I mean, no way you're going to be ready for this one, and suddenly everybody from Torn is going to be all over the place on what they're looking for.
Oh, yeah, Rispy trying to find another through the middle. Hitman going to be quickly traded out as Vic looks to hit some clean shots over the top of the head. He wants to get the frag out, but will pay the price for the repeak. And now you got Flames, who's going to have the reinforcements quickly off of spawn to try to reinforce and hold some of this P1 time. But Mince looking to get involved. Now following up with a couple kills. CABAL looking great for as far as the hold here. Just to get a quick contest, but it is still a 50-50 battle for as far as who might come up with the back 30. However, Flames has been alive for a while. He's been soaking up quite a bit of this time.
Look, I mean, I am just again and again impressed with the year that we're getting from Flames. I mean, considering that he took an entire season of Black Ops 6 away from Call of Duty, after being in the CDL, and then he comes back and he just looks like he's back into form, and you know, as a search and destroy up and comer once upon a time. I mean, this is somebody who, as soon as he kind of gets used to respawn again, I mean, he puts up performances like this.
I'm with you. I mean, him and Estrel being that duo for as long as they were, just running some of those old school S&D throwbacks or whatever old CODs are being thrown in the off season. But how about Vic? Comes in and just basically clears out the hard point here. No problem whatsoever. So on the back foot, all of a sudden, it's going to be Torn Esports. And this is a required break, you feel like, as we start to see the lead grow more and more for CABAL. Flames through the front, just looking to spray and pray. And how about the break? They might just be good for it. And that will be the final kill with the hard point. Spawn still very much in the back, so CABAL can still give this one more look.
Oh, a nade there, and Vince is going to be taken down. TK falls, and suddenly everybody from Torn Esports are uprooted from that scrap time of 12 seconds. CABAL not giving anything up to Torn, and especially these rotations that Rispy has just continued to pick off these players from. 157 to 70. Rispy going back into 1-2 punch this alongside Vix. Vic's going to trade things out. And maybe you can hold on to your life a little bit longer. Vic's just valuing himself inside 10. How he gets away with this is beside me. But this is the rookie that we've been waiting to see.
Oh, he's moving right now. He was looking for another chow, not even fully healed up, but finally the spree comes to an end on 5. But a lot of that damage has certainly been done. Rispy now comes behind the play, gets good takes onto the second member despite not cleaning him up. It's going to be good info their way with about 30 seconds left in and around the hard point. Need to find a break here if you're Torn Esports, and then you need to hold the remaining time. The lead's starting to grow just a little bit too much, and that is exactly what we called for. Still a lot of scrap time that CABAL might give this another look, and that's going to be the call again. They're not letting anything go over for free.
And it's Rispy again, just on the back end, just continuing to be a nuisance to the spawns of Torn. Every second it feels like that's what we're talking about from that player. Fortunately not for Torn Esports. I mean, you're going to P4. This is where we saw you get a good amount of time back in that first rotation, but you need more than a good amount of time. You're down by 100 heading into this fourth hill, and you're not even in the hill right now.
Yeah, this is a weird spot where they're fighting for spawns in the back, but they're also getting pinched from the front, so Dak is going to be able to dip his toes into the hard point, but will be cleared off. Now the spawn's looking to be somewhat solidified here for CABAL, and it's all about focusing through the front, and well, this is starting to turn into quite the money hill as you need to break this from the front. Great nades and attacks need to come through to open up some kind of avenue to get your toes back in, but it's just starting to be the Rispy show. The subs taking over. 4 players going to drop down, and CABAL now over 200 points.
Yeah, this is seeming to get into the end game of Den. A hard point. CABAL know that. Torn looking to lock in to see what they can do against the top seed of Group A at the moment. You know, Vic's taking down TK. Flames up top, just continuing to rip these players off these power positions. Hitman again. Flames was so low. The fact that he chows him like that, I mean, he is feeling himself right now. CABAL 25 seconds away from taking this map 4 and the series and solidifying themselves undefeated in this group.
Flang becoming just a tad bit much, and Flames might just end it on a massive spree. 27-15 here with the AR in hand, just picking them apart. Final seconds ticking down. One final attempt to try to reach 100 points if you can, but CABAL not gonna give you the chance. Flames ends on 7, and that will be the final nail in the coffin as they'll grab the 3-1 victory here over their opponents.
Yeah, and hats off to Torrent for taking that map number 1, but again, for CABAL, you look at this series and you're trying to see them improve their respawns. Well, they walk away with 2 of them to close it out in a 3-1 fashion. So really good luck for CABAL heading into the playoffs tomorrow, and locking down that number 1 seed without dropping a series is, I mean, for a lot of players or a lot of people tuning in and watching last week, they didn't expect this team to go 4-0. Well, I mean, they ended it without dropping the series, Austin, and they're going to be just feeling at the top of the world right now for their group.
Yeah, you have to imagine, right? This team has been just relentless, and I feel like they're really streaky too, right? There's a lot of members on this team that can catch fire and have that ability to start to take over maps, and I think whenever you can introduce that against some of the better teams that we do have in this group as well, it puts you in such a prime spot to be able to win out on those maps, to carry that momentum. And this is also a team that gets fired up and gets a little bit amped up too. We saw that last week with some of the comms coming out in like the game 5s. You can see like Flames mic coming up. We don't know what they're saying, but I have to imagine that they're getting fired up, right? They're having a good time. So this is a team that can get really streaky, and I think that it's going to be really exciting to see how they continue to go through the playoffs here as they lock in the number 1 seed. And again, you take a look at that scoreboard, man. Everybody gets involved across the board. It's something that you love to see.
Oh man, and even just when I was like interviewing Flames after the week that he had, and he said these just, you know, my growth in Black Ops 7 was behind just the participation I have in games. He just like right here, he puts it on display. 29-15, 24-9 traded, 3,600 damage, and a minute 40 in the hill. I mean, he's quite literally doing it all for his squad in the respawns. And when you got, you know, rookies on your team and players who, you know, might not be as experienced as you are on your team, just leading by example is something you don't always see from vets. But when you get it, it's a really warm feeling. It's really cool to see there from CABAL, the way that Flames is playing right now.
Well, exciting things across the board here for as far as our opening matches for North America, but we still got some more matches coming your way here. We are going to throw things to a short break. Some more Call of Duty coming your way. Don't go too far. We'll be back on the flip side of the break. Hello everyone and welcome back to Challengers Elite Stage 4, where the action continues here for North America. I'm Visions, that is Seymour. We just came off of a couple of great blocks and some great Call of Duty, but now it's time to dive into some more, and we still have some previous games from that first block also still going on, Colin.
Yeah, I mean, Stallions putting up a fight versus the Bush. They're down 1-2 going into that hard point. Maybe the Stallions can walk into a game 5 after taking the hard point here, but it's going to be a scar. It's going to be a tough one for the Stallions, I think, to force. It's not around 11. We're not going to be in the search and destroy right now, so you don't have to worry about that. But, I mean, for the Stallions, you've already taken one hard point away from this team. It'd be a really good moment if you could do it twice.
I think it would be incredible to see them pull away with 2 against a team that has just been so relentless when it comes to almost all the game modes, but I think specifically at times hardpoint with Trakes in the mix, they've been getting better and better. So we'll see what they're going to be able to potentially do and maybe get us to a map number 5, but it looks like our alpha match is ready. So this is going to be our second alpha match here of the night. It's going to be P7 Notorious up against the Falcons, and that's going to be a really exciting one as well here, Colin, because we have a lot going on for as far as, you know, getting the head-to-head versus one another and being able to come out with a big dub here heading into this map number 1.
It's going to be, I think, important for the Falcons to come out on top of this series because that's the only way that the standings will shake up for Group B. If P7 walk away with this win, all's well that ends well. They're the second seed, Falcons and BitterSweet. I mean, things will be determined in their head-to-head, which I'm pretty sure BitterSweet do hold the head-to-head against Falcons with their Game 1 3-0 over them. So definitely something is riding here for the Falcons to go into the playoffs.
You almost have to feel like keys to victory here for the Falcons coming in is you don't want to gas anyone too hard, but Snoopy probably pops up like for the first 3 notes of that keys to victory, right? Like find Snoopy, deal with Snoopy, find Snoopy, deal with Snoopy. He was going on some crazy tears last week, and you know, let's puts on another little crazy moment there for us right there. But a 5-2 start for the young gun that could be very dangerous when he starts to get hot. However, P7 Notorious, they are relentless when it comes to hardpoint, and the Falcons doing a decent job of getting to the back, but still have to get through Snoopy if they're going to be able to lock in these spawns.
I mean, not to mention, I mean, you're trying to take down Snoopy, but you're also challenging P7 on like their best map that we saw from week 1. They were 3-0 on Sake, beating you know, the Huntsmen for fun and BitterSweet on this map pretty handedly too. I think like the closest you got was that Huntsman map, which was 250 to 219. So I mean, this is a bold chow from the Falcons Academy squad, but I think it is a better chow than seeing them on Colossus.
Well, so far, locking in the spawns and doing a decent job of getting some of this time. But one final push from P7 Notorious. They're going to give this a look. Great nades. It's going to weaken up some of the defenders inside the hard point, but it does not matter. Falcons Academy, they're able to find just about all the kills necessary, and now they can start to fly forward and work towards P3.
Yeah, so, I mean, for Falcons, this is a great start. This is as good as it gets for your start for that P2 break. It's just, can you break P3? Just look at the way that P7 are separating themselves. I mean, they're fighting through mid. They're making sure that Falcons can't just take these chows on the spawns easily, and you cut down those numbers, you allow for your players to get set up in these AR power positions, and now Falcons Academy are going to be late to this break, so giving up some early time to P7.
Well, what can they do around the back? Nox, good pickup there for kill number 4. And a chance maybe to come away with the other one. No one's even looking at Nox. He just comes right through the side door. Everyone's focused on the front. And that builds him up to 6 in a row and maybe even a chance to earn some potential streaks. One more look here from Eric, but he will be able to work himself in. A team nade follows. So that means that both teams still going to give this one more look, but it's Roxas that will finally be dealt with. And Aluka will also drop shortly after.
Yeah, 15 seconds is going to go to P7. Split spawn actually for Falcons. They spawn so far away, and you can see that P7 are looking to set up for P4, push themselves into a lead yet again. And Falcons Academy Green, they need to deal with that somehow. And you can see that they're going to be sending Roxas and Aluka on a route to see if you can take Eric out of this dojo position, flip these spawns while you pinch with the rest of your team.
Eric's got a lot to do, and the timing not going to be great for him. Beans, though, through the window. Will be able to get involved on the hard point. Nades out. Spawn's going to be all the way in the back here. So P7 Notorious know exactly where they're going to be. Potential route going to come through from Nox, but all this happens, his teammate's going to need to try to find a pick. Trophy system now down. Snoopy's read this. He gets that comm, and he knows exactly where to look, exactly where to go. So now all the focus just from the front here for P7 Notorious, and they're still finding kills and doing a good job of staying alive.
That's great from P7, and whoever makes the call, like, this is taking way too long. Somebody has to be making the long route through Sushi. Snoopy picks that one up, and Eric makes the play for P7 to get a whole lot of time off this P4. Still with Falcons Academy Green. I mean, they have the back spawn, so this should be a pretty simple transition over to P5. Just finding these kills is the hard part against P7 Notorious, and losing these battles through the middle of the map puts King of Body on an island. He makes the play. How long can he stay alive, though?
Can't play his life any longer. The reinforcements in the back also not able to get involved right away. So Snoopy wants to put the pedal to the metal, start to fly forward. He finds a great pickup, 16-7 for him, by the way, as he's looking to bob and weave and just says hello. Surprises Rocks is not ready for that gun battle whatsoever. And Snoopy is still playing his life with just a sliver of HP, gets the regen, and they just can't find him.
And again!
What is this?
I mean, this is one thing that kind of brings me back to that conversation with Fellow I was having about, you know, what makes, like, these players good these days. And, I mean, he was noting Snoopy alongside players like Simp and Celium, just, like, how good they can put out damage and get away, stay alive. It forces Falcons Academy Green to, like, spend so much time just hunting for him, or you put 2 bodies on him, and the fact that he's doing that just frees up so much space for the rest of P7 to be so free on the map to lead and soak up this hill time.
Oh, incredible stuff. And all things considered, Falcons Academy not down by too much here. Trailing by about 40 points as we head back to the first point. And we'll see if they can start to get some of that P1 time. With that clearance, you feel like you might be able to. Eric also going to drop. So now you can start to get a bit of a fan out here across the map. Get a read on what these rotations are going to start to look like. And playing for the flip is going to be Beans potentially, as he's been able to sneak around the back.
That's a good read from Nox. I mean, that damage should be traded, and it will be. And for now, Falcons Academy, as long as you can keep this one white, that is a job well done on a P1 like Sake. So a couple kills go back and forth, and Nox looking to get in position, and you're just holding on to this right side of the minimap to see if you can lock down these P2 spawns and start to come back like you did at the start of Sake in the first rotation. So yes, you might be losing this time and losing these kills, but as long as your 2 players in the back can hold on and allow these players who are spawning out some time to get across, this should be a good lockdown for Falcons.
Oh, little bait and switch, but Aluka's actually able to play his life, and Nox gets there. Beautiful teamwork comes through for the Falcons Academy Green roster as they make sure the spawn stays safe, and Nox can start to flood out through the middle, who is able to build himself up to 4 in a row, get some great damage down now, and there's a chance to lock in some real time if you're the Falcons.
It's just not how you can get a full 60. It's how do you trade 20 for 40 on your comebacks right now. Just not allowing P7 to get these perfect rotations, these perfect setups like we've seen in the past. And Falcons actually getting pretty much majority of this. Roxas in a position at the front. You see if you can lock down a couple more of these kills. And I mean, you've gotten a solid 40 off this already. You get a full 60. You're right back in this game. You just now need to see if you can flip these spawns and get across to P3.
Yeah, a lot of that credit to Aluka and Nox to make sure that they're able to hold on to those spawns initially. And they're already starting to fly to the next hill here. Aluka up to 6 in a row. Would love to earn some streaks. Doesn't have any teammates around him to bait for him just yet. So he might put a pause on this push, as he's looking to try to get some of that information. Again, earning the streak could be huge. A little bit of info being gathered. He wants to now make his move, but Beans will be there to shut him down. So no streak in play just yet for him. But now Rox is from the side, also with his teammate King of Body. They're able to break through the side and maybe get the close spawn secured. Looking good for what could be the back 30 seconds.
This is a great break from the Falcons. I mean, on a P3 of Whole Hills, P7 are in red alert. This is where you can really give up a good chunk of time and see this lead change the way of Falcons. The damage has been done, though, by P7 on the front line, and they do manage to break back in off the back of Eric. So rotations over to P4 now for P7 Notorious. They know they're going to hold on to this lead, and Beans is on the case for the back spawns. The timing doesn't get better than that.
I mean, that is just perfect from Beans. The last hill is still active as well, which means those are going to be deep spawns for the Falcons. And look at Beans' position. He knows exactly where they're going to be funneling through, and they have zero idea that he's going to be this close. He finds one and almost puts together 2, but the trades are in. This is beautiful from P7 Notorious, and this is what we constantly see when we watch their hard point.
That's Big Ben Beans right there. Now in the crossfire, you got that set up to P4. See if you can hold on. Falcons, a lot of damage off that front line. Rox is looking to get through in for the contest. Eric on the swing. He gets his. So still you're keeping Falcons Academy Green out of this hill, keeping them in a pretty tough spot as you re-layer these close spawns back in the hill. Diamond Con tucks himself into the corner. He's just contesting. And an angle onto Nox gets him back in. Anytime is good time for P7. Falcons, they know they need to get themselves through.
Yeah, they know just how critical some of this scrap time could be, getting closer to that 200-point mark. Good bait and switching happening back and forth here from Aluka and King Abadi. And now Rox is also able to find just one more to lock in those final couple seconds. So things look maybe to be a little bit dire on that rotation initially to the point, but everybody from the Falcons Academy roster able to battle back in the second half of that hill. Now the battle for the opening point here. P4, still 50-50 battles. Neither team really with full control just yet as Aluka looks to look over top, looking for some heads. He's able to come up with one and his teammates looking to funnel through the front.
There's this flank happening from Eric, and I'm not sure anybody's reading this. He's going to pop that mute field, so there's no attention onto Eric. See if he can do some damage and allow his team in, and King Abadi catches him. So he smelled something was fishy. You catch him in the water, and this stays a tie game. Falcons Academy Green flipped the lead finally for the first time in what feels like forever. Going into the third set of rotations, still 20 seconds, so P7, they will take another look at it.
Yeah, they want to at least give it a look or find exits to make sure there's not a smooth rotation back to P1, but King Abadi's starting to shoot straight. Let me tell you, huge pickup there. Delay everything, and you got Aluka who's on 4 in a row, so a lot of the Falcon members starting to catch fire, starting to pick it up just right when you want them to, as they are now the first team over 200 points. P7 Notorious, they are in position, they got a lot of control around P1.
Oh yeah.
You have to start to make decisions here if you're Falcons on, do we start to play for spawns, do we start to push through? Aluka looking to lead the charge, he's up to 5.
That's great patience from Aluka. I mean, this is still a tie game. It's Sake at the end of the day, so you know there's going to be engagements. 2:15 and Falcons Academy are into P1. You get the remainder. I mean, you can win off this hill. P7 need to recognize that, and you can see these arrows, but at the same time, Falcons Academy Green, they are also working to solidify them with Aluka looking for these P2 spawns.
Oh, Aluka's just toying with Beans right now, and Beans has to go because his teammates are dropping around him, so he's forced to play the hard point, which means that Aluka might be able to back all the way up and play the spawns. Teammate's going to spawn right on top of him. Nox not going to find any exit kills off of P1, so it is going to be a huge battle now for this P2
This
hill,
is good.
and Aluka's going to call in the streak. It's time for the Hellstorm.
Oh, you got 20 seconds for a break, and you're being forced by the streak. Luckily, though, for P7, everybody is here knocking on the front door. You just need to win these fights on the inside. It's a battle versus Diamond Con, and it's all going to be Falcons in the kill feed. 16 seconds, and you're racing across the map.
A full wipe here for P7 Notorious, and they now need to respond and break their way through the front. It's Aluka up to 8. Finally is shut down. It's one player in the back, but it's Eric Boom is going to fall, and the Falcons Academy roster, they get the job done, bring it back, and steal away the first hard point.
Not only that, but they hand P7 their first Sake loss of the stage. That is incredible from this team, who's obviously been doing their homework across week 1 and 2. And I mean, with such an important series for Falcons Academy Green, you wanted to start it off with a respawn. With how good P7 have been in the respawns, you know that's going to be your focus. You take them down. That is as good a start as you could ask for this best of 5, and all off the back of Nox playing incredible throughout the majority of that game, and then Aluka, an 8 spree at the end, locks down those spawns to P2, gets the Hellstorm, uses it to force P7 Notorious in an aggressive situation on P2. You lock down those kills, you lock down the game. Aluka, a hell of a match there.
Incredible stuff. Everybody on Falcons, you know, putting up some great stats across the board, and you really just got to credit them for their teamwork at times too, right? It just felt like they were always with one another in some of those key positions when you're playing for spawns, when you're playing for the breaks. There's a lot of patience coming in, just making sure they're always working in one another when it comes down to finding those necessary kills, those critical kills. So whew, special game, and I imagine that series is going to continue to deliver. But we'll take a quick reprieve from that alpha match and take a look at the groups. Again, we are now looking at some of these group B matchups where we do have Huntsmen leading at the top, but that P7 Notorious team, they might just see themselves drop down to another loss in the column if Falcons Academy can keep up this gameplay.
And like I said at the start, I mean, the only way that the standings in Group B change is if Falcons Academy Green beats P7 Notorious. You win, you take that second seed, you knock down P7, and P7 have the head-to-head versus BitterSweet. You lose, and because the way that your week 1 went and you lost 3-0 to BitterSweet, you're most likely going to be that 4th seed. So Falcons Academy got a lot on the line right now for this matchup in Group B. And, I mean, kicking it off with a win in the hard points, that is a great look for this team. And it's kind of what we expect for this roster, where you and I were scratching on, like, what's the story for Falcons? It was like, I mean, it's like they've been making plays, but they've kind of quieted down for what we got out of these Falcons player at the start of the year. But, I mean, they're always there. They're always in the conversation. It's like an itch you can never scratch, and here they are again.
Here they are again, knocking on the door for what could be the 2nd seed. But looks like we do have another match currently ready here for you. We will jump over to our Bravo stream, where Huntsmen, of course, the team leading the top of the group, going up against 4Fun Esports, and Huntsmen will be up by about 50 points. But this is another team we talked about, Colin, where it feels like they've been pretty dominant in this group. A couple of game 5s that were very close, so it's not like they've just completely dominated it.
Yeah.
But it's a team that we're kind of looking at saying, okay, they've topped this group, but how are they going to match up against some of the teams that we have in the other, which we kind of consider the group of death?
Yeah, it's like, don't let off the gas. Just keep continuing to fire on all cylinders and go into the playoffs knowing that you're the best team out of Group B, and kind of showing that, because Group A's got a lot of demons that you still got to get through. I mean, looking at Bush and looking at Cabal too, and they're searching to destroy. Can you match your search against Cabal's search? Like, that is going to be a big conversation come tomorrow.
Certainly is. But Brack getting involved with that NPC, as we talked about in week number 1. You can do it with multiple weapons if he needs to. 4 in a row for Brack before finally being shut down by Arcides. But looking at what is going to be likely a lot of this potential remaining time going the way of 4Fun Esports. Everyone else starts to look at this rotation here for Huntsmen. Awakening all the way to the back, looking for a big 1v1 battle, but might be taken down here from Arcides as he's playing a little game of cat and mouse. Reach out though from Big Wake. Oh, snapper onto Yuli, just won't be able to get the finishing touch.
Yeah, won't be able to shut this one down for fun. I mean, a conversation of their own right is that I'm pretty sure that this isn't the same roster we'll be seeing in Paris, and there's been rumblings on what is going to happen to these 4 players when we do get to that Challengers Open. Right now, it's just kind of forgetting about maybe any bad blood, maybe anything that hasn't been working for your team, and just looking to go out, putting yourself in as good a performance as you can to show up for a position to get on a team for Paris, a good, solid team.
Yeah, and it definitely comes with its surprises, right? Because you look at this 4Fun Esports roster, top to bottom, and it certainly screams experience. I mean, you're seeing it on your screen right now, as Arcides picks up a couple of key kills here and goes for some long-range shots with a pistol. But even you throw in someone like Yuli, who you could very well throw in that veteran conversation as well, or, you know, he's won multiple elites throughout his years, and, you know, he's getting that shot back in Cold War, I want to say, on that Royal Ravens roster. So he's been around for a long time, just not able to really find anything that could click for them in the stage, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But it's the tough scenes all around. I'm sure we'll see some kind of a change likely coming for Paris, as you said.
And it's even a situation where it's like Arcides as a team just haven't had a roster, I think, that just looks solid for the entire year. It's just been pickup team moving from project to project.
Yeah.
And, I mean, I would like to see them land on a roster. I thought this was going to be that roster, but having their own problems internally, and it shows externally. As you're down by 70 going into this P4, I mean, 4Fun, they got the setup here on Gridlock, so maybe this is where you can start climbing back in this map number 1 versus Huntsmen. And like I said, show what you can bring here as a roster.
Setup's good if you can maybe find 1 or 2 kills from the front, but they find Yuli decently clean, so everyone else just gonna about fall. Yeah, so looked good maybe for a moment with the initial shots, but overwhelmed quickly as Huntsmen roll right through, and will be able to get the necessary break. And all time is good time when you have this big of a lead, and you can already see Brack on the move here, fighting for the back spawns for the new hill.
Look, I mean, you're still in a position where you get a solid setup over to P2, and I mean, you're in closing distance of a tie game at that point. I mean, you go to P4, this is also where you can lock down a lot of time, but you just need to be watching these routes for your SMGs, and Brack's gonna get a freebie on that flank. Mac gets caught there by Awakening. You flip those spawns back over to P2 now for 4Fun Esports. They gotta break from the front.
Johnny wisely going to back down. He's also coming off of a pretty nutty week number 1 as well, where we saw a lot of highlight reel plays come through for him. Brack side by side with them as they look to bob and weave around the grenades. Up top picked up, but Brack not going to win the battle. So 20 seconds that's going to be fought for here from both of these squads. And it feels like For Fun Esports have quite a few more members. They know just how important every single second is at this stage in the game. But Renegade not going to make it easy by any means as the pinch is there. Team shots are good, and Huntsman well over 200 points.
Yeah, Johnny going to be picking up the exits too. He's already rotated over to P1. Mac might find a couple of his own, but for Huntsman, it is the driver's seat. It is everything that we've been seeing across the Elite so far, continuing to show in their gameplay. And as they look to top Group B, we will be talking about them as that series progresses. But we got our alpha matchup that we need to focus back in on. And it's Falcons Academy looking to upset P7 Notorious after they take map 1. We move to the S&D of Den. And Austin, I mean, this is something that's been a little bit of a surprising pain point in my eyes for a team like P7 Notorious that, you know, in previous groups and opens, they looked fantastic in Surge. Well, Surge is actually their worst game mode right now. So this is where Falcons Academy Green can do some serious damage after taking the first respawn.
I agree with you. It is just the perfect storm to try to grab a 2-0 lead against a team that, again, like you just framed up, is just so good when it comes to the respawns, at least typically as we would see it, and especially coming out of week number 1. So that first round on the board and everybody getting involved early is what you want to see if you're a Falcons fan. Roxas is going to get some good tags with the grenade. Doesn't have the right weaponry for the area that he's in, so he's going to start to relocate. Nox and Aluka, though, both getting involved and will win out on their battles. So all of a sudden, 3 versus 2, and we'll start to see that bomb shift over, but Rox is in a good position.
Yeah, it's just, do you check for Roxas here? Do you check at all?
Hello.
I mean, hey, that is quite literally the perfect timing to force Snoopy into 1v3, and I mean, that is a sub. Roxas is going to know exactly what to do here. Don't chow through mid because now Snoopy's got the sniper in his hand, and both of them, they separate to either side of the map, and they allow Snoopy now to come to them.
Yeah, bit of a gamble, but it might work out here because the timing and the wraparound from Roxas was good, but he's going to actually move back through mid. So bomb will be picked up. They know that Eric was going for the plan initially, so has to make his way back to the site. Is certainly information that they were aware of. Snoopy, can he slip away? Not this time. And Falcons Academy, they will play it well and make sure that there is no clutch, no 1v3 on the cards here for Snoopy.
Yeah, it's big that Roxas even gets like a couple tags there because Snoopy's the kind of player that you don't tag him in that situation. He hops over into Dojo. He 100% wins that gunfight versus Luca. I mean, it's just something that you see Eric do again and again every single time that you're watching his POV. So I kind of saw the stars align in that clutch moment as the bomb was getting planted, but good from Falcons Academy Green to snuff that one out and put it away. 2-0 up, back onto the offense. Still with the sniper is going to be Nox, and he has been fantastic through challengers with this gun in his hands. The only difference here for P7 is that their defense is going to be heavily stacked to A, where the bomb is leading.
Ooh, Roxas not ready for that gunfight. Snoopy catches him completely off guard. Eric keeps himself alive with the mantle. And all of a sudden, a big numbers advantage for P7 Notorious in round number 3. Even bigger, and all the shots are crisp and clean. And that will be a massive round and a big one thanks to Eric Boo.
Yeah, and I don't know if Snoopy actually got the information through mid that Nox had the sniper and was watching. I think there was a false sense of security for Roxas working through mid, trying to get up to top window, and you saw that Snoopy, as soon as maybe he sees the glint, he backs up, he goes top window, and he's trying to allow Falcons into a trap. As soon as that first bud comes, you see that Falcons, they were like, oh, we got to make a play to A, and I mean, P7, they called that perfectly. Double stack on A, Eric goes big, he chases the rest down, and absolutely dismantle that attack, so we're going to go back-to-back, tie us up.
Being a body, there's a lot of members in front of him. Smoke's also going to create just a little bit more mayhem here. Stuns, nades, everything being thrown out. And finally, Beans is able to find a connection. So first blood here for P7 Notorious.
And Roxas in mid is just going to sit and wait. No reason to move. If P7 won't, I mean, you're still in the defense, you don't really have to force a play. But if you do, P7 might be in a perfect place to catch you.
DC responsible for watching the flank, as you said, and oh, does he see him? It looks like
I think
he does.
did.
So He should have a glimpse of this and will be able to get the read. Is it a shoulder that comes through? It's not, and doesn't even matter because the rest of the Falcons will also fall from the front of the site. And all of a sudden, 2 rounds on the bounce here for P7 Notorious.
Look, I'd say there's a few players that I'd want to anchor my rotations for Search and Destroy. Diamondcon's up on that list.
He's up there.
100%. He doesn't break. He doesn't scam. I mean, he's just make sure that he confirms any timing that he can. And as soon as he does confirm that the flank is coming out, that's when he repositions for the rest of the team. Not to mention, I mean, he knows he can trust his team when they get that first blood to just patiently dissect that B site, and they do so. So fantastic from P7 on the attack. I mean, going back to back, brings things back, evens the playing field, and now we got a ball game.
Sniper rifle out. Initially, Eric going to give good comms to DC. And might see a follow-up. Oh, a little bit dicey. Eric still able to come away with the kill before falling. Snoopy now also wins his 1 versus 1. And King of Body says, well, I got good info on everyone else. Let's just drop this bomb and see if I can clutch out a 1v2.
Really comes down to this first gunfight. Oh, Snoopy. Disgusting. He doesn't even give you a chance. 3 in a row for Snoopy, 3 in a row for Beans. Oh, they just evaporate that post plant that King of Body was looking for. I mean, he gets that kill, he gets away, then, you know, maybe we've seen some crazier things on that bomb site happen, but I mean, there's just some fantastic things happening from P7 that you really need to highlight. Not to mention, it's just like that flood out through mid where Eric spots the player pushing statue, doesn't shoot at him. He allows Diamondcon to take that gunfight, win it, and then that allows Eric to surprise Roxas in the window. I mean, it's just plays like that for P7 where you can trust each other. You don't get that from many teams, but I'd like to see the patience.
Well, 3 rounds in a row for P7 Notorious, and once again, shots being fired and exchanged through the smoke, but it's another first blood in the cards here for P7 Notorious, starting to figure out the start of these rounds and taking full advantage of it. Bean's going to be safe from this middle peak, but Roxas knows he's on the side, and oh, he gets a little aggressive here, and he's going to pay the price. Now it's a 2v4 here for the Falcons.
That is really bold from Roxas.
Yeah.
To think that you can jump into a site like that and get away with that kill and stay alive. Maybe he was trying to stop the plants and give up his life for it, but I've seen a lot of people try that, and it usually ends up exactly the way that we saw it happen right there. I mean, Project Notorious, yeah, they could be patient in 1 round, and the next one they could just be all over you. And they pick up the pace, they just bang out at B, and they run you over for their attacking round. That's 4 rounds in a row. You can start to see the steam rolling, and I mean, yeah, the conversation was that they were poor in their Search and Destroy last week. They still are one of the best Search and Destroy teams we have in Challengers. 1 week does not define them, so this is not very surprising.
Yeah, clearly making some adjustments, not only from week to week, but also through this map, because they did start off down 2-0, but have now found 4 straight rounds, and it's really down to the Falcons to find a response, but hard to find a response when Beans has the scope aimed at your head. He'll find Roxas. 5 in a row now for Beans. Another goodbye, King of Body. Who chows next is the question, because he's not missing.
Oh, yeah, we thought no aim assist was going to help.
Oh,
on these snipers for Beans. He's looked like that all year long. However, this is not done just yet. 1 versus 1, Beans on 6 in a row, looking for number 7, and with the pistols, not able to clutch it up. So Falcons Academy in a 2v4. That is not something you see very often, but P7 may have been a little too confident in that play, and everybody chows out. The 2 players hunker together, and that is a major oversight for P7, allowing Falcons back into the search.
yeah, you said it. Back into the search off of a very ambitious play where you feel like you got the remaining members trapped in the back, but it ultimately results in a massive clutch going the other way. So Falcons Academy Green going to be feeling very relieved with the way that last round ends off there for them. So keeping it within 1, a critical round to make sure it's not too out of hand, but here we go with Beans. He's going to call in the streak that he's been able to earn to see if he can find some kills for the Hellstorm.
And the thing is, though, it's not even kills. Like, this has to be a bomb plan. Nothing comes from the streak, and bomb doesn't even get close to the sites. You don't get anything at all from that streak. Not even map control.
Good clean shot, and the Luca now on the flank almost comes up with a second. Trade is in, but King of Bodies read like a book, so little ambitious, little aggressive, and Falcons pay the price, and they know that Nox was the scope at the front of the site here. So do they go for a peek? They do. They double chow it. He's now pinned. Not too many options. Needs to go with some kind of a highlight play. Not going to work out, and that's one of those rounds where it just feels like it flip-flops back and forth with the streak to the over-aggression and ultimately losing the round.
I mean, that's just one of those rounds that's quite literally a taste of your own medicine from the round prior. Like, that is not something that you should be giving away in what could be a defining map moment. You just throw your bodies at that player who's low outside tower, and the lonesome P7 player that's sitting beside Tin gives your team a chance. You just take full control. Eric's 11-4. He's on 3 again in this map, and that is a game-saving play where Falcons got a game-saving play of their own round prior. One might even call that karma.
Yeah, one might. Well, P7 Notorious looking to get the closeout and make sure there is no more breathing room here for this Falcons Academy roster. Snoopy. Oh, he's red. Okay. Decides to hold the trigger, and Aluka will make sure he finds the kill. So that's a huge first blood. Beans with a pixel is able to still work a scope kill. No surprise. But the bomb is down, and Nox able to find one clean kill onto Eric. 3v2 we go in favor of the Falcons.
Clean is one thing. I mean, he went for the quick scope. That missed. Aim higher. 25 seconds, 2v3. Is there a chance for P7 to clutch up yet again? There always is. But with this one, Falcons Academy, they don't scam. They take this one together. Double chow out to force that 1v2, and that is going to keep this one going. King of Body back onto the board as well. It's been a very quiet game from himself, but hey, maybe he's saying to his team, he's like, I don't need to get this kill. I just need to be the distraction. He gets the kill anyways, and that's going to put him 2-7 on the map. I mean, it's not how you start, it's how you finish right now. And for Falcons got to be green, you are still very much in this game. On the defensive side of Den, if this is an A-site call from P7 Notorious, Falcons have the gunpowder to shut it down, but it's a triple stack on B from Falcons.
And it is a lot of players, at least leaning a little bit more towards A, at least initially. Nox going to swap off the scope. Beans had it out initially, but he may have swapped off too. We'll see. Pistol in his back pocket. No, likely still has it, and he does. So, chance now to start to push forward. Trophy system out. This is... Site is completely conceded. Nade's now going to start to make their way in, but this bomb should go down freely.
And like I said, I mean, this Falcons team, they have what it takes to retake a site like this. It's really going to come down to which sniper has more value, I think, in this post plans, because if you can get a first blood if you're Roxas, that's huge.
Oh, he scouted out again. Can't find any value. And the trade's going to go the way of the Falcons here initially. Beans with the scope and pistol combo. Gonna feel the pressure, but DC's there to bail him out with one. 20 seconds left. Beans gets the final shot with the help of the grenade. And P7 Notorious pull off a 2v3 to close it out.
You gotta see this one again, because Beans cooks the nade of a lifetime. Team kill from King of Body, and that leaves him one shot for the Glock. 9-5 from Beans, an epic game number 2 from P7 between both him and Eric Boom. A way to close this series into a 1-1 tie, and just looking back at those stats, the most defining part is going to be those first bloods. I mean, props to Falcons Academy Green for keeping this one competitive all the way to around number 10, but in the end, when you look at P7 in those really sticky clutch situations, it may have choked one time, but they're not going to choke that twice.
Not going to choke it twice, and as you said, just a beautiful cooked grenade that just lands in the room perfectly between both players to seal the deal. So, 6-4, some big changes from week 1 to week 2 for as far as the search and destroy play. It was an early start that looked great for the Falcons, but I would say great adaptation, great recovery, and good responses across the board, it felt like, on the opposite side for P7 Notorious. So that means we are now all tied up 1 apiece, and we start to eye up this overload on Den to see who's going to be able to grab the swing game mode here and pull ahead in the series.
Well, tied up, map mode combo to swing the series in a team's favor. Big conversation for The side of Falcons is, can they steal the respawns off of P7? Will they get it done in map number 1? Maybe they can get it done in map 2 as well. But for P7, back into the form that we've seen in the past, a solid search and destroy to close this into a 1-1. We look back over to the Huntsmen and For Fun Esports. On French search and destroy, For Fun Esports up 4-2. Down in the series, Yuli has a Hellstorm, and that should give them way over to B.
Certainly should. Gonna slowly glide this down and weave it through, but not gonna find a connection. Meanwhile, everyone's already swarmed around the building. Asim and Mac both able to find their cleanup kills. And gonna get one back is going to be Brack. And looking for a second. How has Brack done this? Surely not a third. Varsities will finally get the cleanup, and he combines for the transfer onto the second. So clean shots come through, and it will work out to make sure they pull ahead by yet another round here and put themselves on map point.
It's just so mind-boggling that this is a team that is down 1-3 in series count for the groups. I mean, you just look at the players on this roster, and this is the outcome that you expect for these series. I mean, they look fantastic in Search and Destroy. I mean, you know their history. These are Search and Destroy veterans on their screen. And to see Yuli having a game like this, I mean, talk about one of those players. I was saying that, I mean, this is a premium pickup going into the end of the season. Yuli just still looks in form. He's got a whole lot of pro points, and he's going to make someone very happy going into Paris.
Yeah, I think you are right, brother. Certainly could be the case. Huntsmen on the other side here have a lot of work to do. They're going to work themselves out of this. And looks like it will be a chance to get this bomb down. So post-plant retake in the cards now for Fun Esports to see if they can try to close it out.
We got Awakening on the island. He gets his traded, but job well done. Whittling down those numbers. Brack the next stop. He gets the info, stays alive. And now you know where the retake is coming from. So trying to isolate this, and the Huntsmen, all three players, try to get things done. But Asim right through the middle of the map puts Shawnee in now a 1-versus-1, 20 seconds. You versus Yuli. And Yuli's just going to square up on you. Whoa, 4 in a row. 12-3. And that's going to close map 2. For Fun, tying us up in the series.
Yeah, what a way to close it out, too. Really, two heavyweights when it comes to search and destroy, and Yuli just absolutely having a game. Obviously, we didn't see the spree that he went on earlier, but was able to earn the Hellstorm and is also there to finish it and seal it off. So beautiful stuff, and again, a good response after losing that map number 1 there to Huntsman in the hard point. So a 6-2 victory got to make you feel pretty good now going into that third game mode.
It does. And again, for Fun Esports, like, nobody saw this team going down 1-3 in the series. But you look at like the remainder, and it's the same thing with Stallions. You go into week 2, you make a couple of changes, and these are players who are looking to just buff out their stocks, you know, see where they're going to go, what's going to happen before this Paris Open. You might not be in the playoffs anymore, but it doesn't mean that these games aren't important for the way that people are going to value you, to want you on their team. And you can see Yuli putting it in a position, 12-3, 7 non-traded, 7 streak in the map, 1,200 damage, SMG in his hand, and 3 first bloods. I mean, he is in full takeover for Fringe S&D, and this is kind of what you expect from these players. I mean, I'm happy to see them finding their identity.
Well, quick look at the maps and modes to see where we're heading to as we get ready to jump back into our alpha matchup. And again, it will be a Den Overload that's going to be waiting patiently for us to get into, as this will be the swing game mode. Both teams able to grab 1 apiece, and now we'll jump back in the Den to see who's going to get the best of one another.
Well, King of Body, first blood in the Overload, and Snoopy's actually going to pick up that flank through servers. Couple kills for Falcons Academy still. You know that Snoopy is going to have his hands full in at least shutting down this ball, getting picked up and pushing into your side. So subs go big, you neutralize that pressure, and the only thing you got to worry on the map is when is Roxas going to show his hand. He is sitting in dojo waiting for the perfect time.
Yeah, that's a good call. And Luca's been able to find a couple kills through the middle, make that 3 kills. So this is now a good chance to maybe start to gain some of that map positioning that you want with the EMP. Nox grabs the EMP, gets it over the middle, but won't be able to really extend that play much further. And now Eric's also starting to clean up some of that space. So a good moment for P7 Notorious maybe to find a response as they'll grab the EMP for themselves and start to look towards this B point potentially.
Oh, and Eric is in perfect position to allow this capture to get in, but Beans, oh, it's Nox for the damage, and Snoopy goes for the play. Oh, it is so close from going in, and Falcons Academy holds strong on the defense. That should have been a cap for P7. But a major clutch up from Nox. And now on the counter cap, here comes the device. King of Body on the front line. He's looking to defend. Shots out, looking for Diamond Con. Picks it up, puts it away. King of Body 4 in a row alongside Nox.
It's a heater to kick it off, but you take a look at where the EMP is going to spawn, and you already got a player forward, which is going to be Snoopy and Eric looking to find some kills. So this might just be a counter cap.
Oh, okay.
Likely to come through. And it is, so they'll be able to grab themselves the perfect counterplay, as it kind of worked out for as far as where their spawns were and where the EMP was actually going to end up spawning.
Yeah, I mean, it's just... That's the hard part when your first cap is over towards the top side of the map. I mean, you don't get a chance to defend that ball spawn on the other end. And P7 Notorious, they handle that perfectly. And it kind of brings the wind out of your sails. So for Falcons Academy, it's just back onto the defense and see what you can do to stop this attack over towards your A zone. And so far, they've really kept them on a leash.
Eric roaming and playing his life quite well up to a nice little force break. Knocks in the back, also going to get ripped here, and chance to get that in, absolutely no problem whatsoever. So another aggressive attack going to come through for P7 Notorious as they grab themselves a 1-point lead.
Okay, P7 really putting it down right now. I mean, that is the ego chow of all ego chows to capture it over towards the A zone and ripping you off a heady with an NPC. Not many guns can get it done, but you know that sub is your trusty sidekick for any chow like that. 3 dead for Falcons. Nice finesse for King of Bodies. Stays alive long enough for Nox to come to his assistance. And a play over towards A where Diamondcon's the only one here. Finds 1 kill. Slows things down. Looking to fire forward and allow your teammates to defend.
Oh, hard to really follow this up, but Rox is giving it a good look for the Falcons. Waiting for the support to get here. The problem, the respawner is going to come up just a little bit beforehand. So now you got to worry about more attacks and more nades. Eric trying to get a look on just a clean gunfight. Won't get it. Bean's now forced to back up, and it is really a stalemate right in front of this point. Both teams trying to make a move. It's a great nade over the top, and 4 players going to drop. And that will be yet another detonation, all tied up here 2 apiece.
And this is what Roxas was looking for beforehand when you saw him pushing into the spawn. He's looking to punish you off those respawns and allow for a little bit of a rally here from Falcons Academy Green. It doesn't get easier than that for the capture to bring you back into the lead. It's back-to-back. Spawn up over to the rooftops. And with that, Aluka, he is already flying to defend the spawn.
Eric does manage to play his life to try to give them a small reprieve, and the rest of the spawn is just about being cleared out. Now it's about getting through Nox here, and Eric will end up dropping. He tried to make the solo play. DC's going to follow it up himself, but DC's going to drop, so everybody just trying to bolt it to the zone, and Nox says, you gotta come through me, as he puts together 3 kills and plays some perfect defense.
That's Fort Knox right there. You can't get through it, and it'll hold to the very end. Couple shots here from King of Body, and that's 3 dead. Snoopy looking to stay alive. Nox looking to fire on 5 in a row, looking for 6. He stays alive, backs up, and here comes the device for capture 4. See if he can end this in a mercy rule for the first half. 18 seconds left. This is the last chance to cap.
Oh, Luca. No way. Oh, no way. With the finesse over the top. The movement is in. My goodness. Now looking for a counterplay through the middle. Will they be able to get to B in time is really the big question here. There's no defenders in position. Overtime going to now come into play. And this might be a tie-up. And it is. Oh, baby, do we have an overload on our hands.
I was saying, I mean, you hold that device in Dojo for a few more seconds. It draws out the clock and forces the overtime. Falcons got a little eager there, a little over-eager on that play towards Dojo. And yeah, Luca almost with the fancy footwork to end that half early. But because P7 are able to hold, they get the counter relatively simple. Tie game heading into the second half when that really could have been Falcons up 4-2. In a really dominant position for the respawns yet again. P7, though, clutch up. Although DiamondCon 7-16, not the greatest game out of you. I mean, you are thanking your lucky stars for your teammates to clutch up for you. And now you go into the second half, you're looking to turn a new leaf.
Yeah, you're right. DC has struggled. He even struggled a little bit in the hard point there. So
he did.
Need a little bit more out of, one of our lockdown ARs that we always allude to here in Challengers, and especially on this P7 Notorious roster. Roxas might have a free lineup onto 2, and that is going to give you some space to play with, as Nox knows there's one lingering around the middle. And last player up is going to be Beans. He's only good for 1, which means that possession now could be here for King of Body. And Roxas has got a forward position up to 4 in a row.
Oh, he misses the nade, though. He's got to challenge this with the gun. With the NPC, does some damage. Luca around the back is looking to finish off a couple more. And King of Body wins his one with the pistol to put the 4th cap in for Falcons Academy. Back into the lead. And it looks like Nox is letting you know. Former champs who? Nox is here to play.
He's cooking right now, starting to fry quite a bit, and he lets Snoopy know about it. Roxas likely going to get stunned up and taken out here, and DC will fly through with the cleanup. Now King of Body trying to hold on to his position. Dropping, though, is going to be some of his teammates. Goes to the pistol, and P7 do a good job of working themselves out of their spawn, but now need to go forward, and Roxas able to find yet another 2-piece, and he's also got that Hellstorm in his back pocket here too.
Yeah, I mean, Falcons Academy are through and through outslaying P7 Notorious, so the fact that this is a 1-point game, really surprising. I think it really says a lot about Falcons Academy's defense on their first half than it does about P7's, pace of play that they're allowing. I mean, they're getting away with a lot in this map number 3, and they really need to start showing up in that kill feed if they want to take this map.
Well, 3 minutes left in the second half. Aluka drops down from above. Able to find his cleanup kill. Nox looking for his double up, but will only be able to come away with 1. However, P7 Notorious still able to make the play work out. So yet another successful capture. Back and forth we go. And Eric Boom has a chance to still play forward here and see if he can start to put together some more kills.
That's just another position where you're kind of scratching your head. What is the defensive plan of Falcons Academy in this moment? Because P7 quite literally countless times walking this device into the zone. Tie game, 4-4. Good wave of kills from Falcons Academy to defend that B zone. Off the respawn, they still need to find these kills. They still need to get this device out of their area.
Luca, too much to deal with, so he'll end up dropping. And still a very dire position, as you put, to try to get out of your spawn. B still very much the target here for P7 Notorious, and Beans looking to clear the way, but the blockers are in place. The clearance is good. 3 players going to drop down, and now the streak also going to be called in from Roxas.
Not a bad call. I mean, this streak very well could make way, but it's going to force everybody from P7 Notorious inside. Falcons Academy, they should know this. Roxas is getting all the info. Can your subs turn up and clear these zones?
Doesn't find any value with the streak itself. It is purely information, but can they follow through on the information? Great nade over the top. Able to deal with Snoopy. Eric Boom in a good position to at least find 1. Waiting for the slide shell to come through, and he is good for the first. Looks for the second, and it's DC that gets involved in the play. But can King of Body try to bail them out on the tail end of it? No, he cannot.
Look at Beans.
That will be the hold, and Beans, as you said, he is already cleared out the front of B.
Well, Falcons are going to know now. Beans has given himself away. So the stun gives him an out, but Aluka chases him. 2 dead. Snoopy gets caught. 3 make it 4 clean for Falcons now. Looking to counterattack over towards the A zone. They're rushing across P2, and nobody from P7 are here.
Nobody's here just yet. Who makes the first move? It's going to be a team kill. Oh, not the situation you want to be in if you're P7. DC has some big defense to play. The blocker in the back going to go down. Now Beans, can he save it for his team? Overwhelmed with 2. They stop it. They stop it right at the finish line. And another big defensive play comes through for P7.
You got to get in position here if you're Falcons. We've seen this story again and again. P7 have given them a chance to take this lead in map 3. Falcons have the defensive stop again. Roxas trying to fly forward. This is way too close for comfort on both sides. I'm not saying this is a clean overload in any position. This is messy.
Messy but entertaining. 25 seconds remaining in the overload. And a chance to try to surge forward. And all the way around the back is Nox. Probably the one player you want to be in a good position to make a play. Up close and personal. Eric with the reach out. Will find the kill. Aluka trying to play his life as his teammates are still kind of lingering in the back of the spawn here. And DC's got some kind of an idea of it. They're going to grab the EMP, and now we go into overtime.
Oh, and you're trying to force these spawn outs. A couple of exit kills. You move this over towards tower. See if you can get a chance over towards A to close this out in regulation. King of Body, though, he has a different plan in store. Let's go all the way to OT in the swing map mode. That is this Den overload. And we get a chance to see if P7 truly can steal this game away, because they have been limping over the finish line on this map 3.
They sure have, but man, you think back to that moment where they were able to just about get that EMP in, go for the cap, and Beans there to hold the line with, I think, maybe one respawner getting some team shots in as well. It has been a very, very wild overload. But you mentioned the slaying earlier, and it feels like they are still very much being outslayed. Thanks to Nox primarily, with 37 kills to his name. I mean, he has just been frying, and when he gets into these playmaking positions, it becomes extremely dangerous.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, if this was like Omit, or if this was anybody else, I mean, Falcons Academy should be leading by a margin in this map 3, but P7, they just keep getting away with it. And another 3 down off the break. That's going to be a quick wrap over towards B, and Eric is looking to punish you.
Eric's got clean comms on what this cross is going to look like, too. Trying to defend B. King of Body, though, finds a critical kill. And while the rest of his teammates, they follow through on some massive gunfights. DC overwhelms, and the counterattack now in the cards here for Falcons Academy as they start to inch up a little bit closer.
This is absolutely wild. As the Falcons turn now, like you said, back and forth, split kill feed to Luca, looking to rush forward. It's Nox on the flank, and the timing just doesn't work out. Eric's going to pick you up, and P7 back in control. Snoopy flying through mid. He gets the trade. He's looking to just play his life, hold off mid.
Eric trying to get a read on where the defenders are going to be playing from, and the timing works out well for him. So Eric now, can he start to fly forward? EMP picked up. P7 Notorious on the hunt, looking for the capture, but you got to get through Nox, and he is a problem. But when you double team him, it's that much easier. They've dealt with one. The rest of the teammates trying to find this follow-through pick onto Aluka, and they do. So now it's all about defending this from the front. King of Body on the staircase, on the cross. The nade finds him, and the capture will come through here for P7 Notorious.
It's just a story of who's going to scam first in these games, and you saw it from Nox there. I mean, he might have 41 kills in this map, but that defensive play to fly out alone right there, I don't know what the call from the Falcons is, because there's nobody in a position to trade it. You have a player flanking, but that's not going to make it in time. And everybody else is just too scared to hold these power positions. P7, you get the information from Eric that the flank is happening. Nox gives his life away. 2 quick kills gives you the 4v2. And a minute 30 in the way that this game is going, that is not a lot of time to cap. It has taken a long, long time for Falcons to get these goals.
And this break off, just about everything, starting off on the right foot, getting some early foothold and control, really dictates how a lot of this time can actually end up working out in your favor, and Snoopy going to hold his ground well. Aluka, decent to get one back, but still a lot of passive players kind of set up here for Falcons, just hoping to win out on some of these battles, but Snoopy's going to make it extremely difficult for you. DC now comes through on a flank, and 4 players going to drop down, and all of a sudden, you have a chance to make a move yourself if you're P7.
You might be able to capture this one even quicker than you did the first time. Put it away in your own force. Nice shots from King of Body. The chase is going to be going through computers. DC won't be able to trade. Snoopy can't find a second, so Nox picks it up. A race through mid. P7 will be here to defend.
Not a lot of time to work with on that clock. Down to about 35 seconds. Dangerous moment in the game. The dangerous moment for map number 3, and all of a sudden Falcons Academy members dropping one by one once again. Eric ready to fly forward. He finds the kill through middle very cleanly. Second one's gonna follow through, and you got 20 seconds left, and you gotta grab this EMP if you're the Falcons.
And Eric is just playing his life, slaying out. Beans on the other side. You're in the spin cycle now, 11 seconds, and you're spawn trapped. DC now, it's his turn to push up. 5 seconds. It's just not enough time. And P7, I mean, they might scrape away map 3, but to the end, they dominated the overtime. P7 taking the swing map, taking the lead. 2-1 in this series over Falcons.
Oh, man. 44 kills for Nox, and it's all for naught. A lot of big plays, and you see it in this best play right here, but man, I really feel like you come back to that moment where DC just has, or excuse me, Beans has that massive moment in the back to play defense on the point. That was really your capture point. That was your chance to grab the lead and maybe even close out the map, but it's those pivotal little moments that you look back on where you're able to clutch up and ice up, send it to OT. and get the dub in the end that you're going to be happy with if you're P7 Notorious. I think a little bit of credit to DC, who started off extremely slow as well, who had a couple of big moments and brought it back a tad bit, but led certainly by Snoopy, Eric, and Beans, who were able to get the job done. Man, that's one that you really want back if you're the Falcons, but you got to just tip the cap to P7.
You do. I mean, this is a team that you just cannot make mistakes like that. You just cannot give them an inch. They're going to take a mile, and when you give P7 Notorious enough time to climb back into a game like that and you make it scrappy enough, you know that these players have the experience to take you the distance. And for Falcons Academy Green and such a stalemate of a series, I mean, you saw how back and forth that was. You were just waiting for somebody to make a mistake. And although Nox is putting up an incredible game there, 5,400 damage, 40 plus kills, he's the one to make the mistake at the end. And you know, he's shooting bodies. He's getting ahead of himself. You just woke up the beast. And you just cannot be making plays like that. And how this series is going, Falcons had a chance to go up 2-1. And they kind of bottled that in that map number 3. So how do they bounce back in map 4 to see if they can force a search and destroy against P7? That is going to be the main focus when we get back to Alpha. But a series we haven't taken a look at all, and it looks like they're just starting. It's going to be BitterSweet versus OTNation on the Scar Hardpoint.
Yeah, just starting to get going here, and again, a roster, BitterSweet, that we had kind of talked about. Just once again, fellow surrounded by young guns and looking to try to drive some more talent to the CDL potentially. It feels like he's done time and time again here through challengers over the years, and well, not really too many better leaders to have behind you when you are a young gun.
Yeah, I mean, you might as well like turn him into a shepherd at some point. The way he just
Surely,
moves these rookies into position for a league spot. Because I mean, even fellow in his own right. I mean, he teamed with Nate at the start of the year, and he was telling me that Nate is like one of his favorite teammates that he's had of all time. I mean, just the vibes that he brings to the team is, you know, something that not a lot of players are able to recreate. So it's cool to see BitterSweet get the attention that they did in Group B for their first week, but they didn't end it very well. I mean, still 2-2. They have work to do, Austin.
Agreed. They have work to do, but man, is that ever some big gas though for Nate to say like he's one of his best teammates of all time with the amount of players Fellow has played with, how long he's been around for, man? That certainly goes a long way. But as you mentioned, more work to do, and I think getting the job done here versus an OTNation would be great. Now, as we say all of this and create the narrative points, DTG is putting up some pretty big kills as he finally goes down on the 8th spree as we start to look over the top and play for the remaining 30 seconds on the point. BitterSweet gonna get a touch and start to maybe get a foothold on it, but DTG back off of spawn, looking to make it mixy, and he does as he finds another 3 kills.
Yeah, Derek the GOAT for a reason. 15-6 on Scar, and he is truly leading by example for this team that has had quite the tough time in this group. 0-4, 2-12 in map counts. I mean, they've hardly showed up at all, but I mean, Derek, he's been showing up since the beginning.
Well, streak in his back pocket. Certainly going to be great for an OTNation that wants to close the gap as we move to the office building. See if they're going to be able to continue to hold. BitterSweet now looking for the big break. Dark tucked away in the corner will be traded out, but the remaining members of BitterSweet have basically all fell, so it's really just down to 1. Prada's going to also drop, so that close spawn's still going to be held onto, and you also have presence from the front to watch over this push. It's a great position to be in here if you're OTNation.
Oh, Derek, what a snap, too. The hipfire connects on the M15. Booty trying to get the time on the inside. He will be overwhelmed, but teammates looking to back you up. 3 go down. Darkside back into the hill. Slow game for himself, but unfortunately enough, your teammate is carrying you on the back and giving you enough time to get back into this game.
Couple of routes being taken, and looks like those initial kills at the new hardpoint were decent for a second there for BitterSweet. It really is just that 1v1 in the back, and Peel is able to actually find that and guarantees that close spawn here, at least for now. So we'll be threatened as you see C-Wads come all the way around, and that nade kill will actually deal with him. So a bit of a pinch play now currently in the card. DTG from the front can be able to provide some excellent fire, and now it's really just a battle of who can really get in and actually hold on to it. And with that kill, you're going to be good for getting into the hard point, but spawns in the back here for BitterSweet. They can look to try to respond with 30 seconds left.
Yeah, I mean, OTNation holding a lead here on the Scar, and still a lot of time that BitterSweet don't want to give up. So you see Prod up top, hell of a lot of damage from C-Wad sitting on the plane wing, and And you do trade out enough to pull OTNation off that hill, but can you break Fellow? Of course you can. He's 15 and 12. He gets a huge 2 to allow your team in for scrap time. Now taking your sights over towards the new set of rotations, and OTNation win every single fight, locking down this map.
This is bizarre. DTG has almost as many kills as like other 3 teammates right now, like, and 52 seconds in the hill. Like, it's kind of nuts. It's just absolutely cooking. So, man's on a mission, and it's mainly the reason we've seen the last few hardpoints actually start to go the way of OTNation. So, things now move back to the middle, and it's BitterSweet that are having to find a response, a required one. Pretty able to start to push forward and maybe start to find some kills here. He's going to be under threat, under pressure. They sniff him out, and they will take him down. And the rest of the remaining members now will be cleared off, and a chance for BitterSweet to start to press forward, but still a few more members to cut through.
You know, I mean, this game is far from over for OTNation. Yes, they come out hot, but it's just been Derek's show from start to finish. So, you're hoping that, you know, Cootie, Dark, both of them can start to heat up, because you can start to see BitterSweet picking up in the slaying. Prada's on 5 in a row, and you're locking down a good chunk of time off this P1. Nearly a tie game heading into the second rotation. Already BitterSweet beating you to that race. And Austin, I mean, these are players who, I mean, although they're rookies, they're also rookies to respawn as well. So, I mean, it doesn't surprise you that they're coming out the gate slow, but they will pick up.
Yep, absolutely the case. And I think finding a little bit of fire from that last point could very well be one of those starting points to get you going. Nade up top, drops down low, and there's the clearance that you're looking for here. Much better hard point, at least so far, for BitterSweet. Still 30 seconds remaining, though, on the point. And DTG, well, who else is able to find the first entry? Prada going to be forced to back down here for a moment and just try to pick a different angle, as the high ground will be contested. Dark's going to drop. One last look for Seawad to see if he can make a play on the entry, and he's only good for 1, but OTNation looking to finally grab maybe some of the scrap time.
Yeah, a couple of kills go your way, and you can see this close spawns from BitterSweet. They're going to take one last rotate through red. Cootie keeps the time out of their hands, so a brief lead for OTNation. The rotation over to New will get them some initial as well, so that lead will buff out. And BitterSweet on the retake. It is going to be a full flood through mid. Fellow for the reach out. 3 go down. Derek's going to force out the Hellstorm, and it's a break from BitterSweet. Will the Hellstorm even matter?
Well, it's going to find 1, but as you said, you know, Fellow's able to find 2 in response. So what does it really get them is the big question here, because the map control is still looking very favored here for BitterSweet. DTG comes off of spawn and is immediately put into the blender here, as some of that positioning that we talk about with the ARs can really start to punish you in the spawns here on this map. Cootie over the top, able to find 1. BitterSweet, though, still holding on, still winning out in some of these trades, and that means that they will have the slight edge in the lead with about 15 seconds remaining on the hard point.
BitterSweet, they've swung this game back their way. P4 rotations as well. OTNation, I mean, we look at them. How do you break this hill? Because when we jumped into this map, it was OTNation in the lead, winning the rotation over to P4 and locking down those spawns. This time, shoes on the other foot, and look at how comfortable Peel is to just fly through mid, look to find some of these kills, and know that you can pick up these spawns and be right back into this hard point.
Wired break. Feels like it is currently in the cards potentially for OTNation. Down by about 30, so. And Felony's still doing a great job of just playing his life. He's up to 28-19. He has been quietly building himself up onto a nice little KDA. Peel in a great position to get a read on where this push is coming from, but doesn't find the kill, so it is purely information. And OTNation now need to go. A lot of this time has been conceded as they've played for the back spawns, but it's 15 seconds that you're fighting for here, and Prada's going to give this another look, so all of a sudden, things not looking good for the break, and BitterSweet do a good job of getting the scrap time.
I mean, it's the same conversation that we had with Flames on CABAL. It's just when you see your vet leading by example in that fashion, those are things you like to see for BitterSweet in trying to punch their ticket into a better seed for Group B. Still, though, I mean, that is going to be all down to how Falcons Academy perform in their side. So BitterSweet really relying on P7 right now to go big, to lock things down in your group. So let's hop back in with their alpha stream. Let's see what's going on here between P7 and Falcons, because Falcons, they need themselves a pick-me-up after what happened in map 3.
Yes, they do. It was a heck of a way to lose out on that exchange, and based off of what we had seen, you know, in the first 2 maps, that was one you would have really loved to have, but need to get it done now in another hard point to force this to a game number 5, and the Falcons looked good for the first hard point, winning a lot of those rotations, looking good on their setups, using that teamwork. But all things said and done at P1, looks like it will be P7 Notorious that grabs some of that scrap time, but it's currently a 50-50 battle for the new hill, but spawns in the back might just be good for P7.
It might be. You do get Roxas to spawn back there as well. So these fights on the inside are really favoring Falcons, and for good reason. They got numbers and they got the time. So brief lead for Falcons. Snoopy going to wait for the rest of the team, and it's going to be a hit through couch.
Snoopy through the side. What can he do here? Does he look to jump across? And, well, he is flying as he'll find a couple of key kills with the help of one of his teammates. We look towards the back, and Bean says, no problem, I got it on lock. Snoopy now can start to fly forward, and this is where P7 can start to get a little bit dangerous, and there's still a lot of time left to play for.
Snoopy hits the G slide and absolutely runs through Falcons. Full setup over to P2, and it's going to be a tough break right now. Eric in the corner, good damage coming through, but the trade's favoring P7. Spawns as well for a second. Roxas again spawns back there, but doesn't matter. Just kind of feeds another kill to Diamondcon as he rotates over to the new. And it is going to be Beans here first.
Yeah, and look at this. This is waiting out on the last hill and kind of getting here initially for some of those opening gunfights here on the new hill. So a tough spot to be in if you're the Falcons, having to work yourself out of what is going to be a pretty decent deficit early on. P3 now opened up. Falcons at least do come away with the first touch, and now it's about locking down the middle. Aluka does a good job of finding that kill onto Eric. The push, though, from the front. Beans has been able to bully his way through with the help of a grenade, and it's going to be P7 Notorious back in control for now.
A 30-second lead, so you need to break this one quickly if you're Falcons. You don't want P7 to start running away with this game. However, Eric locking down mid, goes in for the supports. Not able to find those kills, but keeping Falcons out of the hill for a few more seconds, giving up what looks like 20 seconds of scrap time as we rotate over towards the second hill. King of Body, at least he gets his one, but Roxas is going to have to give some space now and wait for the rest of the team to break this.
Nox trying to get a look at where this hit might just be coming from. And now it's a lot for Beans to deal with, but he's still able to get one. It slips away and almost gets a look at a second. Snoopy able to come up with 2. And now you feel like the spawns at the back should be good for Falcons Academy, but you still got presence from the front trying to bully their way through as P7 Notorious. One by one they come, but slowly starting to dwindle in numbers will be the P7 squad. And Falcons, they'll find the clear.
Falcons, this is a good time to grab as well. Not only that, you're pushing out to the rooftops, so really good spread for this setup in the hill. Luca just needs to win his fight on the inside. Unfortunately, he doesn't get it done. Caught with the grenade. Eric and Snoopy, of course, it's the dynamic duo on the sub roll to crack this one back open. 20 seconds for P7, where it could have looked like a tie game heading into the new set of rotations. This is Falcons Academy staring down the barrel of quite a deficit, so as we head over towards new, Austin, the conversation for Falcons is they just gotta get a little bit better for these money hill rotations. P2, P4, so many chances for setups that were thrown away.
Absolutely. It really is the difference. It feels like the breaks have just been slightly better, and at the very least, P7 Notorious have been able to keep things mixy and just a little bit chaotic, and they're starting to thrive in that chaos. Up by 30 points. P1 now very much open. And DC still providing excellent cover fire through the middle of the map here, but just still waiting for his teammates to come off of spawn. Still able to put together another one, and this is the performance we wanted to see from DC, right? This could be the difference maker. Him at least being even and not double negative has certainly changed somewhat of this mood here for P7 Notorious.
And the timing for Beans is so good as he goes down low. Nox goes up top, and you're a little bit late there if you're Nox, but still making the most out of it. Good time on old. Teammate's going to refill that for scrap time. And you're going to lose this rotation to new. There's no doubt about that, but I'd like to see Falcons show a little bit of restraint to group up and hit this together.
Opening kill. Good onto Snoopy. Oh, King of Body actually comes up with a second here. So now the spawn's going to be far away, excuse me. As you can see, the collapse is good. Falcons Academy now have control. Aluka can start to press forward a little bit, but he's not going to read Snoopy already that far forward. Beans now looking to make something happen through the back. What will this do to the spawns? Meanwhile, you have a hit coming right from the front. P7 Notorious in the hill. They'll find a break here for a moment as Snoopy tries to play his life.
They don't even flip those spawns, so Falcons gonna have to re-hit through this hill from the bottom side of P2 and managing to find the kills to make it happen. But can you lock down the time is the question. That's been the issue. And you get another swing from Snoopy, fighting for every second of the hill time, finessing for Eric now. 12 seconds left. Falcons need to chalk it and rotate because you already got P7 all in the case. Beans sitting in mid, watching the cross.
Oh, Snoopy actually loses that battle there. King of Body finds a massive one. Snoopy able to play his life there a little bit more. Maybe he can just slow down this push, but Falcons able to wrap all the way around, and now it's Eric who's going to get stunned up, sniffed out, and will be taken out quite easily here from Roxas. DC, though, ready to refill the position and see if he can come up with some kills. DC comes away with 4 in a row. 3 to be sure on that push, and now P7 Notorious running away with the lead once again.
Diamond Con is looking absolutely perfect right now for the team, and Falcons are going to be really looking back at this VOD if you lose this map 4 and questioning why do we keep getting broken on these money hills and losing the rotations to 3. A good break back in for what could be scrap time that brings this back into a relatively even game, and at least that's something to go your way if you're Falcons. But you look over to this P4, I look to this P4, and you're going to be the first ones here. You cannot allow P7 to break within 3 seconds like we've seen in the past. And a spawn out from Aluka is not going to help.
Yeah, the old hill was still active, so there is so much on Roxas to come away with at least 2. It's only good for 1, but Nox, can he make up for it? No, Snoopy finds him, but the reinforcements able to make their way through. The back is now safe. Now you turn your attention to the front. Trophy system out here as well to try to help you push this from the front, but P7 Notorious feeling the pressure as the close spawn is just allowing the Falcons to hold on here and just continue to funnel through. This is the time that they need. It is required.
It looks like a panic, but they get it done. 20 seconds down, 30 seconds on this hill. A couple of P7 players a little ahead of the curve, and Eric DC just give that push away. Beans, Snoopy, they're going to have to wait a few seconds, and with that, Falcons starting to close this lead on P4 like we've been looking for. A chance for them to find their way back into this game. King of Body, can he make it happen? What a play with Aluka. Scrap time for Falcons, and here we go. Tied game, 3rd set of rotations on Den. We are back.
We are certainly back. Lead change is in. Falcons Academy already going to open up at the new hill, but P7 Notorious swiftly move through and find the clearance and grab themselves control once again. But finally, great to see a hold here from the Falcons. Now it's time to see what their break is going to look like. Bean's trying to get a read on what this pinch could kind of potentially also unfold to, and he will eventually end up dropping. Aluka comes up with 2, and all of a sudden, DC the last one up, and it's 4 down for P7.
Ridiculous shots there from Nox, might I add. He had a fantastic map 3. Maybe a little scam towards the end, but I mean, you know he's got what it takes. 28 and 20, just absolutely slay out against P7. A couple kills there get you the initial time at P1. 16 seconds of scrap, and Nox is going to take one more look at maybe stealing this one away. Luka through couches. He goes down, and maybe a little bit too much given off. You can see that P7 are picking up the pace to put some pressure on the respawn. Snoopy does it again, and he runs you down. Break from the front. You spawn back tower. You got to lock in for the break back.
Oh, Snoopy does so much work here, but still the spawns still potentially to be locked in for the Falcons, and that looks to be the case. No one's threatening it through the back just yet, but they are still winning just about every single battle. P7 Notorious down low in the garage, and DC is still frying, finding kills, playing his life. Stun grenade is going to connect, but he will finally drop down. 30 seconds to play for P7 Notorious, over 200 points. Snoopy getting involved on the hard point alongside Eric, keeping it scrappy.
Eric stays alive. And he's going to have time to regen. Diamond Con comes to the rescue, and Eric reflies at the hill. Beans now from the side. 3 kills down. Make it 4. Falcons hold on. And with that, 15 seconds. I mean, this game is still extremely close. Race over towards new, and this is the first time that we're getting Falcons on the rotation early. So Roxas is here. What can he get done?
Roxas needs to come up with a kill. Maybe even asking for 2. as Falcons Academy now only down by about 8 seconds. What will you be able to find if you're Roxas? The answer, nothing. His teammates now forced to follow through. It's kills and King of Body with a double up. What a play that is. Enough to try to keep them alive with the setup, and it's P7 Notorious that have been great at breaking all game. Now need to find another one.
Body on the outside, 3 in a row. Still trying to finesse. Snoopy's double, looking to lead back in for P7, and they get the break. Nobody in the hill, but you do have Diamondcon through mid. He's going to be the one to jump in, and Eric trying to fly forward to see if he can get some space here. Small lead for Falcons, but it's a marginal one that is so fragile when you see 23 seconds of hold at P3. It is a big question whether or not Falcons want to hit this or not.
That's right, you can't win off of it. Neither team can secure the dub, but you would love to grab this time if you can. But more importantly, you need to make your way to new. And anchoring the back was Beans to make sure his teammates are going to spawn close on him for this potential money hill. But the Falcons funneling through the middle, able to find a clean exchange on the trade. Now let's see if they can get to the back.
Gotta catch it in time. Diamondcon, though, he's going to spawn in the back of Throne. Eric just hiding away in the corner, allowing his teammates to get the gunfights, to get the damage done, and lock down this rotation. Eric finds his second, and the hold is in for P7. 25 seconds, and you've taken the series and locked down the number 2 seed in Group B.
Eric going on a rampage through the front. 4 kills in a row. Falcons spawning in Narnia, nowhere to be found. And P7 Notorious, well, they are getting closer and closer to closing out the series. One final attempt for the Falcons to try to break through, to try to cut through P7 Notorious.
They can win.
They might have done enough. They have enough time, as you say, Colin, to see if they can extend this and win it out on the P4 hill.
P7 have to break this one. You need to just step for a second. As you're 9 away, 3 go down again, and suddenly you're going to spawn all the way back P2. It's only Diamondcon in the back. You're split, and Falcons, they're going to hold this one and rotate.
Oh, the contest is enough. DC has saved the game. But P1, it's about to open. Beans trying to slide through. The final seconds are in, and Falcons, they bring it all the way back and extend us to a map 5.
You look back to the decision-making in the past 15, 20 seconds from the Falcons, and that is why they're always the itch on your arm that you can never scratch, is because when you count them out, they're right back into the running. And it's a comeback on the Den that you never saw coming. That rotation into P1. It's just a next level strat calling from your IGL. And I'm not sure who is the one to make that call for the Falcons, but you recognize it as soon as it flips the 9-second mark. You see Nox in position on the rotation. He goes 1 for 1. You got player number 3 from the Falcons sitting on that P1 hill. Goes huge in the fight versus Diamondcon. And that is as close as you can ask. That is as fun of a map as you can ask. For map 4 that sends us the distance in this series, for Falcons, still a chance to steal that 2nd seed away.
Unbelievable. To do that from the front on the P4 hill as well is just ridiculous, to say the least. I mean, it felt like, based off of what we were seeing with the setup, with the close spawns, with how that hill can typically go, that's a hold, and that's a setup that is enough to secure games. But in the end, they're able to break through. DC then extends it just a little bit further. And, well, I mean, with how much of a banger that was, we got to take one more look at it, Colin.
I mean, just like look at this from a macro sense. You take one more shot through mid. P7 are trying to play it perfect. Just get those kills and get the rotation new. But when you steal away 11 seconds, it gives you that buffer through mid. Triple hit through computers. Diamondcon only gets the 1. And the 2 remaining players of Falcons, they're just like, let's full send this. Let's take the 2v1 shell, forces Eric into a situation where he needs to play forward, and that just allows the Falcons to continuously hit this from the front, put some damage in, shake up the setup from P7, and eventually whittle you down for the break. I mean, they never give up. They just continue to throw themselves at this hill, and you'll see it when they do break. When you focus on those back spawns, you trap P7 in Throne Room, and a flick switches for Falcons where they realize we gotta fight for P1. It's the perfect call. It's cinematic when you really look at it from the minimap view.
It is. And there's a lot of patience that comes into play as well for some of those Falcons players, right? Not jumping the gun, under the pressure, waiting just a moment to make sure that they're all there for the team hit together. And then even when it's coming down to the wire here,
right
DC is in a great position to also make that play to extend it.
And then just Nox. I mean, this is such a good play. I mean, DC extends it to P1, but Nox goes a step further. He wins a double kill through couches, sets up King of Body on the point, or Roxas on the points, and the rest right there is just history. I mean, that is as good as it gets for Falcons Academy. When you look at those close moments like we saw in the Den Overload where they kind of throw it away in overtime in such a close map 3, I mean, you get that same thing in map number 4. This time they hold strong, they don't break, they don't scam, and Nox showing some veteran plays there at the end.
Putting up some big numbers, man. 40 kills plus in the Overload and the Hardpoint. Man, oh man. Nox having himself a day. And Falcons might be good to still contest that seed here in the group. But we'll take a look at what is another map 5. Huntsmen tend to go to a lot of these, as we've seen throughout week number 1. And they will be able to grab themselves yet another round here as we jump in with them, as they'll pull ahead by 1.
I mean, hats off to For Fun Esports. I mean, you were sending this one the distance. I'm pretty sure they stole the Overload, actually. Yeah, because Huntsman had to win that map 4 to force it out. It was Johnny going huge in the hard point to bring us to this position. But I mean, now for the Huntsman, you're kind of questioning. I mean, you do not want to lose to For Fun Esports, one of the teams that you won't even see in playoffs, because that's going to raise some questions, especially as you merge into those Group A teams. Trying to fight against the Bush, trying to fight against the Stush, trying to fight against everybody on the other side that's looking to knock you down. And I mean, right now, actually, I'm pretty sure Huntsmen are guaranteed a matchup versus the Stush. So they got Swooty watching, ready to prey on your downfall.
Well, Brack, overwhelmed with grenades, has been quickly dealt with. Trade's going to go back and forth and ultimately lead into a numbers advantage here. And an even bigger one for Fun Esports as Johnny is left all alone and will end up dropping. So basically tit for tat, able to grab ourselves yet another round here for Fun Esports ties up.
I mean, this is just perfect when you're just trying to look at these players on For Fun and remember the values that they bring to a team. It's in the S&Ds. So seeing this go to 5 and seeing them play against Huntsmen the way that they're playing right now, I mean, this is really, really good at just exposing some of the issues that Huntsmen really do have as a team. And you know, Gridlock might not be a one where Huntsmen feel too polished on, but I'm pretty sure it is a map that we saw them go to a lot back in week number 1. So the fact that we're sitting here For Fun really stepping up to the case today.
Scope was out for Mr. Arcides as he was looking through that B lane. And we've seen Brack be very open to rocking one himself at times. As it, again, is just looking for that first pick. And if you find this pick, you know that this player is usually the island player by B. So it starts to make the defense shift a little bit here. And Arcides, I think, spots him once again. Just won't get a clean look just yet.
But he does get a shot off, and that's going to draw some players back again. 2v1 for A. Johnny's been waiting here in the corner. Asim gets the team kill, and suddenly that bomb is going to take a little bit longer to plant. So Huntsmen, they got time.
Renegade forced off of this middle push where it looked like they were certainly looking to set up a play to pinch up the A hit. And Asim is going to have to back all the way up. He is the bomb carrier here, and it looks like they're actually going to rewrap this through mid. Yuli's going to clear out some of this space, and they might catch them on the rotation here. Yuli's in a good spot to find one and slip away, but Brack at least drops one himself before he falls.
Alec plays contact with a sniper, and that allows Yuli, but the timing is right back for Renegade as he's snuck through Ice Cream, bomb down. 2 players hitting from 2 separate sides, and Awakening's going to be overwhelmed. Renegade doesn't clear his corner. That's a whoops. For fun. I mean, beautiful play call. It's just drawing the attention back over to B with the sniper of Arcides and allowing for the 2v1 versus Johnny. Yeah, you team kill and you're not able to get that bomb down at A, but it's okay. I mean, they got more things, more tricks up their sleeves, and that re-clear through mid, getting the bomb down at B is just such a beautiful play on Gridlock. It's something that, hey, I mean, let's say, like, for a lot of these guys on For Fun, they've been playing through BO4 forever. So, yeah. I mean, Gridlock is no new map to them. For Huntsmen, I mean, yeah, it's not new for them either. I think the only player who hasn't played Gridlock would be Renegade.
All right, Well, time to focus back in on our alpha matchup that is somehow going the distance here after Falcons clutched up massively in the map number 4 and are looking to see if they can get the job done here in the final map. But it is a 3v2 advantage for the Falcons, and BC trying to work through what would be a pretty big clutch, and Beans is just hoping for a reach out, and actually it's DC that gets there for some help.
Game 5 after game 5, and Diamond gets the good timing there. 2v2, bomb getting planted, and King of Body is top mid. I mean, he's behind this. He's in a really good spot if Roxas can just give you some information.
3B, King of Body, able to get one, goes for the pre-fire, trying to get the read on where DC is at. And that's good news for DC. I love the trigger discipline here. He's looking to read on the second. Shots are good for the first, and now he's got info on where the remaining player is, so turns it into a 1v1. Roxas waits for the chow. Patience will pay off, and there will be no 1v2 clutch, and Falcons strike first.
Diamond gives that a good look, though. I mean, that slide out chow, he read it. Roxas holds strong, holds his ground. And a big round from Falcons off the back of this. Again, King of Body with such a brilliant play, holding through mid, waiting for the information from Roxas. He catches Beans, and even though you don't have the information of where Diamond is, it's just the call to group up, play together, play for the trade, and Roxas gets the job done. 1-0 for the Falcons, forcing the map 5 in a clutch on the hard points. And they lost map number 2 to P7 Notorious, but it was a close one in the end. 6-4 down. So you go to this map 5 on Sake, you see if you can shut P7 down and knock them off that high horse that has been challengers.
A lot of players lingering right now through the middle. But again, no commitment just yet. Nade stuns all being exchanged, thrown back and forth, just trying to get a lot of information, and that stun check will actually give them just a tad bit of info. Snoopy is looking for the go button, ready to activate whenever he needs to, but instead it's going to be Eric that makes the first move, and Nox just looking for something over the top here with the scope.
It's going to be tough to retake with a sniper in hand. Not to mention, nobody else from Falcons really taking map control for a quick retake from a surprising angle. You got to re-clear through mid, and as soon as you do, everybody from P7 just sitting in their corners, playing this one nice, and not giving anything up. Good shots there from Nox in the pistol. 23 seconds, though, to 1v4 and defuse, so we know that's not going to happen. P7 Notorious going to tie things up on the Sake, and a really good round number 2 to tie things up when it comes to just waiting for that first blood to get the plant. As soon as you do, you deny any entry through mid. And the way you do that is really cutting off those sneaky angles like the wraps down low, and your subs are on the case, getting it done.
Absolutely the case, and making sure just Nox doesn't find a whole lot of value with the scope, I think, through the middle is also just as important there. Love to see that by the P7 Notorious boys, working around it as they need to. And now we'll see if Nox is still keen on trying to keep this out. This one, again, aggressive through the middle, but Falcons playing with a little bit more pace this time. And Eric's in a good position to maybe kind of figure out, hey, is this actually being watched? Can I play through the low ground here? And he can come behind this play.
Yeah, Eric's got it all right now on his back, and even though Roxas is watching it, it's a huge win with the NPC on the other side. King of Body trades it, but well-placed nade from Diamond Con, and it's all down to Nox. 1v3, host plant, 30 seconds, and there's step 1 gone. Can he escape with a second? No, Eric trades it, and the defuse is in. P7, 2 rounds in a row to take their lead on map 5. And Diamond Con on 3, Eric on 2. They dismantle the post plant quite simply.
They do, and it really just starts with Eric's activation through the back, and that's kind of the difference between both of the setups that you do see, you know, from round to round there, where the idea is the same for as far as where they're looking to attack, where they're looking to get the bomb down. It's just Eric's already behind the site as the bomb's just being planted here, taking a bit of risk, of course, but I think that also goes to show just how much there is to watch, you know, from the low to high ground here when you're playing for a post-plant setup, and also just how valuable that first blood can be at times. So Eric up to 5-2, DC alongside him 5-1, both of the pair leading the charge here to kick things off in the search and destroy. And now we'll head into a round 4 where P7 Notorious again looking to try to attack maybe this B site on this offense.
Good shots from Beans, first of the map. He gets himself on the board and takes the sniper off the play. See, Roxas is looking to maybe catch a timing on the flank. Diamondcon wraps back, and he's going to pick that up. So keeping your teammates alive. 2 versus 4 now for Falcons Academy. Pretty much having to play retake, and Diamondcon has just gotten information on both players.
Oh, Beans up close. Still gets away with the kill, but everyone else just moves right through swiftly, and they are just all right in your face. No chance to even catch a breath of fresh air after finding some of those initial engagements, and this feels like they're starting to read the map well, find the kills, move with one another, and starting to really figure out the search and destroy here for map number 5.
Again, I mean, just the weight that's on the series. If Falcons Academy Green win this, it guarantees them the 2nd seed out of Group B, knocks P7 down, and forces BitterSweet into the 4th seed into the playoffs. So, big shift for Group B that not a lot of people would be expecting. That's just because P7 Notorious should be the team to walk away with these S&Ds, and in map 5, they're feeling good.
Not often you get away with a shot missed by Beans right over the top, so gotta count your blessings after that one, and Beans is also actually dropped here. Snoopy gets one back with the nade. Eric finds pretty easy kill there onto King of Body, who's looking to get aggressive. The site is certainly going to be in control of the Falcons, but now down a man. Do you even want to go for the plant before you get one more? Looks like the answer going to be yes. They're going to go for it.
Down to Nox again, 1v3. Hello there, Eric. Really crossing his T's, dotting his I's, and there it is, first kill. Defuse hopped for a second, but gonna be jumping off. Diamondcon spots it, and Snoopy's gonna stick the defuse now with PC watching over him. That's a 4th round for P7. They are cruising through the sake. Not giving anything up to the First Bloods. Not giving any trades possible for Falcons. They're just getting beaten down in this map 5.
It just feels like they're a step ahead at times. I think this is
All
something
the
that we
time.
saw in the search and destroy, where you're looking to take more map control. You're looking to try to grab a forward position. King of Body, though, just like not expecting the player to already be up close. It was Eric, who was just ready and waiting. They already have a clear idea of the information through the round on where they're at, where they're going to be, and just not able to kind of take that forward position that you want to grab without getting through some of these tougher gunfights here. Just a little bit faster, a little bit swifter here as this P7 Notorious. And now this is a round that, if you're the Falcons, you need it.
Oh, goodness.
Well,
For fun Esports, take down Huntsmen. The Huntsmen aren't going to be undefeated heading into the playoffs, so suddenly things shake up for the S&D of the Huntsmen, and P7 recognize that in the way that they're playing. Like the number 1 seed, like the team we're used to, 5-1 up, nothing is breaking for this squad.
Just the adjustments are not there. Eric with the aggression, great stun thrown out. Nox decides to go forward after being stunned, so he kind of moves up with the scope and is just completely left out to dry. No support there. Eric finds that second snap onto the staircase, and the damage is done right at the start of the round. And a lot of these rounds have been thanks to Eric with some of his play calls, right? Coming around the back when we saw some of these offensive looks from the Falcons, defensive looks, making aggressive plays through the middle, just taking risk. And I mean, that's also the ability when you're up 3 rounds, you can start to just go for some of those risky calls.
Sniper Beans, and it's going to hit. Nox gets obliterated. Eric's just looking for the jump up from Sushi, see if he can find a second one. He doesn't lock the kill down, but he has opened up a lane for Snoopy. As Beans is getting information on the second player that's mid. Snoopy's still waiting for a chance, and why not? It just rolls out right in front of him. 2v4 for Falcons. P7 Notorious looking to solidify themselves as the 2nd seed, and there is nothing that you can do to stop them.
Nothing indeed. Wow. Anticlimactic map number 5 after getting some barn burners through the respawns, but Falcons Academy just not enough in the tank here for this final map mode combination. But a lot of credit to P7 Notorious. I mean, they played that beautifully, and as much as the map number 2 was also fairly close for us, Colin, 6-4, it felt like they were still firmly in control of that. So their S&D from week 1 to week 2 has certainly been cleaned up. They looked a lot better on some of these map mode combinations that we saw today. And you know what, when these sub players can get forward like Snoopy and Eric, and then you have Beans watching over behind you and he's hot with the scope, there's a lot of problems there that you got to deal with.
And I mean, no problem in map 5, though, for Falcons Academy. It's just hats off to them for being able to force the map number 5 in the first place after what was a huge map 4 comeback on the Den hardpoint. But you really got to think about this series in whole and what Falcons brought. I mean, they had opportunity after opportunity to finish this one before it even got to a map number 5, Austin, and P7 just continued to hold on until you get to the Sake Search and Destroy. And they were given the opportunity. They didn't look back, and I mean, this is not a map that we saw either of these two teams bring out back in week 1 of the stage, but to see P7 Notorious bring it out here versus Falcons definitely looks like something they've been holding on to.
Just beautiful stuff. And again, Eric able to activate, makes aggressive plays through the middle, all the way through the back. You got Snoopy, who's behind the play, and there's just no chance to ever breathe, I feel like, especially when you play them on a map like that. Very difficult stuff, and obviously still trying to figure out some of the strats for a map like Sake, but overall it feels like P7 Notorious have done their homework. They were prepared for it. Yeah. And they do manage to get the job done here. And what was a critical win as we framed up here to make sure that they do hold on to their position.
Last week, they got Neslo'd by Huntsmen. This week, they Neslo Falcons. So, P7 Notorious obviously making some adjustments from week 1 into week number 2. At the same time as well, I mean, you can see Huntsmen actually lost that game 5 versus 4 Fun Esports. So, they lose and they don't stay undefeated in Group B. That really opens up some questions for P7. Like, was it an off week in week number 1? Was that game 5 win for Huntsmen a fluke? You know, that's a revenge match that I'm sure I would be excited to see for P7 if we do get that in the playoffs. But for now, you got to focus on the rest of it because BitterSweet looking to be that number 3 seed. After Falcons lose, they should hold the head-to-head, and they're looking to put away OTNation and confirm that. So we can see this. OTNation, I mean, they took the round 11 to tie things up 1-1, Austin, but overload and the respawns, that's another thing in particular.
Yeah, it is. And important to note, colors are going to be swapped here, so when you're looking at that mini-map, just keep that in mind. But BitterSweet, as you had framed up, will be ahead by just about a point. And Peel looking to see if he can run right into A, and wow, he does. He slips right through and manages to find the kill as well, so they can help keep this play alive and potentially go for a little bit more if they can win these fights through mid.
Yeah, BitterSweet up 3-1, feeling good about these attacks, and OTNation continue to find themselves on the back foot. Prada 18-15. Peel is 21-17. And that's really been something that we've got to talk about, is because Peel went into this year just in general as a rookie, not just in, challengers, but a rookie in respawns coming from the S&D scene. And I mean, to see him coming alive at the end of this season for this BitterSweet squad, this is the perfect time as a rookie to get hot.
Yeah, it certainly is, and looks to be another capture as BitterSweet clearly showing us they have the fundamentals down here in Overload and not giving a whole lot of breathing room now to OTNation, as Nate's also starting to put some pressure onto the spawners. Fellow wants to really hold on to his life while his team starts to rally together off of spawn. DTG not going to find a whole lot of fire coming out of that exchange, and it feels like there is not a whole lot of control at the moment, but maybe this is your chance to start to surge forward. You got to get through Peel, who's trying to hold on to his life, but there's still a lot of respawners now coming through for BitterSweet.
Insane from Peel. I mean, he finds the M15 and he takes down a second kill. That really slows things down for OTNation. Just bottlenecked over towards P2. And he tries to snap around, not able to get any damage off of that. 2 quick kills for OTNation. This should rally into a cap. 2 players on defensive, and Seawatts takes them both down. And Derek's going to solidify the cap 2-4. The second half here for Scars. So you've whittled this down a little bit. Seawatts goes huge. Derek finishes it off, and got time. It's just, can they finish the job? Can they force an OT?
Trying to get a read now on this push through the middle as the EMP has moved back to the middle of the map. Judy not going to be able to get a read on that, so he's going to be swiftly taken down. DTG, who came off of an absolute heater in the map number 1, looks to try to get involved here through the back, and he has flown through, but just won't be able to find any eliminations. So the rest of his teammates still trying to play some kind of defense, and more importantly now, you need to worry about where player 6 is. That is going to be Peel. He's in a great spot to try to see if he can play forward, but they'll deal with him, and DTG has been able to clean up 2, and now maybe a chance for a counterattack.
Dark a third one as well. So you clean up your spawns, and he's just going to hold on to the objective. Top heli. Rest of BitterSweet, or sorry, OTNation. Trying to reclaim some space through mid, but a lot of time being shaved off here by BitterSweet. Just holding on to this positioning. CWAS through mid. Big fight win inside of green. It's Prada up top. Prada takes down Cootie, and Dark doesn't know where to look. Still able to finesse his life, and he gets a round pistol out. A nice nade from CWAS, and a huge stop for OTNation. Keeping this one down by 2, but they only have a minute left, Austin, to just tie us up, let alone win.
That's right. Yeah, it's almost kind of a forced play now here for OTNation to start to move forward and see if they can start to put one in. And Peel's going to be sniffed out, so that's a great start. DTG leading the charge. Stuns and nades, though, going to be coming their way. So have to be a little bit careful about going just too far forward, and losing some of your forward members here going to make things that much harder. Felony going to drop down. Clean shots over the top, and defenders now just kind of waiting patiently for someone to make that first move. Darkest found one through the middle. Make it a second. It's just you haven't been able to stay alive if you're DTG. What can you do in the back if you are Nate? Only good for one. CWAS now ready to take the charge, but you're going to have to go now.
And this one looks like it's going to be over unless you can get a miracle play. CWAS is forced back in towards the bow, trying to take the child, the pistol. Felony and Prada, another 2 kills in 13 seconds. This one is over. BitterSweet. Maybe you give up the round 11 S&D, but back to the respawns. This has been what you've been working on. Derek puts one last cap in, but it will take the swing map in the series. BitterSweet taking a lead 2-1 over OTNation.
Big win across the board. Just being able to grab this one going into the rest of the series, you know, again, going to be really important against an OTNation that can certainly surprise you and, you know, potentially play spoiler here on this week number 2, day number 1. But decent stuff across the board, it feels like, as we joined halfway through, everybody getting involved when they needed to, and again, building up that lead, just getting that small cushion was certainly a big part of being able to close out that win as BitterSweet continue to look forward here to this map number 4 that's going to be coming up.
And everything seems to be settled pretty much, Austin. I mean, in Group A,
Sure.
you got CABAL, Bush, Omit, Stush. That's going to be your top 4 teams in order. And for Group B, you know, as soon as the admins kind of settle things and I actually get to see it for the head-to-head, I'd imagine it's going to be Huntsmen, P7, BitterSweet, and Falcons Academy in that order for the group going into the playoffs, meaning that we know what our matchups are going to look like tomorrow for our winners round 1 to start off stage 4 of the playoffs. And for BitterSweet, you know, the big question going into this week was, can you start to look a little bit better in your respawn for a couple of these rookies? And so far, at least for OTNation, it looks like that's where the focus has been, and that's where the improvement looks to be.
Well, we'll see if they can try to get the job done. But for now, all of our matches are currently in lobby, so we are going to throw things to a short break. Make sure you don't go too far. We'll be back right after this. Welcome back, everyone, as we get ready to jump into some more Call of Duty action. If you're just joining us, we are currently on board with BitterSweet and OTNation. BitterSweet just came off of a pretty solid win in the Overload and we're able to win it out, but now we'll see if OTNation got anything left in the tank to send us to a map number 5.
This is a big map, too, for BitterSweet, I think, just in terms of trying to adjust going into the playoffs, because we saw them play this map last week versus the Falcons, and it was a 250 to 221 win. A win on this map mode combo, but one that you would like to maybe make a little bit more comfortable to add it to your arsenal and play against teams like Bush, to play against teams like CABAL, and just have it in your pocket as a good map to really bring out in your series. So I'd like to see how BitterSweet have made adjustments for their Hacienda. I'd like to see how OTNation can really fight against it.
Well, it's a beautiful break here for BitterSweet as they send 3 players to the back, and they had someone playing a little bit safe through the front, watching for the pinch, ready to pounce when needed to. Fellow will be dealt with here, but this is going to have to be a break from the side, and oh my, Dark has done exactly that. He comes up with 2, so despite the close spawn here, you're still being fairly competitive on the P2 hill as OTNation look to try to get whatever they possibly can.
He was. Nice shots around it, not able to lock down that kill, and he should be overwhelmed by Peel. He does. So good break there from BitterSweet to keep this one a tie game heading into the 3rd hill. And setup from OTNation looks quite solid. You do have Dark watching the cross through gates. It's going to be a mid-map rotation from BitterSweet, so Dark is going to find no plays.
And he's like, guys, I don't see anything. And it's because it's a 4-man hit basically through office, so everyone's going to wrap around, and now you maybe even have a pinch going to come through connector here. So a lot of things to look at here for OTNation, and looks like the overwhelming push will be enough to find the break quite swiftly. Once again, Dark the last one up, waiting for his teammates to kind of get involved in the play.
And so far, I mean, so good for Dark, at least holding his life. He's going to set up a pinch now with the rest of the team, and with that, he's alone in this play. Nate's going to find 2. Dark just trying to stay alive to contest, and so far, he's done a great job at that, but Nate, his 3rd kill on that hill. It's 6 in a row for Nate, 11-2 on the map. They get 12-2. He's found his 7th, still alive, by the way. So Nate is just playing his life right now, trying to play for that Hellstorm, and OTNation, they hold the lead heading into P4 after all that. Kind of crazy.
That is actually kind of crazy. Nate only dying twice, but hopefully earns the Hellstorm and works towards it. Dark, the entryman once again, will be taken out. Trades back in 4th, so not going to find the break through the middle here. And looks like defense will hold inside of the hill here for BitterSweet. Siwa is going to give another look, but knows there's going to be someone picking it up, and he's still able to win that battle. Gives OTNation a chance to break here from the side, but you got to get through Fellow, and Fellow will hold the line.
Off the back of a team kill from Cootie as well. I guarantee you Nate has a Hellstorm right now, so I mean, even though BitterSweet is only up by 20, I mean, you're going into the second set of rotations knowing that that Hellstorm can easily break a P3 and a P4 if you're late to those rotations. So winner's advantage is really going to feel good for BitterSweet heading into the second set of hills. But so far for OTNation, you know, a team that is very much counted out for the playoffs. They are showing a lot of resilience for the last game of the stage.
Filthy snap there for Dark, who is the entryman and is almost always willing to throw himself into the hardpoint first to bait for his teammates. But all things said and done, small lead here for BitterSweet. They come off of a decent P4 hold, and the setup looking actually quite decent here as well for P1. Fellow is going to be on the hardpoint, soaking up time, trying to get a read on where the hit's coming from, and Seawads will find him. Prada now wants to get involved up top in the hallway, but Crudy's able to come away with a double, and now OTNation will swing back with some control of their own.
Yeah, 20-point lead still. Dark up top, 3 in a row, just locking down the halls of Hacienda and allowing for this crossfire of Seawas to really chop up a few of these respawners for BitterSweet. Now you pressure out the spawns themselves, and a snap from Darkside, locking down the rotation over towards 2. You still got to worry about Prada in the back, but team's going to be on the case, and you got a chance to at least bunker down in this money hill.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to read this. Fellow was back here still alive while he got snapped on to make sure that the spawn came through for Prada, so he's at least able to make sure some of his teammates spawn up with him, and you also have a pinch potentially developing from the front. And yeah, Nate's gonna find some value here. Dark doesn't know where to look. Do I look left? Do I look right? But he's starting to lose teammates around him. Now it's down to DTG to try to get something done himself, but he's gonna drop. CWAD's playing his life in the hard point. We'll be able to sniff out one in the corner. The spawns are close here for BitterSweet, but OTNation doing a decent job of making it competitive from the front.
Yeah, I thought for a second I heard a shriek getting called in, but no, Nate still has his Hellstorm. And he's still finding some kills, chalking it up. Good time here from OTNation, holding down the hill. Another 3 kills. So you're forcing the spawns in the pack from BitterSweet, and you get the scrap time. BitterSweet need to chalk this and rotate. And what we saw from the P3 rotation last time was Darkside in the corner. He got nothing from that position. He was set up this time around. And, well, Nate, he's going to relieve him of that spot real quick. But CWAD's still trying to make some noise up top patio.
Yeah, this is a scary moment to be in now for BitterSweet, where you feel like if they get broken, the Hellstorm might very well come out on this hill. But Nate's doing a good job. He's really the one kind of making sure this one's somewhat competitive here for as far as the scoreboard at 21 kills. Prada now looking to try to grab some of that high ground control and gets help from his teammate. 2 players going to drop, but 2 in response going to be right back here for OTNation. DTG finds 2 up top, and there it is. Nate is going to call in the Hellstorm.
Yeah, so this is a worry point for BitterSweet because you're investing it a lot sooner than you really thought you would need to, especially with that early rotation over to 3. So you're hoping that it can guarantee you a break, but nothing is guaranteed right now because the Hellstorm finds no kills. So Darkside's going to swing out. Fellows gets traded back into tin for Derek. Only 12 seconds of scrap is what you're fighting for, and Derek's going to win it anyways. So you get nothing off the Hellstorm, and you lose the rotation. Nate needs to take down Cootie.
Yeah, you got to try to sniff him out, and they will be able to get there. So not going to have an early member here on the rotation. CWAT's also going to fall through mid, and they should be able to get a read on these spawns here quite quickly as soon as Felony backs all the way up to Lambo. He's been playing this map for quite a few games, so he'll know exactly where to call and where to look. So the setup now intact, but OTNation, they've been great at breaking. Dark has been the entry man. He's willing to throw his life right into the mix, but Prada's going to come up with 2. It's not a great Semtex from the back. Felony's going to take out his teammate, but his teammates will pick up the pieces, and they will continue to hold here for now.
And in the first set of rotations, you shut OTNation out of this hill, so no reason you can't do it again. Peel's going to pick up the water route from Dark, and you can even see Prada starting to put some pressure onto the players trying to break from behind. Nate back onto his streak. He's at 4 in a row. Peel's going to assist him inside to at least close this lead down to about 10. You're looking at a 70-point lead going into this P4, so all things considered, you're back into a good striking position, and Nate, he's got another Hellstorm, so not too bad.
Yeah, Nate's the only reason BitterSweet's head is above water right now.
100%.
I mean, it is unbelievable to see how he's been fighting out of this hole and trying to keep them in here. I will say Prada's been doing a good job of trying to at least bring it back a little bit after starting off fairly slow. He's on a 4 spree, and he has been soaking up a lot of time. Fellow's going to get the call down low in secret that there is a player lingering, and he should be able to find it with the help of his teammate. He is there, so Prada's good for the kill, but the streak will come to an end, and BitterSweet now only down by about 10 seconds as there's still lots of time to fight for at P1.
Bad timing for Peel. And Nate just looking to escape. CWAD's is going to trade it, and you can see OTNation fighting their way back into a position to hop this hill time. 16 seconds. They need to start thinking about flooding through now. Get these kills, work forward, try to pressure BitterSweet off these spawns, and see if you can even force a couple of splits. But at the same time, BitterSweet, they are a lot wiser than some might think, and instead of letting that happen, everybody's going to set up for this hill. And you can see Derek's actually going to be spotted on the outside. It is a big win versus Peel. He gets traded, but could open up some routes for your team.
Look at Dark. Dark's in the chance to flip out the spawns here in the back, and his teammates are finding kills from the front here, so spawns might just be blocked, and it is so much pressure. Prada just going to be completely overwhelmed, so the spawn's now going to flip, and OTNation in a prime position to more or less secure this game. If they can hold on to this back 30 seconds, BitterSweet now have a required break from the front.
That is going to be so frustrating for BitterSweet. As you want to break this one, you don't want to give out 24 seconds of time, but Cootie, you're going to find another one. DTG on the crossfire. CWAD's getting a chime in for that kill, and you might not even have a choice at this matter. You need to start fighting your way over towards P3, but all 3 members of BitterSweet, they fight for the scrap time. They got 6 seconds before we see P3 open.
Scrap time secured, but down by just over 30 points. Nate gonna call in the second Hellstorm to give his team some information and try to find some kills, but doesn't feel like he's gonna be able to weave it in for anything. So it's only gonna be info for where the members are set up here for OTNation. Peel, Office, going to be on lock. He's got one now as his teammates look to funnel through the fence side, but not a whole lot of kills coming through just yet. Still need to get control of Tin. One more player lingering inside, looking to try to pounce, and they'll be able to clear him out. So the break, inevitably, is now good for BitterSweet.
Yeah, and the comms are going to recognize that the spawns will flip. As soon as we get over 27 seconds, we will be seeing a P4 rotation. OTNation can no longer win off this hard point. They also don't want to give up this time, allow BitterSweet back in for a chance to win off of P4. So another swing out for Dark Prado with the slide, an Omni movement on display, and 4 clean kills for BitterSweet. Scrap time goes their way. You can even see players over to Renew try to put themselves in winning position.
Yeah, look at this. Peel. Oh, he doesn't see him. He tries to hop up, but the trade at least is there. So Nate is still here first. That is good news for BitterSweet as they start to claw right back into this Hacienda hard point. But Nate doesn't have a clean look on where they're attacking from. Now gets a read. First one is good. Second one will follow through. Nate's up to 6, and he's earned yet another streak.
Nate's on 6. 20 seconds left. One more chance for OTNation to force a map number 5, and everybody's going to be grouping in for a hit from 3 different angles. Can you time this right? Can you get it done? Here they go. Kuti through the middle. The break's in. Couple kills. Dark's going to find a second one. Prada gets traded, and it looks like this is not done yet. Another streak from Nate as we're looking to call game on P4.
Oh, baby. Nate with yet another Hellstorm. Hellstorm number 3 to be sure. We'll be able to get there for the kill. Peel follows up. The break is good. The final couple seconds, but this is going to go to one more hard point. This is going to open up on P1. OTNation looking for the setup. Have to try to get there. Fellows soaking up the time. And they were down, but they were never out as BitterSweet bring it all the way back.
The golden child of BitterSweet taking over in map 4, 36 and 20 for the young man. 4,400 damage, 3 Hellstorms, and a whole lot of carrying for the other 3 members on your team. I mean, you look at Nate and you talk about the story that he's had. You talk about the kind of player that BitterSweet needs him to be, and it's right there. And we see in the respawns taking control for the squad, lighting the way for the rest of your team, and showing that, hey, it's been a rough journey to kind of find yourself in this position, but it's been a journey where Nate has been soaking up and learning, and you see it right there. Such a great game from this rookie.
Incredible stuff. I mean, 3 Hellstorms. And, you know, doesn't find a whole lot of value with the first 2, but it certainly plays a pretty impactful moment there with the 3rd one on the P4 hill. Just also able to get the info on where they're looking to attack from. So, gotta feel great about that. 29 of those kills were not traded. And we'll see the back end of what was, again, a very back and forth game where it came down to just a lot of clutch moments and Nate going big again for us.
I have to say, if we were to tally up Nate's impact, I'm sure that out of the 36 kills he had, maybe over half of them, maybe 60% of them are off of P4 in general, and every single one leads into a Hellstorm. I mean, every single time we see him on this hill, it's a minimum of 6 spree. I mean, there he gets one again, he goes on 9 beforehand, and he really truly was locking down that time. BitterSweet, they win this map. We won't get to see the breakdown of every single hardpoint and what equates to what, but you might have gotten 180 seconds off of P4 alone.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right. And these kills are also big because, you know, you're forced to try to contest this. You want to try to find exits here for OTNation, but it really does give them the avenue to swiftly move from P4 to P1, and just being that close and only needing a couple more seconds, there is more than enough room to kind of slip on through, get right on top of P1, soak up those remaining couple ticks. But man, exciting stuff. A lot of credit to OTNation for probably giving BitterSweet, you know, a bit of a fight, maybe more than they were initially expecting for a team that, you know, we didn't necessarily expect coming in for fighting for a seed, right? Coming into week number 2, but certainly giving them a fight, making them work for it. But nice to see on the opposite side of that, and the flip side of the coin, that they're able to actually clutch out, win some of those intense moments when it comes down to the wire here in these hard points.
And it's the same story that we have for Torn. I mean, a lot of young names in the Challenger Elites that, they might not be making impacts or getting the placings that they do want, but the fact that you're making it to the Challenger Elite alone, like, that is a huge feat for a lot of these players still early in their careers. So, yeah, I mean, to see OTNation fight the way that they did, I mean, that is really respectable against a team that just continues to build. BitterSweet 3-2 to close out Group B. That's going to solidify both groups that we do have Austin. We get CABAL, Bush, Omit, and Stush on the left side, topping things off for Group A. Group B, it's going to be Huntsmen, P7 Notorious, BitterSweet, and Falcons Academy Green. And going into today, man, I thought the story for Group B was going to be pretty straightforward. But seeing Huntsmen lose that game to 4Fun Esports really raises some questions.
Yeah, it does, right? Because I think we were certainly, both of us were on the fence about, okay, this Huntsman roster, they obviously have a new player coming into the mix. They had some shaky moments maybe through week number 1, but ultimately they were able to clutch up and they were able to win. But I think we were maybe hoping to see a level up coming into week number 2. So to see them now falter and lose that match there, it draws some questions for as far as, okay, what is it going to look like when they go up against some of our top squads in Group A? And I think the biggest surprise, without question, is CABAL Esports coming out and topping that group. Like, I don't think there probably would have been a single person that would have guessed they were going to top that group coming into week number 1.
No, a little bit of a push too from Torn Esports there for CABAL, but they get the job done and they continue to look like the best team in Search and Destroy for Stage 4 of our Challenger Elites. And a lot to talk about in terms of what our matches are going to be looking like tomorrow. I think one that everybody is going to be excited to see is going to be the Stush taking on the Huntsmen. Swooty getting revenge on his old team. And a shout out to Josh, too, for kind of calculating some of these fun stats we do have. CDC Intel, I mean, he let us know yesterday that Swooty is 4-0 against past teams. I mean, he's beaten the Stallions 4 times. He's got a 1.14 KD. So the Huntsmen, I mean, they got to be prepared going into this. This is not the time for you to start falling down because the Stush are right there. That is going to be a fun round 1 match.
Yeah, it's going to be a great round 1 matchup. I mean, it just feels like it's fate, I think, as you said, right? It almost feels like that's kind of the match that we have to see, we have to get. So it should be a really exciting one for as far as what we're going to get. But man, some great banger games as we expected today. I thought the Falcons put up, a really good fight up against P7 Notorious and gave them a run for their money. If they can clean up some S&D situations going forward, it feels like they might be a team to potentially play upset, heading into the playoffs. But as we close out the show, Colin, any final thoughts going into playoffs here?
I mean, for the Falcons, when it gets to the clutch situations, you flip a coin on what's going to happen. And relatively, the Falcons should have won that series 3-1, taking the overload and the hard points. And the clutch that they had on the hard point was unbelievable. But P7 showing major improvements in their Search and Destroy is definitely something we got to talk about for Group B because, I mean, they are champions of Birmingham. They are champions of stages as well, Stage 3 in particular. It might have been a falter in Atlanta, but they're still a team that you really need to worry about going into the playoffs. And the playoffs are when these 4 look the best. So, on one side, yeah, P7 had a bad week 1. They're back. And for Group A, I mean, we haven't really talked about them too much, you and I, Austin, but every day that Traix is on this Bush roster, they seem to get better. And we've seen scrim results. We've seen match results. Bush, they lost their opening series in a Game 5 to CABAL, but they go into the back end of the playoffs, and they're looking to go back-to-back in tournaments right now.
Well, we'll see who's going to be able to step up in a big way and potentially come away with a massive stage win. There's prize money, there's points, there's a lot on the line as we get closer and closer to the end of the year. But that's going to do it here for week number 2 for our season games. We will be live tomorrow, though, with our playoff games that will start with EMEA at 2 p.m. Eastern. So make sure you guys tune in then. That's going to do it, and we'll catch you guys on the next one.